막다른 길의 끝은 항상 Chien 팬들의 응원이었습니다.
A1刚组成的时候，我们当时想的争一下4号种子，能走到现在是没想到。你如果一个赛段打得好的话，我觉得是黑马嘛。但是如果你一直都是保持在前面的话，这样才能够称之为是一个强队。
A1为师一役，承载着 LPL 的另一半希望，而对手 T1 虽跌跌撞撞，但5冠加身，谁敢小觑？
우리는 작년에도 사시드로 월드 챔피언십에 도달했었습니다. 그리고 그곳을 떠날 때는 트로피를 손에 쥐고 있었죠.
之前没有 LPL 的队伍能够在世界赛的 BO5当中赢过 T1。外界的舆论不管怎么样，我们都是不会在乎的。只要来到世界赛，就想着怎么样才能够走到最后的舞台嘛。
一单输者当破强敌，
终极雄敌。
很多人说它是英雄联盟最高的山，最長的河，但我覺得它只是我們下一個對手而已。
Bet vào AL đi anh Ty. AL thắng thì có tiền thôi, có niềm vui à.
우리를 단순한 상대라고 생각하신다면 이미 패배하셨습니다.
Ê mọi người, cái kênh của Liên Esports cũng bị a còng giống mình nè. Để coi cái kênh Việt Nam mình có bị a còng không. Ê bây giờ tất cả kênh bị a còng hết trơn rồi mọi người. Coi kênh Văn Tùng à. Ủa Văn Tùng không bị này. Hàng Luân thì sao? Hàng Luân cũng bị nè. Nói chung là hên xui á mọi người. Có kênh bị, có kênh không bị á. Coi Levi thì sao? Levi cũng bị nè.
Lạnh quá.
Trời ơi ghê vậy. Nhiều người donate cho Levi vậy.
Legacy.
Already taken their places in those matchups, and today anyone's legend faces off against
Anyone
T1
legend
for the 4th spot in those penultimate showdowns. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Dagda and Cody to bring you the action here between the reigning world champions and China's most powerful team at the tournament thus far.
Nó lạnh thì tôi đắp mờ thôi, có đâu bệnh đâu. Tại phòng tôi nó lạnh với lại hồi nãy mới mưa ấy, nó lạnh điên ấy. Phòng tôi nó 24 độ mà còn mưa nữa cho nên nó lạnh đó.
Everything must be left on the rift here today.
I for one
đó, hôm nay là thật là kèo căng cực đấy anh em.
Episode of T1 versus the LPL. Daniel Dracos told me that T1 liked those odds, but AL have been looking
cho anh em một số thông số có sẵn nha.
LPL
chưa bao giờ win. Chưa bao giờ win T1 ở một trận BO3 BO5.
Because they cleared out their opposition so swiftly. And let's not think that opposition was an easy road. Remember that their best of one victories.
Mặc dù AL hiện tại đang thật sự là mạnh đấy. Thật sự AL đang đang cực
AL
kỳ
has
mạnh
already
luôn đấy.
proven that they know how to get through. They took down CFO, then after in the best of 3, dropping a single game, but still winning the series. Anyone's legend is looking powerful coming into this quarterfinal.
Whereas when you look at like T1, the fact
Kèo
that
này
they
thật sự
have
là
been pushed
cân,
towards
nó
those
cân nó không bet được luôn.
games by
Kèo này em mà bet bụng là thật sự là không bet được mọi người, nó quá cân luôn á. Kèo nó quá ngang nhau mọi người ạ.
They certainly don't, and a lot of people are looking at the support matchup with Kyle having that big performance, especially versus Gen G, the Poppy putting the grounding down on Ruler, and Keria not looking like himself, having some mistakes here. T1, they actually had to have Faker, the oldest man at the tournament, carry them here. The thing is with T1 though,
3-2 là cho gọi là ân huệ nhất cho AL đấy. Anh T chưa cho 3-1 là hơn rồi đó. Anh T chưa cho 3-1 là hơn rồi đó. Ok, cắm chọn anh em ơi.
It's Bard and Azir banned out by AL. Bard has been banned against T1 for every game except that FlyQuest best of 1 so far. Keria earning a lot of respect on the pick, while T1 will ban away the Trundle and Yunara.
Yeah, unfortunately the West has become the experimentation chamber here because it was the Bard against FlyQuest. It was this Azir against Mkoi.
Ben Azir chắc chắn rồi, không thể nào thả Azir được. Chưa có một đội tuyển nào muốn thả Azir cho Faker cả.
That both those champions aren't going to go across, but with Trundle banned away, are they trying to bait Flandre into this Sion first pick?
I mean, very well may be the case. I feel like with Ambessa and everything up, maybe not worth the investment. But we'll see. Talia also here, pretty big pick up and available.
Tạc Răng đang được chỉ khá nhiều. Tạc Răng đang được gọi là dạy chơi game khá nhiều rồi.
Nico and Orianna, the last two bans here in the first half, both of course very high tier picks in their respective roles. So no Azir, no Orianna.
No Azir, no Orianna. Ok, Tạc Răng có cho mình nghe là con bài đi rừng cực kỳ mạnh, đó chính là Chien.
It looks like they're going to try and focus on, okay, let's get some early aggression here, see if we can snowball off of early skirmishes and really take it in those objective
cái bình oxy đâu ở đây nè.
The team fight is so big for it, the execution so big. With the Trundle ban that you're looking at though, of course the Sion does rise in priority, and T1 are happy to grab it for Dorian.
Pha nào cái up lên
Flandre, we'll see what the response is, but there are plenty of options for him.
Pha nào mà căng cái up lên thở này anh em.
Okay, and we do have that Talia locked in here for T1, one of the most picked mid laners throughout the tournament thus far. A lot of power roaming to those side lanes. A lot of opportunity to make big plays there with the
Talia ép bên kia đánh con gì?
Faker's been the one
Talia bên kia ép đánh gì vậy?
So giving him the playmaking feels good.
Ryze. Một là Ryze hay là Cassiopeia. Ori Ben rồi. Ori Ben rồi, Azir Ben rồi. Ép đánh Ryze hết, nhìn Ben biết là biết luôn. Nhìn là biết ép đánh Ryze luôn ấy. Nếu T1 thua thì có buồn sao không ông nội. Thua này là đi về luôn á cha. Chưa tung bài vậy mọi người ơi. Trận đầu tôi nghĩ là cả hai bên chưa muốn tung bài đâu. Trận đầu là cả hai bên chỉ gọi là đánh những cái bài truyền thống nhất thôi. Nếu mà team nào thắng thì team nó tung bài đánh tiếp để chi bất ngờ đối thủ luôn. Quất cái hình thế 2-0. Còn team kia thấy 1-0 cũng tung bài tủ luôn để chi? Để thành thế 1-1. Nói chung là trận đầu thì mọi người sẽ không có cái con bài dị nhiều đâu, tôi nghĩ như vậy. Chỉ qua tới còn là trận 2 ấy. Trận 2 này may ra có mấy con bài dị.
Yeah, honestly, keeping Keria down, you need to add the Poppy. There they go. That's kind of the trifecta there of the big Keria champions. Put some extra pressure down there. As you're saying, the Caitlyn does look quite good. Pushing lanes have been so valuable here at Worlds.
It's also just Gumayushi's bar has popped off against Mkoi, and it has been such a strong pick for him for so many years. I think it'd be good to try and get rid of that, but we'll have to see if anyone's
Huấn luyện viên
legend
Ban Bích,
wants
trời
to
ơi,
try and focus on that
tao là
on this
huấn luyện
last
viên
map.
online đấy.
Okay, so alongside the bottom lane carry bands of the Sivir and the Ziggs from T1, it's going to be double support bands from AL, looking at the Alistar alongside that Poppy. Poppy, of course, we know the power of the pick and being able to stop engages, make team fights unfair with the ultimate. Alistar just giving you so much dive opportunity, so much ability to start things off. But there it is, the Gumayushi Varus.
I mean, he's so exceptional on this pick. And
Varus,
for so many years, whether he's stealing Barons or stealing the hearts of so many fans after he's broken them. But here we go, Ezreal going to be locked in on the opposite side. I don't mind this, actually going to be swapped. I think the only thing with the Ezreal is going to be trying to get through that tank front line. Jin going to have a very similar story, so I wasn't sure if anyone's legend would try and swap away from it.
Bên kia còn sub gì
Definitely
ta?
want something that can try and get through this very beefy front line.
Yeah, and something that can follow up on plays that are pretty
Huấn
far
luyện viên
away
online
from
nó
you.
khác
You
tỷ
know,
lệ
if
với
you're
50% chưa
Kiana
chưa.
and Rek'Sai dive,
Huấn luyện viên online là tỷ lệ win đang là
more
45%
Realm
nhé.
Warp side lane plays
Má
there
qua
as
chơi
well.
thua 4 game liên
Gonna
tục,
need
4
something that
STB
can
thì
follow up and
mẹ
cover some
team ngu.
distance.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were going to go for something like a Thresh Jinx or something along those lines still to try and have some play in that realm, but I know we haven't really seen a huge amount of Jinx, and I think, again, you're just going to struggle here. So this is why I liked the Trundle ban coming out from T1, kind of posing that question of, well, AL, what do you value most here?
Right. If you're saying you want that Kiana, that powerful LPL assassin jungler like you were talking about, Dagda, well, you're going to
Ghê
have to
vậy,
trade the
kia ra bài
meatball of
kia.
the Scion for it. You can hear the arena getting excited at this hover, but we're not going to be baited here just
Dám
yet.
lóc không?
We'll see exactly what they want to go for here. Most likely for Keria. Again, it could still be the Pantheon as the support. I don't think it will be. No,
Trời ơi, không dám lóc bài
Rakan
kè.
as the final pick of the draft here for T1.
Yeah, pretty good matchup into the Braum. All the extra movement that Rakan does have here for that one. And honestly, the engage looks very, very heavy here for T1, opening up with a pretty standard draft.
It does feel to me, though, that if AL don't get off to a good lead early, they are really going to struggle in this matchup. Gumayushi can opt in towards the on-hit, as there's not a huge amount of threat in that back line apart from the Kiana. But either way, you have a beefy front line, great engage for T1, and on AL side, no one who can really get through the likes of this Scion. So if T1 just set up for objective fights and they have a lead, it becomes very easy to play as their composition.
Yeah, for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at the mid jungles and the mid jungle synergy, especially early on. Shanks here will definitely be a target. Pantheon plus Talia, even pre-level 6, they can go wild. They can put a lot of pressure there. So we'll see if Tarzan can track jungle, can keep owner under wraps.
And focusing on the mid lane early will feel great, and then if they can get the ball rolling, like you already mentioned, the double semi-global ultimates, any sort of lead you can get allows you to apply that pressure to the side lanes, to the objectives, to make picks, to force fights that are not fair, even if AL might originally believe they are so. So for AL, particularly if you fall behind, it's so scary when you're trying to set up these plays.
Yeah, and you know how aggressive AL is going to want to play this. Like the last time we saw Tarzan play this champion, he was diving mid lane turrets to just
Ê, những cái cảnh con na này mọi người biết trong phim gì không? Siêu nhân gao á. Mọi người biết cái cảnh mà tập 16 không? Lúc mà ở trên đỉnh mà Tetomu với lại siêu nhân bạc đang đứng nói chuyện có con hu mà có chỉ thương á. Y chang.
At the finals. Runes coming up on your screen right now. We can see comment on the Varus, means lethality and poke. Double summoner spellbooks here for our supports for the extra
Tôi thấy cô ôm từ qua
opportunities.
giờ nó cao tơ mấy đội hình rồi á.
They sweep out with the early Oracle's lens here to grab that ward, take down the possible lane swap ward there, and it's going to be the regular reset. Sign back up to the normal lanes here. Remember, this series was exciting at MSI, so I hope that we can just continue right off that full 5 games.
And so far throughout this tournament, 100 Thieves and Imkoi pressuring T1, I think more than we expected them to in those best of 3s that T1 had to play, where I think a lot of people were expecting these gold graphs to be just straight up and to the right.
Yeah, we expected T1 to come out all guns blazing and being able to find those early pressure, find those kills, and suddenly skyrocket in towards their objective control where they like it the most. But when it came towards, especially that series against MCOY, there was a lot of picks going across, there was a lot of skirmishes that ended up going in favor of MCOY, and it really relied on those late game fights over T1 where they were able to excel, at that objective setup that really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing individual mistakes from members of T1 as well as team mistakes with, like, some fights you would have Doran engaging in a completely different direction from where Owner was going. And so it has made people a little bit worried here as to the form of T1 coming into this series.
And of course, that does mean that T1 has had more time to practice. They've had more stage games, right? Like I said at the top of the day, anyone's legend, because of their success, it was 2 weeks ago that they played their qualifier match in that 2-0 bracket from the Swiss stage. So although that does give you extra time to prep, it gives you extra time to plan, look ahead and try to figure out the meta, figure out the things that other teams might not be wise to just yet. It does mean that you haven't had as many games under the lights.
And that's why I think this matchup in the top side is super interesting, because T1 off of that extra games played have thought, no, we're actually going to get rid of the Trundle and try and get this Zion for ourselves, which is their big investment in the draft. AL, at least off the games they play, believe that the Fondre is going to be good enough on this Rek'Sai to outperform it. So I think that's where, when it comes to these team fights, how both these top laners perform is going to be the focal point of who comes out on top.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, we haven't had to show anything extra here from AL in the opening game. A lot of people looking forward to what AL have been able to cook, specifically Tabe, as far as the drafts, with all of the extra time that AL have had to observe the other teams. In game number 1, though, they're not showing anything new at all. You know, these are the normal priorities here with the Qiyana, with the Rek'Sai that you do mention.
Okay, as we have Tarzan making a quick stop in the enemy jungle here just to place down the common ward near the enemy raptor camp. Keep an eye on what's going on there, as Owner has secured the bottom side. Scuttle Crab drops off a raptor ward of his own. Both junglers will pass through the mid lane. Tarzan going to see Owner, who was coming around maybe for the play on to Shanks, but as soon as he knows it's a 2v2, he thinks better of it.
Yeah, first clear, very easy to track for both of them. Both of them having information, and as we were looking forward to from the draft, it was going to be an early convergence towards that mid lane, because you really can snowball it either way there with the extra pressure. So far, though, just clearing out the extra ward and the slight roam up from Kael. Again, another use of this sweeper.
Thằng Sang nó đánh con Ryzen này nhìn thấy ghê lắm mấy không?
Keeping this pathway between mid lane and bottom lane clear is huge to be able to get those roams off.
Yeah, especially like Owner will get the information that
tôi coi mấy cái mà highlight EVL của thằng Sang không á.
Where Tarzan is going for the moment, but I think it is a case of trying to make sure you can also keep Tarzan safe in a lot of this, because Pantheon early matching into the Qiyana, if you have the support from Faker, you
Và rớt xài tele hả?
And she's nullified entirely in these early
ghê trời.
All right, taking a look down here in bottom lane, you can see the farm even here, as it is pretty much everywhere thus far. We don't have any of these lanes pulling out to a major advantage early on. 4 seconds left on the clock before the Drake spawns. Is a Chemtech Drake, which often means you're not going to have as much early priority on it from junglers and bottom laners as it could be for something more valuable, especially considering, like I just mentioned, the neutral state of the lanes. Nobody's got prio over the nearby area.
Yeah, I think if you're T1 though, you can try and look for Bakuma. It might be caught. Force the flash.
Gumayushi losing the flash there, especially on Varus with the no innate mobility. That could be an opportunity for AL.
Má con room áp lực quá ha. Má dính đánh rất ngương cái là phải flash luôn. Không thôi là ăn Situ liền.
And that should open up then Owner to actually go for this dragon, especially as this waves crashed and they get to bounce it back out. But now down a flash, it makes Gumayushi a little bit more vulnerable if AL try to contest any sort of early dragon take.
The other thing to consider for the dragon,
Tiêu Anh thắng thì tao vui tao like.
just uses it now on the Rek'Sai.
Tiêu Anh thua thì tao đéo like.
Extra tower shot
Nhưng
here.
Tiêu Anh đéo thua được đúng không? Thật sự là đéo thua được ấy. Tôi không nghĩ bằng một cái kịch bản nào mà Tiêu Anh thua được á.
And had hover towards mid. Now we're seeing another hover towards mid, but it is spotted by the warding here from AL. So good vision around mid lane. AL have known, yes, Shanks is going to be a target on this rise. We know that T1 want to be able to compound off of this Taliyah, but the other side is not warded.
Ooh, Owner with the flash into the stun, going after Shanks, but he flashes to buffer through it. So no seismic shove there for the follow-up. You even saw Owner using his spear on nothing beforehand to charge the passive.
Yeah, really good job by Shanks there with the preemptive flash, because if that flick goes through, you're in a lot of trouble. But now Faker having to escape. She'll be able to walk out on towards this bottom side. and it should just be Owner picking up the Raptors for himself.
Yeah, interesting here because Tarzan is able to leech to level 6. He got that topside scuttle crab, so Kiana very threatening with access to the ultimate, but nobody finding actual blood quite yet with all the focus towards mid lane. But Flowers, your #1 goal when you're trying to kill a mid laner is first step, blow their flash. Yes. So Shanks no flash here. Very good trade for Owner.
Nhìn thì có vẻ như con Rek'Sai nó sẽ không thua Sion nhiều đúng không? Nhưng mà Rek'Sai nó cao tới cứng Sion luôn.
With the close seismic shove.
My eyes are drifting towards 50 seconds until that next void group though.
Thứ nhất là con Sion là con gọi là cái con bị chơi ngắn hạn thì nó sẽ không lời máu, mà con Rek'Sai là con chơi ngắn hạn. Mà con Sion mà sử dụng R chạy đi, con Rek'Sai mà R á nó sẽ bay ra sau lưng, là nó sẽ chặn cái R của con Sion luôn. Đúng cao tờ luôn. Đúng cao tờ ồ luôn á.
Whether they want to use that to try to make a play on the now flashless Rise or make a play for the Void Grubs that you mentioned, Dagda, I really want to see some value out of this for Owner and T1.
Meanwhile, the lane's going pretty well for AL besides that Gumayushi lead that you do see. Flandra, we kept on talking about it, but he has put so much time into this Rek'Sai. You know, looking at the solo queue accounts, spamming this champion, and he's gotten results because of it. And so they feel pretty confident in that matchup. He's earned his own lead so far, and here goes the movement towards those actual Void Grubs.
AL have a nice setup though. They've already pushed in bottom side as Shanks has moved down. They're trying to shift the Talia down to match, but this opens up Shanks to move quicker with that Realm Warp, and AL should be able to keep T1 at bay. I don't even think T1 can test here.
Yeah, for sure. With how much pressure Flandra has in the 1v1, the Rek'Sai has a Sion under tower already, and you see Flandra proxying even, so T1 looks very good for them, or excuse me, AL looks very good for them to grab the grubs. Will T1 even try and answer anything on the other side of the map?
Exactly.
Người ta bảo lũ mất điện, anh tôi bật mới làm chùm mền.
You saw
nghe hưởng thụ vậy
right now from AL on the Drake pit, expecting that T1 might be trying to make that counterpunch there, but 3 grubs for the side of AL. When you already have all of this pressure, particularly in the top lane with your Rek'Sai having the lead over Sion and proxy farming him, feels really good to secure that this early. Now it will be T1 heading over to the Drake. A little bit delayed compared to the exact time.
Tôi nghĩ là hai đội này đánh ru ngủ phải không?
But they're still going to secure it without a
Thật sự là hai đội này
fight.
sẽ
And that
đánh
means
ru
it's
ngủ.
1-1 in the objective count as Doran heads back into lane here with the Sion ultimate to continue trying to farm.
This is a much slower early game than I was expecting.
Hai đội này ru ngủ ít nhất là phút 15.
There was so much activity in the early stages of that series across almost every single game. But both teams now at the World Championship trying to scope things out.
Ít nhất là phải phút 15 mới có mạng đầu tiên. Ủa nó ru ngủ lắm.
For so many of the players on the Rift, it means so much, especially on AL side, if they can take down T1.
And I see one of those advantages already manifesting. The gold that we were talking about for Flandra, the lead that he had, the pressure, it has turned into the item here. Titanic Hydra. This thing feels so good on Rek'Sai because auto attack resets really enable you to stack up your Fury even quicker so you can get your true damage bite. And it gives you massive wave clear. So again, pushing the extra tempo here. If he's able to annihilate the minion wave, move into proxy again, you know, him plus Tarzan are well equipped now to make some plays.
And those plays are going to be made looking at one person in particular, and that is Gumayushi on the Varus. He is the 1 point of power right now for T1. He's the one role with an individual gold lead, and Rek'Sai and Kiana want nothing more than to erase him at the very start of the fight.
And that's why both supports are doing a really good job of teetering through mid into bottom side as well. You can see all the vision that Kerry has set up on this bottom side of the map, and it's now being slowly cleared out by Kael, essentially trying to keep both of their mid laners safe and those vulnerable AD carries.
Đúng là sự hai cái đội lồn này không để đánh lộn nữa.
And we know when AL are at their best, it is when both Tarzan and Kael are controlling vision and oftentimes linking up to work with each other.
Cái đội này thật sự là tính là đủ mất pha phút 20 hả?
I remember the interview
Phút
that we had
20 hay đồ hay
with
sao?
Tabe, where he was talking about the close relationship of those two players outside the game as well, and how Tarzan really opened up Kyle's confidence
y
with
chang cái trận
communication
thằng AL gặp
in
thằng
game.
nào nó cũng farm y chang như vậy luôn. Coi rất là buồn ngủ nha.
Came in and acted as this older brother figure for Kyle. So we'll see. At the moment, Kyle has been kind of like handling the vision on the bottom half, while Tarzan by himself had been handling the vision on the top half. But if you see them link up here with Braum and Kiana, that is so much CC and possibilities for big plays.
Looks like they might be trying to right now as T1 trying to set up on this bottom side. Keria has to walk out from underneath the turret as AL moving towards him.
Keria with the grand entrance back over the wall. TP coming in now for AL. Shanks arrives right into the seismic shove. Doesn't take a whole ton of damage there, gonna back away. True Shot Barrage fires through, back from all the way over in mid lane, but not gonna find any targets. Owner also hanging around the area, but again, gentlemen, it just seems like nobody wants to be the one to force something that doesn't have to be forced here in this first game.
Well, AL want to make sure that they're not falling vulnerable to Owner, but a little bit of a play there on the bottom side, because Owner at any point in time can show up mid, can show up bottom. Similar to Faker, where he's already pushed in this bottom wave. If they don't want to go for the dive mid, they can always try and rotate into something happening on that mid wave. So now T1 investing everything onto this bottom side.
Okay, Faker, Owner, and Keria squared up here to try to at least grab a turret plate, and they will be able to do just that. Faker collects the money. Keria still just trying to distract Tarzan and Kyle. Shanks at 40% HP on the rise, but can still clear the wave away as Gumayusi applies pressure over in the mid lane. Going to secure the second plate on that turret as well, as T1 tries to claw back some of the distance from this gold lead. But again,
Rek'Sai nãy giờ nó cứ lén nó bú lớp giáp trụ rồi đó. 3 lớp chứ.
So good, so comfortable on this champion.
Nó cứ vô nó bú 3 lớp giáp trụ à. Ao 700 tiền luôn mà. Rek'Sai proxy Sion mấy ông nghe nó ngược nghẹo không? Rek'Sai đi proxy. Sion một trong những ông trùm proxy.
And I think a lot of that will be now at the next, or the Rift Herald in a minute 45, because you're going to see these first item completions, like things like the Triforce for Hope starting to come through. You've already got a lot of your top side of the map rail in a decent spot, so I think that's where they'll be looking to try and play. And with Dragon in 40 seconds as well, you can continue to put that pressure down as well. So I think it's more on T1 to find picks with Owner and Faker right now to disrupt the opportunity for AL to hit these spikes and play for this Dragon.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some early vision control. You see Keria at the moment through mid, through the control ward here, trying to go get some. And he can do this because his jungler is Pantheon. And Owner's always ready with the ultimate. But Flandra, the Flandra attacks up here is almost an entire turret already. Now Faker under tower. Tarzan has joined.
Okay, Faker throws out the Unraveled Earth, wants to make sure he can find his escape route here.
There you go.
And this is also the additional power of what I commented earlier, 3 Void Grubs with a side laner that's already winning this hard. This is AL. There's not a kill on the board, and Flandra's forcing down the first turret 14 minutes into the game.
Buồn ngủ quá trời ơi, đánh lộn giùm đi trời. Có rồng mình đánh lộn đi. Tele rồi, cả hai Tele rồi. Một pha 5v5 đầu tiên hay chăng đây, vẫn chưa có ai mở combat cả. Người đầu tiên lao vào đó chính là Sơn chưa bớt tu nâng ai cả, nhưng mà sao đang bị dồn Nam Sơn bị đứng nghiêng, Sơn bị dồn quá chị đam. Một pha hất tung hai người từ vị trí người chơi Rakan, Pháp luôn từ vị trí người chơi T1, và bây giờ T1 đang chiến thắng hay sao không, đó là 1-1 rồi, vẫn chưa ai nằm xuống tiếp tục cả. Wow, giờ đánh lộ Isel mà lần đấy, một pha lao rờ vào ngay đầu của người chơi Brom và double kill dành cho T1 Honor. Và Sang có cho mình lại một gỡ mạng rồi. Nhưng mà Gumayusi đang rượt, Gumayusi một quy nữa thôi, một quy nữa. Hắc não đã dính được nhưng mà vẫn thiếu đam. Faker tốc biến theo, Faker sẽ dùng cho mình đại địa chấn hay sao? Tuyệt vời. Đang buồn ngủ đánh một pha cái lên adrenaline luôn. Một pha gọi là đang buồn ngủ đánh một cái lên adrenaline luôn em.
Doran's gonna go for a flash ultimate here and just start out the fight. We're talking about the Sion value is always gonna be there. He immediately got the Braum ult and the Braum wall out, and then Faker.
Má pha này hất tung hay quá, dồn hai hất tung liên tục luôn mà. Cái pha này con Rum nó quất nguyên cái, nó quất một cái vô đầu con Rum luôn, con ban chứ.
Sets up so nicely for T1 because your biggest worry is a massive Kiana ult in the middle of that fight, but you can't find your moment if you're not able to be in that fight.
Bao nhiêu tiền rồi?
T1
Trời ơi,
team fighting, man.
4-2 mà
15
vẫn không
minutes
ao
into
một
the
đồng
game,
nào
we're
á.
at
Dũng vẫn mặt
0-0,
á.
and now it's
Tại sao anh
T1
em?
with a 4-for-2 lead. Damage dealt to champions in the last fight. It's Guma, it's Faker, it's Shanks, it's Hope. The carries on both sides doing all the damage, but now we might have
4-2 nhưng mà không ao tiền mà còn bị dẫn trước tiền nữa chứ. The fuck?
Guma's got some pretty good stats on Varus at Worlds. Yup. He's also stole some Barons that had a pretty big effect on some pretty important games. AL though, this is not Baron, this is Rift Trail. They're gonna grab this one. No Guma around to steal it.
Yeah, it looks like instead T1
Guma tỷ lệ win là 9-1. Là tỷ lệ win là 90% đúng không? Chứ con Varus này. Rồi game này sáng cửa đó anh em. Rồi game này sáng cửa đó anh em.
Flandra still obviously the point of power here for T1. Individual gold lead of 1.3k is the reason why T1 is not ahead in gold despite winning that team fight 4-2. We do also have a very interesting state with the feats of strength. First turret went over to AL, obviously feat of warfare.
Giống như tôi nè, hồi bữa là tôi tỷ lệ win con xin sao 70-80% đúng không? Đánh 8 win 2. Đi đánh 8 win đánh 10 win 8. Xong giờ tỷ lệ win con xin sao tôi 50%.
You know everybody loves an Otacon fight. You know it. These things are always exciting, and it is about the setup for those fights. So we'll see if you can control the area first and get the perfect engage. The thing is, with a Rek'Sai lead there, that is not a lead that just like wins you a game. This champion does a lot of setup. It can provide a lot of pressure, but it in itself is not a win condition. So they actually have to find, you know, like a flash knock-up onto Gumayushi or something to actually put a stop to the T1 team fight. And look at this, the river control for T1 is pretty early.
Yeah, for AL, it has to be a way of finding a bypass to Doran. Flandra going in.
Yeah, Flandra goes in for the flash. He wants to try to find Faker here. Needs a little bit more damage. Ulti to drop the aggro, and Shanks gets the kill. TP coming in from T1, but it might be a little bit of a problem. No, Doran has the ulti. Guarantees he does not get locked up, but still, that's T1 getting caught off guard. That's Flandra making the flash play that you wanted to see.
Yeah, immediately. Flash ultimate onto one of the carries. It's not Guma, but it's Faker, and they get the kill. That is Flandra coming up big on the world stage.
That is, though, no flash now for this next dragon that we were just hyping up how crucial it could be, or the next Adacon. So, although it's a nice pick, they don't actually get much more out of the back of it. So for AL, we'll have to keep track if they can still find that moment in the next fight, sans flash.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get an objective after that. It's not like it led into a turret take. It's not like it led into a dragon or an Otacon or anything like that. It feels good to get the extra money in the pocket, but still, AL.
Bây giờ mình sẽ ngủ tầm 3 phút khi nào có 3 ron. Hay là đầu mình tỉnh nhé.
Come down to the carries, to the positioning.
Không mà đéo có đánh lộn
the
luôn anh em.
damage charts from that first big team fight, from the only big team fight. And
hai cái đội này đéo bao giờ đi găng nhau luôn. Đi farm mục tiêu rồi đánh lộn.
That's going to completely warp the landscape of the battle.
And that's why I want to see AL still going for these pick plays. And you can kind of see Kyle and Tarzan are linking up to try and find ways where they can get some deeper vision down, find these moments they can play into the jungle of T1 and use those tight corridors. But at the moment, T1 get to clear out their waves. We got a minute now where everyone's starting to reset until this dragon comes through, and that's where we're going to see our next big fight.
And along with those resets, we're seeing second purchases. Shanks is about to hit 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages as well. We've got the Muramana almost ready to evolve for Hope. We've got it almost ready to evolve for Gumayushi as well. Those should both be fully stacked by the time the dragon fight comes around. Seraph's Embrace going to be completed for Shanks, already completed for Faker alongside that Rylai's. Everybody's hitting these big power spikes, and I expect that to also...
Ngủ vậy thế AL không 1-0 T1
We've got Otacon here. T1 pushing on top side,
sắp
trying
bắt đầu
to
anh
set
em ơi,
up
30 giây
around
nữa.
it very early on. Again, the flashes will be critical here.
Oh, Hope goes forward, but immediately Carry is ready to try to respond here with the grand entrance. Hope tries to get over the wall. He sidesteps the seismic shot.
Hey!
Way too much. A big mistake from AL and a bigger punish from T1. Tarzan goes in. Talon under 3, but there is no follow-up. Tarzan has to try to flash away. Omar goes after him, but now he's trapped. Shanks with a little bit more damage. Kills off the T1 jungler. The realm warp's ready to go in, and Shanks wants another. The arrows fly out as Doran charges in. Shanks with a flash to the side to avoid the engage coming out from T1's top laner. Doran's gonna try to run. Another arrow flies out from Gumayushi.
Trời ơi má nè. Ghê vậy trời.
Hold on. We've got a respawn from Kyle. He teleports back, and now it looks like
Sợ đéo biết bên nào sẽ thắng luôn á mấy không.
AL have to try and rush this. They know that they've only got a couple of seconds.
Thật sự là cơm bách, đéo biết bên nào sẽ thắng luôn á.
The interrupt is huge because that will stop T1 responding with the dragon.
Exactly.
Đấy mà mất mẹ con Casante rồi. Mất mẹ con Ataka rồi. Lùm ấy.
Despite the fact that that fight looked so good for T1 at the start, claims the Otacon. Here it is again.
Yeah, the counter engage was so good for AL. Hope here. He arcane shifts forward. That immediately gets hit with Gumayusi's ulti. They are able to buy some time, but immediately Owner flashes over. They get the kill. Here is the counter engage though. They pop down the Rift Herald and they got the big Kiana ult, as you know, but back to live. The dragon is important. T1 already starting it out.
Crucially, Tarzan had the axing mark, so his supreme display talent is nearly back up. AL want to fight this.
This is sole point. If T1 secure it, AL know that this puts them in a very bad spot. Dragon down to 1,000, already going to be secured by Owner. AL continuing to walk forward.
T1 đang vô cái thế 3 rồng nha. Cái thế 4 rồng thật sự là bú đấy, nhưng mà có rồng lửa thì cái rồng lửa trên BC thì mọi người chưa đéo mạnh lắm. Mọi người bảo là rồng lửa trên BC thì không mạnh lắm, cho nên linh hồn rồng lửa nó cũng không có quá là gì ấy.
At the moment, with only the 19 petals being picked up, it's a pretty early one there. It does give the nice on-kill effect though for AL, and this is a team that has a lot of burst damage in it, so you might actually see the use of that extra on-kill effect. I mean, Tarzan, we saw the big Kiana ult just before we went back to live in the previous one, and he might be able to find another.
And with that Otacon take, securing feats of warfare for AL, look at the inventories of Flandra and Tarzan. They both already immediately upgrade to the tier 3 shoe. So while everybody else in the game, particularly on the T1 side, is at their 2-item power spike, it's that 2.5-item power spike for the AL side because they can afford that extra upgrade for the 500 gold after having the 2 full completed items right beforehand, right before that Otacon timer. I'm very curious how much that's going to pay off here for Flandra and Tarzan. Shanks oftentimes too, you see mid laners go for that tier 3 boot very quickly, so this could be a big power spike for them if they want to fight again soon, but it's still 3.5 minutes until that next Drake spawns.
For T1 though, it feels like the 2 tower power spike. The fact that you managed to get that mid lane tower down makes it very easy for you to abuse Gumayushi's wave clear and start shifting constantly down, putting pressure on towards this bottom side of the map. And once you get that last tower down, then it becomes much easier for T1 to establish that vision for the upcoming Infernal Soul, for these picks that they can try and find, because both compositions incredibly strong when they can play in these pockets of vision.
Yeah, both of them have so many tools to make picks and quickly get those kills. See about the lockdown and the chain CC here. T1, they fully reset and come all the way back out, down to the bottom side of the map. So this is going to allow Flandra to push in the side wave. You see top lane will be in AL's favor, but he doesn't have teleport, so it's not going to be any sort of big teleport flank play or anything. It just means somebody from T1 will have to go answer, and looks like Faker elects to go pick up the extra gold.
Okay, we do have
chắc
Faker
có đợi con Baron mới đánh nhau lớn.
Also, large rods in inventory means the Rabadon's death cap. He will certainly have enough gold for that 2.5 minutes from now, in time for that Dragon Soul fight. And it's Mountain Soul as well, putting that on a Scion when the enemy team already has an Ezreal as the AD carry instead of a tank buster is very scary.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul with like the poke from Gumayushi is going to be incredibly strong. You're good, you're good. It's going to be so strong, and honestly for Faker as well. But crucially, Gumayushi and Faker, Flash is just about to come off cooldown. Same when you look at Owner as well, right? Like, you have so many of those tools now up and available for you for this next Dragon fight, or even if you want to go for a sneaky T1 Baron.
Right, Baron makes his way onto the Rift. I was doubting a little bit that we might get as early of an Otacon as we did. I was proved wrong. We'll see if we get an early Baron in this one as well. The gold lead still less than 1,000 gold for AL, despite the slight kill lead for T1. And neither one of the teams has really pulled away any further than that throughout this entire first game.
Yeah, I love the way that you bring up the sneaky T1 Barons, because as the team with the soul point, they get the luxury of dragging you across the map. They can go for either side, whereas AL, it's much more difficult here to spread your vision resources, keep track of both of these objectives, and make sure that T1 don't sneak the bigger of the two.
Yeah.
Regardless though, T1 would still be very happy with just going over to progress here through the dragon area. This is up in only 1 minute.
Gumayusi 3 đồ rồi nha. Gumayusi đã 3 đồ rồi nha. Bắn được rồi đấy. Bây giờ chỉ cần lấy một con rồng lửa nó thôi là một quy là có thể gọi là mất một thanh máu ấy.
Every single summoner spell is ready. Ghost swapped in for Carrier's Recon. Exhaust swapped in for Kyle.
Ủa sao tôi thấy nó có sao tôi thấy hai con sub nó có cái nội tại của cái trang bị gọi là vương miện suy vong lắm không? Cái mà đỡ một chiêu đúng không? Nó từ cái trang bị nào vậy? Tôi thấy nó có cái hiệu ứng mất một chiêu, mất cái vòng tròn bảo vệ. Là cái đó của cái trang bị nào trên người sub vậy? Đồ sub mạnh vậy. Đồ sub được một cái khiên free luôn hả? À, là mạnh nha.
Poke trading back and forth still between both sides. Keep your eyes on the engage, keep your eyes on Carrier. Flandra digging into the pit, putting that tunnel down, making sure he has some extra mobility for the upcoming fight as T1 want to step forward.
Con rồng này T1 lấy được là T1 win ấy.
Kyle, half HP still gonna use redemption early here for AL just to make sure the health bars stay topped off. Flandra marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Somebody down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent.
Huracan không rời chúng ai. Honor đang bắt. Winner bú rồi. Sang không ném nổi.
T1 go fishing and they find Flandra. They pick him up and they decimate AL in the team fight.
Hope is trying desperately to hold on, but T1 are chasing.
Faker's riding the wall in. Hope's going to be the last to die. A delayed ace for T1, and the delay makes it even better because now even when AL respawns,
1-0 rồi đấy. Cái cách biệt là 1-0 rồi đó anh em.
T1 won't just take the soul. They're going to take the whole enemy team. They're going to take the top lane turret. They're going to take Baron, and they're going to take a hell of a hold on this game.
And all of it is because Kerry was doing such a good job of matching Tarzan. The Tarzan tried to move, and they sent Flandre into his death.
Flandre đi lỗi pha đó bốc thôi. Cái pha này mà Keria nó hất chúng là còn en nhanh nữa, hất tung hụt quá.
Clears up in the piss. Oh, Carrier is back, baby. He camped on that control ward. He starts out the play onto Flandra, setting up the seismic shove, and then he continues the play, as you say, jumping over the wall, finding the rest of the members. Carrier Rakan finding multiple big engages.
And it feels like this is now T1's game entirely. They'll be able to push in these waves. The poke that was already so difficult at that last dragon now only amplified thanks to the soul. And T1, they're going to start to move down here. They will spot out Hope, but do they know AL are in the bush?
AL trying to set some kind of a trap. They know a fair fight doesn't favor them any longer. Kyle going to be trapped on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall.
Ôi, hủy luôn.
Connects onto Shanks, who immediately goes golden. But it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal. Supreme display of talent at least takes Carry out in the process. But T1 have still won the fight. They're going to keep pushing forward. They've got the Baron, they've got the Soul, they've got the enemy tier 1 turret down. They've got Owner diving into the back line. But the escape is there for the rest of AL. Flandra trying to distract, get something else back over in the mid lane here at the same time, trying to get an objective bounty because AL know they are not fighting back in the bottom lane. T1 take the tier 2.
Gumayushi's chains of corruptions, locking down Shanks, making sure that neither him or Kael could get out of there. T1, they are in the heads of anyone's legend.
Tôi nghĩ là bên đây là hơi bình rồi đó. Bên ai là hơi bình rồi đó. Ủa sao không đứa nào bị bay đi hết vậy ta? Tha nó con kia bị tên thì tôi nói con Rum đứng yên, cô không bay luôn hả?
Ooh, Flandra, he's got to try to get out of there. Rek'Sai, luckily very slippery, takes the blast cone, gets knocked back to safety, but T1 are not slowing down anytime soon. Still about 45 seconds left on that Red Bull Baron power play as they continue to take more and more of the map from anyone's legend.
And that's the biggest issue. We've already seen how quickly T1 can collapse, how quickly T1 can find those picks, and now the map is dark. And T1 continue to push in this top side. AL are attempting to get here, but this tower is gone.
Nothing left of the tier 2 top. Another one falls, and T1's gold lead climbs back over 6,000 as the Baron, still 20 seconds left on this one. Another wave about to come towards the tier 3. And it looks like this is going to be the last wave that T1 get to push with. We'll see if they want to try to make the full break of the base.
Khó đép rồi, khó đép rồi.
Some of the redemption immediately just to make sure they can power through this. Realm Warp from Shanks just to make sure he's not caught on the wrong side of the Talia ulti. And that's T1 using every second of the Baron to grab their first inhibitor of the game.
Getting the TP here from KL and
Đây là
Tarzan.
gì
Looks like
vậy?
they're going to try and make some sort of sneaky play as T1 are coming back out of the map and try and find something in this, because we're 2 minutes out from Elder Dragon. That is going to be the death ward of AL sign.
How powerful is T1 Aura at Worlds?
They're strong, man.
Yeah. Honestly, strongest thing I've ever seen.
The plot armor is crazy, man.
They said it themselves.
Thằng Flandre game này ao tiền sẽ hành từ đầu tới cuối luôn, xong thua. Ao tiền để làm gì? Trả lời. Ao tiền để làm gì? Trả lời.
Coming out in this game, they win that one fight at the Dragon. They win it very heavily, but they get so many rewards. The Dragon Soul plus the Baron, and they immediately just take over the entire map.
But it's not even this tournament, right? Like, you look down the roster of AL, it's Hope in 2022 lost against T1 on JDG in quarterfinals. It was Tarzan who lost against them in semifinals. And then even Flandre, the year he won Worlds, still lost to T1 0-2 in groups. It just feels like it is so difficult for LPL teams to match up against T1.
They have looked a lot better at MSI, but this ain't MSI. All right, T1, let's see if they can finish the job here. Flowers, again, this is a full best of 5 as well. We are going the distance today. T1 here in game number 1 have jumped out to a very sizable lead for themselves. Now all that's left is to push in for one split push. Since they already have their top inhibitor down, they can just do mid and bottom. Currently, though, they're actually split a little bit more, with Faker going back using his, I assume, extra teleport being at the ready here. He'll just answer the wave that Flandre is pushing and then join at the next cause.
There is some vision in behind T1 though, and maybe that's what AL are looking for. You can see they're pinging that ward that's just over by the T1 blue brush, and that may be what they're trying to get Flandre onto, as Faker going to match that push in the top side, but they need to go very quickly if they want to make this play work.
Exactly. Elder spawning in 5 seconds. This objective, for how powerful the buff is, dies very quick.
And the money at this point in the game, it becomes really, really difficult to overcome because you get to purchase.
Nhưng mà con Sion này nó chưa lên trái tim khổng thần nha mấy ông. Ở trên tốc chiến thì người ta lên trái tim, chứ ở trên PC tụi nó không lên trái tim, bởi tụi nó đi lên tụi nó đâu chơi tích đâu. Cho nên là không có gì lắm. Ủa cái số ở trên cái số đốt ở trên cái khiên là cái gì anh em? Nhìn nó lạ vậy, sao nó có cái stack gì á? Trời ơi, đủ một quyền săn xiển niễn. Một quyền săn xiển niễn anh em.
But it's so dangerous for AL to step up. Keria with flash, with exhaust. Here on the recon, Kael swapped over to a ghost on his Braum.
Looks like T1 don't know where Tarzan is though. There was pings going over towards their own jungle, wondering if Tarzan managed to sneak his way in, but Dragon
nói chung tôi đéo chơi PC, tôi bỏ PC 5 năm rồi cho nên là mấy cái này nó mới quá, cái gì mà giống ở trên tốc chiến thì tôi còn biết chứ cái gì mà lạ tôi không biết. Ghê vậy, khởi động trước luôn hả? Đủ mấy lời. Cớm vậy. Rồi bốc hơi. Ui, một pha khi giúp 5 người đến từ vị trí của người chơi. Rakan thôi bú. 1-0.
T1 will be the end of game 1.
Great force there from T1. They use their wallets and they destroy.
Tôi xin nhắc lại một lần nữa, chưa có một đội LPL nào win được T1 trong một cặp trận BO5.
On the Nexus turrets, the Elder Dragon is claimed, but there's no one left to execute. The game was quiet, the game was close for so very long, but when it came down to the clutch, it's T1 who prove why they are the reigning back-to-back world champions. They out-team fight AL, and they'll take the first game in this best of 5.
T1 looking to silence any doubt that was thrown their way. Cool, calm and collected. They take one game off the LPL.
Khó
If
này
you
mình.
think we're a normal opponent, then you've already lost. Game number 1 goes to T1.
I feel like this has to be a team that can be called anything but normal. Desk, what do you have to
Và
say?
rớt ulti 2 lần. Ủa có hả? Đâu để
Well,
coi lại coi.
Captain, it's that T1 magic
Có
all
ulti
over
2 lần hả?
Called anything. Dragon down to about 1/2 HP. Hope taking a chunk of damage. Dora charging in. Weaver's wall over the top. Kyle's gonna be caught.
Một
A ton
lần
of
rồi.
burst onto the support of anyone's legend, and he's already down. T1 charge forward. Double killing Gumayushi. Pressure onto Tarzan. Triple kill Guma. AL are cut to pieces. And
Đủ.
T1 holds the sword.
Cái gì ghê vậy?
Ultra's last to die. And ace for
Và rớt
T1 will be the end
hai
of
ulti trong một giao tranh đó.
Great force there from T1. They use
Gì
their
trời?
wallets and they destroy
Ghê
AL.
vậy? Ủa nó có cái điểm ngọc hả? Điểm ngọc hay là cái trang bị mà sao hồi chiêu nhanh thế?
4 bans going his way, by the way. Still had an incredible performance.
Speaking of Carrier, I think him and Faker had a game-winning moment very early on, thanks to a reliable Cisco
Ngọc
network.
là
The
Ngọc á
synergy
hả?
between those two was absolutely on point as the charm comes in hot.
Yeah, and this was kind of the big game changer up until this point. They've been really
À, trang bị à.
They blow so much
Khi
on
một
Doran
tướng
and
bè gồm
then
3 giây sau khi
watch
nhận xét
the
thương từ bạn
recon,
hồi lại
follow up,
15.
flick back, and it's just it ends up destroying AL. And with this
Hồi
AL,
15 cộng thêm
I
sát
really
lực.
thought they did a really good job early playing
Mà trong
around
khi
Flandre's
cái đồ đó là có cộng
pressure,
sát lực
setting up
rồi.
vision, getting that top
The
right
fuck?
turret. There's a very clear game plan, but once you fall behind, as we saw, A,
Ghê trời.
damage, and B, the only initiation
Ê,
really
coi cái trang bị đao
is
chớp có giống
Flandre
trên PC
flash
không?
initiate, right? And so they kept
Đòn
going
đánh
further
của
and
bạn sẽ
further
giảm
behind
thời
the
gian
fight
hồi chiêu
when
cơ
Flandre
bản.
would have to look for these
Vậy là
points.
giống như cái giống như cái Navori đúng không? Kỹ năng sẽ gây thêm sát thương dựa. Ê cái này hình cái này nó này giống Navori vậy anh em. Ý lộn cái này là cái giống đoạn đao. Ủa? Đoạn đao Navori nè. Nhưng mà cái này nó đổi tên là đao chớp thôi. Đao chớp là đoạn đao y chang luôn á. Đâu để coi cái gì tôi chưa biết tên nha. Gì mới mới thôi. Cái giáp chúa tể thì thấy nhiều đứa cũng lên nè. Nhận sức mạnh công kích tương đương 2% máu cộng thêm, ok. Nhận tối đa 10% sức mạnh công kích tăng thêm dựa theo phần trăm máu đã mất. Ê, cái trang bị này hợp với mấy con tăng đấu sĩ ha. Mạnh điên đấy.
I'm also not going to be a game one Andy or a game one if you. It's just that the history is so strong, Emily. So give me a way in for AL. How do they adapt into game 2?
I mean, I'm curious to see what they end up drafting.
Bản đồ thế giới à, cái trang bị gì đấy? Nghe trôn vậy. Đao súng lục lưu đình kìa. Nhận một tích trữ đạn mỗi 3 giây, tối đa 6 tích trữ. Các kỹ năng gây sát thương sẽ tiêu 2 tích trữ gây thêm đam sát thương phép mục tiêu. Nếu không có mục tiêu gần đó, mỗi tích trữ đạp lại cái tiêu. À, cái này là cái trang bị tấn công mà.
Flandre marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandre, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased, Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's legend is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4.
À, sau cái trận này thì Sau cái trận này thì tôi nghĩ 3-1 mấy anh em. Sau trận này thì tôi nghĩ là 3-1 chứ không có 3-2 đâu thiệt ấy. Thằng AL dãy được ít nhất một game thôi. Nếu AL mà thua là còn mỗi test trong cái gì thôi đúng không? Nếu mà AL mà thua cái này còn mỗi test thôi. Đâu còn ai đâu. Đâu còn ai để ngăn cản đâu. Thôi nhưng mà tôi cũng muốn cặp này là 3-2 ấy, để cho có gọi là gọi là căng thẳng một chút xíu ấy. Chứ 3-1 thì dễ quá.
And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways.
Trong lúc chờ đợi mình chơi cái trò chơi gì trên web không? Em biết cái trò chơi mà thoát khỏi mấy cái bẫy không? Kiểu có con người quen nó chạy qua chạy lại á, xong rồi nó sẽ thoát khỏi những cái bẫy á. Cái trò tên gì ta? Cái trò chơi trên web tôi quên tên rồi. Mấy em biết tên gì không? Giờ rảnh mình ngồi mình chơi coi. Cái trò đó tên gì tôi quên mất tiêu rồi. Cái trò mà kiểu như cái con nó sẽ nhảy á, sao nó sẽ qua mấy cái bẫy để thoát, nhưng mà nó mấy cái bẫy mất dạy lắm. Sudoku cái lòn. Ê cái gì vậy? Tao mới thấy Riot quảng cáo cho cái gì vậy? Quảng cáo cho con hả? Con base. Ui. Con base. Một cái sàn giao dịch điện tử hả? Trời ơi, má ơi, Riot quảng cáo cho sàn giao dịch trên đây luôn hả? Vãi liền. Làm tí luôn nè. Được không mới sợ. Vậy tao còn lưu trên web luôn nè. Tao còn lưu rồi vậy. Luna bây giờ tên gì? Lindsay. Đây, đủ mấy cái đồng lộ. Mấy cái đồng này hồi đó tao mua 100 đô một đồng. Bây giờ nó là 0.00004. Khóc. Trong một đêm từ 100 đô một đồng, tao ngủ dậy với cái giá là 0.000. Má mất 5 số 0. Có thể cũng có thể là lại đó luôn. Cũng có thể là lại luôn. Trong một đêm ngủ dậy.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Ê, tôi tải game này nè mấy ông, mình chơi không? Tôi tải 2XKO rồi.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and
2XKO là game đánh lộn á.
shots packed with detail. Zoom in on one face.
Đâu để mở thử con có chơi được không?
Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nên em hiểu 4 thiết trên thế giới có nào tiêu qua lại. Trời ơi, đã gọi là tiêu qua lại LPL Slayer mà mấy ông. Bây giờ trong lúc chờ đợi ngồi chơi gì vậy trời? Sudoku.
Welcome back to the fourth and final quarterfinal here at Worlds 2025 between AL and T1. Game number one was close for a very long time, but when push came to shove, it was all about the fight at the Dragon Soul, and T1's immaculate team fighting came out on top to secure them the win. Now we're back, jumping into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, to see if AL can bounce back after the Game 1 defeat. AL's back on the blue side. They're going to continue banning Bard and Azir, while on the T1 side, it's Yunara and Orianna taken off the table.
And I want to see Tarzan on something where he can be proactive in the early game. It felt like it was a very, very almost every time Tarzan kind of joins a team, he becomes the soul of that team in the early game. How aggressive he can be, how he can dictate how early kills
Chơi
are
quất
going.
anh ổ Messi là gì vậy?
Weren't able to get much out of him in the last one. We'll have to see if he can bounce back.
As far as jungle, there's a lot of power picks up at the moment. Wukong, the Jarvan as well, and Xin Zhao all really highly prized. Personally, I'm
Chơi
a big
quất
fan
canh
of
ổ Messi là
Wukong.
gì vậy?
I just think that team fighting on
Có
this
quất
champ
đó hả?
is so incredible. Although, of course, your pre-6 influence isn't the biggest, but I still think the payoff is definitely there.
Wukong actually has not been played yet by Tarzan at this event.
uống
In the
một chút
5
Red
games
Bull
that
coi cho
AL
tỉnh ngủ
played
cái.
to get to the
Hai thằng này đánh nó ru
quarterfinals,
ngủ
they
quá.
didn't have to use that champion a single time. We'll see if that changes here, but no, the priority instead is going to be on the Poppy. 7 wins and 3 losses on this one. It's been a very successful champ so far.
Yeah, and it's a flexible pick, so opening up with it as first pick is definitely viable. And now you don't have to continue to ban that one of Carrier champs. The Poppy definitely going pairing well with the Bard as well as the
Hai cái
Nico
đoạn net rung
bands
ngủ
that
quá.
usually find him. But he's just gonna slam a Nautilus very quickly into it.
I mean, you think back to MSI, and it was actually Owner who was able to snipe Kael on the Poppy over the wall with that Skarner ultimate and turn things around for them. So we'll have to see if Team 1 trying to opt in towards a similar strategy, but I like it. Go for the hook champion, the value's still there into a potential Poppy flex, and then again, you can opt in towards more range stuff if you want to here, but it looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao for Owner.
Yeah, and speaking of the Poppy, Kael had a very good one at this particular tournament as well, as we talked about in game number 1 versus Gen G. But as we say, doesn't have to go into the support role this early on. So let's take a look as we progress. Are we going to get the Wukong? I really do think it is so exceptional for these team fights. And AL already, these first couple of picks, I think are setting themselves up with a really insane-o team fight.
I agree, and I think that's where a lot of the focus is going to be now in trying to deny a lot of T1 any sort of pressure that can go on towards the Sivir. Like, dive is already going to be alleviated a lot thanks to both the Wukong and the Poppy. But I don't think, like, unless T1 will opt in towards things like the Hui and maybe some of these more long-range AD carries, I think you should be fine as AL to just find these big team fights as you start to roll on through.
Okay, clock ticks down and it looks like T1.
Bên đây người ta gọi là thoải mái quá ha. Camera ly tới đâu là camera ly tới đâu là người ta sẽ team tới đó, còn bên hàng là ly tới lò chia tới đó. Bên hàng kiểu như tụi nó body shaming lắm không? Bên hàng mất dạy lắm. Bên hàng nó có một cái phong tục đó là body shaming mất dạy vô cùng, cho nên là bởi vậy ở bển nữ tại người ta toàn che không á. Bên hàng nó cực kỳ mất dạy và đánh giá phụ nữ luôn. Đúng, cho nên chào mỗi lần quay tới bạn nữ là bạn nữ đi che mặt không à. Này có ra tối đâu rằng có nha, shop ơi, này ra top tới răng khu vực đường dưới nha. Red Bull nó rất là chua, nhưng mà nó vẫn có ngọt, mà nó rất là nhiều đường luôn nha. Tôi coi đường ở trong Red Bull là nó nhiều vải lòn luôn ấy. Mà nó chua, đéo hiểu luôn. Nó chua nhăn mặt luôn á. Vẫn ngọt. Top support có Rakan không ở không nữa. Rakan đéo giờ đeo được cái top tướng trừ khi nó được búp lại. Hồi xưa ta lên full nap luôn, má một nhảy bay màu AD bên kia. Lóc luôn à, vãi lên ghê vậy. Trời ơi, đụng bên lóc đéo suy nghĩ luôn. Con Rakan của mày còn thua tao nhiều. Con Rakan là con mà tao đánh là nhiều điểm còn hơn cả mấy con mid khác, mấy con tướng khác luôn ấy, đéo hiểu luôn. Con Rakan top 2 điểm của tôi mấy ông. Đéo hiểu. Hồi xưa tôi leo Rakan top 10 bằng áp mà, hụn má lên full áp top 10 xong rồi bị nép đéo đánh nữa luôn.
Great, but it's the Anivia. Faker Anivia as the 5th pick of the draft here for T1.
Cái gì vậy? Bích cái gì vậy?
For Galio, what is Galio gonna do? I mean, Anivia laning is gonna be annoying and Anivia scales.
Hồi bữa tôi có nghe một cái thông tin ở đâu là Faker dạo này Chien con Anivia cực kỳ nhiều. Hồi bữa tôi có nghe cái tin là con Anivia được Faker Chien rất nhiều trong răng.
You jump in, you have a bad time, you try to run away, the wall goes down, an equalizer comes down, and you're having an equally bad time. So I love this adaptation from T1.
Hồi bữa tôi có nghe phong phanh cái thông tin rồi mà tôi không có tin. Má này anh già vác con chim ra chơi với lại Galio luôn à.
I love seeing champions that almost never get picked, and the only thing that makes it better is when it's happening on the biggest stages with the best players in the world. And now we get to see Faker on the Anivia here in the second game against anyone's legend. I really want to see how well the wall placements are going to work in this one, because a properly placed wall can decimate a team fight.
So much on the line here for AL. Going down 0-2 versus T1 as the LPL second seed would not be the way that you were expecting this one to try and start off, but T1 once again looking strong in game 1 versus the LPL. We'll have to see as we get onto the Rift if they can continue that trend.
Faker has a lot of good career
mà T1 mà móc những con bài dị ra là mấy ông phải hiểu là T1 đã có sự chuẩn bị rất là kỹ rồi đấy. Hồi nãy tôi đã phân tích với mấy ông rồi, game 2 bắt buộc phải là một trong hai team đến bài dị, bởi vì sao? Cái team mà đang 1-0 á thì phải chơi bài dị để chi, để tụi nó bất ngờ quất cho thành 2-0 luôn, để thành game bản lề. Còn cái đội mà bị thua 0-1 á, tụi nó phải chơi bài dị, bởi vì tụi nó phải sắp lại cho 1-1 thành BO3. Mà bên T1 kỳ này đánh cao tay hơn, chơi bài dị trước luôn. Đụng má thật sự là gớm luôn á. Gớm luôn á.
Is if I end up getting caught out by a taunt or by that knock-up. So being able to very quickly pop that phrase rush and keep out of harm's way from Tarzan and Shanks is going to be crucial in these fights.
Yeah, and he's also got the Scorch there for the painful lane phase here to apply more and more damage early on onto Shanks.
All right, we've still got a little bit of time before our minions make their way into the lanes to collide. So remember, if you've got a couple seconds to spare, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn some exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Maybe you'll get an Anivia skin in one of those capsules so you can play just like Faker does. We're looking at our junglers, both of them starting here in their red side quadrants. A little bit of a tongue twister here in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody's going to be thinking about this bottom lane. It is Guma, Yushi,
để coi con Xin Giao của UC này nó có chiến với con Xin Giao của anh Tây không? Mà nó bung Sibel luôn. Bung Sibel lấy lợi thế sớm luôn. Ê mà sao tụi men Raven thích chơi con Raven giác đấu ha, kiểu cái nhìn cái lưỡi nó rất là nhọn, nó xoay nhìn mượt á. Tụi đái má ghê đâu, gặp chim đái. Nó áp lực.
Okay, Faker with that early push
here in the mid lane,
crashing that wave into Shank's turret. As you can see, the same thing happening up there in top. Flandra crashing the wave into Doran. Flandra was the point of strength
level 3
AL in that first game, but now we can see Tarzan coming down for the Wukong level 3 gank.
Lôi.
Here he goes in with the dredge line. A lot of damage onto Kyle. He flashes away.
Một cái
Keria has to flash over the wall to escape, and T1's marksman gets punished. Nice move from Tarzan.
Má Raven mà chết ngay cái mạng đầu tiên là bệnh rồi đấy. Raven mà chết ngay cái mạng đầu tiên là bắt đầu bệnh rồi đấy.
Kyle does survive. That is also the critical part. You know, Guma's gonna flash forward to try and get his cash in, but Kyle does gain just enough distance.
Nói gì mà không đủ đam à.
That terror shot came in clutch. The auto attack was winding up. But Tarzan
con Raven nó yếu nhất là khi nó chết mạng đầu tiên, mấy không? Tới giờ tôi vẫn chưa thấy đứa nào đánh con Raven qua được Doggo.
As T1 jumps in after the AL mid laner, but Shanks barely survives with flash.
It's always what you do afterwards, after a level 3 gank, because then your opponent has the priority.
Thật tới giờ tôi vẫn chưa có ấn tượng con Raven nào ngoài Raven của Doggo. Hôm qua thằng Hansama đánh con Raven cũng đéo có ấn tượng luôn.
Is quite nice, but I think that minion probably saw Tarzan traverse over to the bottom scuttle crab, so they will know that he's at least going to get that one.
Doggo CFO á, má Doggo đánh Raven nhìn nó gớm lắm mấy ông, nhìn áp lực phải liền á.
Feeling a little bit better than they did earlier, thanks to the Guma Yushi not quite being able to secure that kill, but I still feel like Guma's Draven is going to be in the driver's seat in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's a very early kill onto the Draven, which means that you hadn't really stacked up a lot of those adoration stacks. So still should be fine to continue to stack, and then if you can get that kill later on, should still be able to get a pretty sizable payout. So I'm wondering how much pressure wants to go to this bottom side, as it looks like Owner, with Flandre playing very aggressively on the top wave, wants to try and match a play.
Okay, creeping around from behind, trying to time this so Owner can be in position right as the wave is ready to crash. They don't want to allow Flandre to try to clear this out. Cannon Mini gonna absorb it here with the start. Wind becomes lightning. Flandre with a flash away. Doran gonna burn him down, but he needs a little more damage with the flame spitter.
Trời ơi, vậy mà vẫn đổi mạng hỉ.
Flandre getting one back, and this trend of T1 diving on Bessa and it not working out will continue for a third time here at Worlds.
Very, very critical for Flandre to get the counter kill there. As he turns around and the tower shot does deliver, he's got teleport. He's
game này nghi ngờ một điều quá ta. Hay là còn con chim. Vẫn còn con chim thấy không? Con chim. Con chim vẫn là một cái gì đó đấy con chim ơi. Con chim vẫn là cái gọi là ẩn số trong cái game này nha anh em.
Also, the fact that you've invested this time as T1 into that top gank means that Tarzan has actually managed to continue to farm up and now match some of the shortcomings in the experience he had, but Flandre has hit level 6, eyeing up Faker on the Anivia in this mid-wave.
He's looking for that public execution, and he finds it. Faker gets jumped on. Flandre going in, trying to proc the rebirth, and they get it. They've scrambled the egg, and there's the feat of warfare for anyone's legend.
Faker did not respect the ult combination. He tried to dodge the ultimate from Flandre, but then that Galio comes in, the ultimate layered on, he gets the knock up, and Faker flashes and dies and loses egg.
Exactly. Losing the egg is so big. The rebirth has a 4-minute cooldown, and Faker is so much more vulnerable now.
Flandre had to give up a lot, though, to make that play happen. Doran was able to shove in that wave topside very, very quickly. You can see it reflected in the CS difference there and the gold difference. Flandre up a kill, but bang on even when it comes to the gold.
The old men on the rift fighting it out there in the
Yes,
mid lane. Flandre makes his roam down, gets big value out of it. Let's see though, Anivia does still scale well, but you have to worry about repeat ganks. When you don't have the safety of your flash or your egg, you are definitely a vulnerable target.
Exactly. That passive is such a powerful defensive tool, just at dissuading plays being made against you, and to lose it alongside the flash, like you already said, Kobe, there's now this massive target on the back of the Anivia. 35 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn. The Infernal Drake already on the Rift. You're seeing a couple pings around that bottom side river area coming out from AL right now.
It is a question now of how much do T1 value AL's ultimates being down. Shanks won't have his up and available, which is such a massive tool for these fights, and maybe they think they can actually take the scrap with their own ultimates up and available. It will be a very short window of time where those Void Grubs are up, but at least at the moment, with the push on top for Gumayushi and for Keria, looks like they should be able to start up these Void Grubs on spawn and at least get one for themselves.
Yeah, meanwhile, AL feel really happy that because of the early gank on bottom side from Tarzan, you know, Hope got that Cole very early on, so keeping the Sivir in mid and just farming and being
mặc dù là 3-1 nhưng mà tiền đéo chân. Y như cái trận trước giống như T1 mà gọi là ăn mạng ấy, nhưng mà lại là không có trên tí nào luôn. Nghĩa là cũng đéo một khoảng cách nào luôn anh em.
Exactly. Remember in game number 1, it was AL securing all three
không có khoảng cách nào luôn
and T1 securing that first Drake about a minute later. This time around, we swap them around. It's T1 going for the 3 grubs, and AL immediately handshaking the Drake in trade.
Yeah, and Kyle even TPing up to make sure that Flandre could get that wave without having to
worry about the time afterwards.
One of the nice things here for Shanks too is because you're up against double AP solo laners, he gets a very easy build path. You traditionally want to go for the Hollow Radiance anyway, but it doesn't really matter if he ends up against the Anivia or that Rumble. Realistically, he's going to get value either way out of that item, which is just great for the AL mid laner.
Yeah, and we'll see about the control over the mid lane because they're keeping Faker mid to match this Sivir.
Chigalo nó đứng nghiêng, có di chuyển đâu cha.
One of them is getting ganked.
Okay, Hope. Nah, he's fine. He's Sivir. He's got a spell shield. He's okay.
And during that time, where Keria does show mid going for a possible gank, it actually allows Kyle
nó di chuyển thiệt.
Look at
nó có bay một cái khỏi nhỏ xíu. Nó có di chuyển thiệt anh em. Nó có gọi là nhích nhích một chút xíu ấy.
A Wukong plus a Galio ultimate being ready to go over the top definitely provides a lot of very threatening engage angles.
Nhưng mà nhích có tí xíu cũng có tác dụng mẹ đâu. Tôi thấy là nhất có chút xíu gì cũng có tác dụng gì đâu mọi người, thấy cũng bình thường. Hai cơ hội ra ra.
Doesn't quite catch him. The angle wasn't there, and Shanks survives.
And Kyle was trying to move down towards this bottom side of the map to cover this play exactly, but thought nothing of it when T1 didn't show carry on the bottom side. Starts to move towards mid instead, and Novel was trying to move down towards...
Catch him. The spin. Shanks.
Carry is a little late on this one though.
Yeah, Shanks could be in some danger as the axes spin. Shanks.
Ủa rồi có trúng không vậy anh em? Sao thấy nó có chút xíu đam vậy? Đánh con Raven bẩn mắt. Đánh con Raven bẩn mắt. Đánh không bằng con Daggo. Anti chính thức là gọi là phong cho Daggo làm top 1 Raven trong xung kích thế giới nha.
We do have the first major item completed with owner grabbing the Sundering Sky here on his Xin Zhao, so I wouldn't be surprised to try to find a play.
Yeah, I think if you're on AL though, I like what Kobe was talking about, trying to punish Gumayushi with no flash.
Đấy, con Raven thật sự bẩn mắt ấy. Tôi đánh Raven hay hơn ấy.
Try and use that to catch out Gumayushi on this bottom wave and still have that time.
Ủa mấy ông thấy tôi đánh Raven tôi lụm 3 rìu rồi đấy. Nên MVP luôn mà.
Looks like it's only to see if they can spot out some defensive vision and they'll clear it out.
Yeah, owner does get scouted here, clearing out the control ward. Again, T1 constantly looking for angles to attack this mid lane, but some decent wards from AL on the bottom side. Also do see the attempt from Keria there.
Look how much is invested by T1 though on this bottom side of the map to actually try and keep Gumayushi safe. They have a ward in this bottom brush. They have a ward that's just timed out of Raptors, and they had a ward as well that was in that entrance into River. They've been trying desperately to make sure that nothing can happen to the
231 stack. Mỗi stack cho mấy vàng ta tự
from now on, alongside the fact that he's already got a 400 gold lead because of the first blood, and his call is about to cash in just 10 stacks. AL's AD carry is set up to be in a great spot for this next objective fight.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir versus Draven starting out like this, where Draven has not gotten a cash in, had an early death, and Sivir has gotten a lot of free farm towards mid lane because of their assignments previously, is really, really good news for their side. Will say though, you know, we are still looking towards the next big team fight. That is going to be the one that actually moves the needle here in this game. As you say, it's only 50 seconds away now. And already trying to get some setup work done here. Kyle, once again, he's moving in, trying to get a little bit deeper vision.
I'm curious how AL want to try and approach this fight, though, because at this stage, you still have Gumayushi, his flashless, so I think that is going to be your focal point. It's hope. May try and stop them. But again, you're kind of
nó không ghi được bao nhiêu vàng hết trơn á. Nó không ghi được bao nhiêu vàng á. Thôi mình cứ tính cho 2 vàng nhé. Bây giờ là 261 tấm 250 đi. Nổi được nội tại là được 500 vàng, 600 vàng. Nổi nội tại 600 vàng. Trời đánh nát vậy. Đánh nát vậy. Ui. Ui.
With reinforcement from Shanks for the shield, for the outplay to stop Doran in his tracks. Wait a sec! Makes it a 1-for-1 Gumayushi from all the way across the map. Strikes true.
Bao nhiêu tiền ta? Bao nhiêu tiền vậy?
It looks so good for AL, but Guma finds the cash in with the ult from the opposite side of the map, and now AL.
Từ từ nha, coi hết combat tôi coi lại bao nhiêu tiền á.
Keeper's verdict to make the fight unfair. Keria is your first target. His owner wants to go in after Kyle now. Loses half his HP. Boomerang blade takes Keria down to 150. Faker making his way forward, but T1's not going to find anybody. They also
móc kìa. Giờ tranh lớn rồi. Faker đang bị bao vây một mình. Faker về lấy vài vàng nội tại dạng trứng của mình. Flandre tới. Doran đang đứng đây. UMC phải tốc biến. Bây giờ không còn ai có một chiêu đánh nào cả rồi. Bu nhau về. Chết mẹ, người giữ lại là Raven, nhưng mà không sao, Raven vừa mới reset nội tại rồi. Raven vừa reset nội tại cho nên là sẽ không có gì mất mát nhiều cả anh em ơi.
tries to get there faster. T1
Rồi tôi
trying
coi
to
lại cái pha nó lời bao nhiêu tiền cái nha.
Tarzan tries to... AL's... Plus the flash to try to get away. Flash electro harpoon coming out. But no! It's Flandra with reinforcement from
Raven đang bị con kia ao. Raven đang bị con kia ao 900 vàng. Trời ơi. Đang bị ao 900 mấy, 950 vàng, 990 vàng nha anh em. Nội tại là 900 vàng. Trời ơi, thật sự cái hũ. Thật sự cái hũ ghê gớm anh em. Cái hũ 900 vàng ấy.
You can really start to focus down people like Gumayushi in this fight who has no flash.
Exactly, man. Guma is in
cái hũ 900 vàng anh em.
danger. He's got his bloodthirster, so at least that's going to allow him to power through some of the chip damage. He's got his serrated dirk for a bit more power.
5 thì thêm thì ý là cộng cái tiền nội tại nãy tính ra nữa đấy. Cộng tiền nội tại tính ra với thêm cái mạng 300 nữa thì 900 là đúng rồi. Hồi nãy 990 đúng không? Xong mà reset xong còn hơn 100 vàng là 900. Hồi nãy lúc mà cái hũ nổ là 990 nhớ không? Cách tiền là 990. Là 1000 xong rồi còn 100 thôi là 900 đúng rồi. Ủa mới Gumayushi đéo chạy được.
Forced back again by Flandra. Doran's gonna get time with this bottom lane tier.
Gì vậy anh em?
Đúng
không Faker biết chơi chim không vậy? Faker biết chơi chim không?
They teleport in. Shanks is able to lock him up. Even with Owner's ultimate knocking him back for a second, he still moves in, finds the
Có biết chơi chim không trả lời.
Excellent stuff from anyone's legend. The setup with these wards deep to try and make that play happen was just perfect. And now even look at the top side, right? Sure, Doran got this tower in the bot wave, but I think Flandre might be able to stick around and get that top tower. We're going to have a look at the fight as Kael, the TP was beautiful, sets up with a double knock-up, and even though Owner gets a nice disengage, it doesn't matter. Able with the phase rush to get that taunt that they need. Owner does pick up one on the backside, but there's just so many members of AL there. There's just no hope of escape.
Ê, tôi biết Honor nó không vậy mà áo khoác vô nhưng mà nó khoác ở ngoài mấy ông khoác nè. Honor kiểu khoác vậy cho ngầu á. Chứ không giờ mặc hết cho đâu, khoác vậy thôi cho nó ngầu. Nhưng là đéo ngầu tí nào. Chậu mấy đi. Chậu.
I think you're looking at Tarzan and Kael to have that synergy that they had back at the peak of this team at MSI to be able to make plays and work together to find these opportunities to really take the fight to T1, and they did it right there.
T1 are trying to find a pick onto Flandre though. They're matching Faker into this top side with 35 seconds until Dragon. Faker has no TP. He used it to cover mid-wave after they lost that last fight. So AL gonna have to be a little bit careful of keeping Flandre safe before they realize exactly where T1 are on the map.
And Hope's got Infinity Edge, so that means this Sivir has scaled. This Sivir does some big damage. Have to be very careful about their positioning. Faker himself a little worried about his positioning.
Yeah, he's getting caught out here by Flandra. Public execution, though, not lined up correctly. Now Flandra has to flash away. T1 committing to look to find the kill onto the Mbessa. Owner goes after it, needs the third talent strike. And Doran's damage is enough, but off to the side at the same time. Hope is going in. It's another...
Má sao Gumayushi bị bắt hoài vậy?
Anyone's legend. They want a second, and they'll find it. A double kill to Hope as T1 reinforcements are coming around.
Trời ơi, đánh con Raven bận mắt thật sự ấy.
Rift Herald summoned up here in the mid lane. Tarzan, Kael, and Hope gonna knock down the tier 1 turret, and now they're gonna drive it.
Raven về lay không cửa đánh với lại con Sivir nhá. Raven đéo thể nào bắn lại Raven con Sivir về lay được á. Trời má đánh AD chết 4 mạng, chết nhiều nhất team luôn. Chịu rồi.
And it's such a good counterpunch because you see that play in the top side. KL again flashing over, immediately picks off Gumayushi and sets up for this play. And Keria, trying to keep his AD carry alive, only gives more money into the hands of anyone's legend. And it's at the beginning a good play from T1. We think, yes, Trade Dragon, you can't really fight. But now they're on towards Atakan. Vondre, they're looking for his TP.
Okay, T1 not afraid to start this up. It's a 2,500 gold lead for anyone's legend, but nobody's here just yet. Down to 5,000 HP. Tarzan goes in for the cyclone. Shanks ready to arrive with a grand entrance.
Xì mai, xì mai, xì mai. Vẫn còn cơ hội. Chạy đi. Má khó anh em. Sao tôi không nhìn cái cửa nào để T1 lật những này vậy?
Two for one is a little bit of extra gold, but you would definitely rather have the Otacon and the extra experience and stats that you get from that. Afterwards, though, AL will make for.
Má con CV4 không về lại nó ném cho.
That is a lot of gold.
I was going to say, I think that's third item for Hope now off the back of it, but it's a Hail Mary call for T1. They know they're in dire straits. Tarzan goes in a little bit early, and it means that there's no real follow-up for him. He falls before Anakan goes down, and it's a scramble from anyone's legend to just find these kills then after T1 get the snipe. Vondre just barely whiffing on the public execution. Could have given that little bit more over to AL, but T1 managed to get the objective.
Unfortunately for T1, the shutdown went to Keria to the Nautilus. And so it did not get picked up by Guma there, but still they are definitely looking to find more picks.
Bây giờ là Guma phế lắm luôn rồi đó. Phút 21 còn hơn là nổi được một lần nội tại nha, mà còn chưa được 3 món nữa. Má bị con CV bên kia ao một món lớn luôn. Chịu rồi.
Is so frustrating when you consider the 3,000 individual gold lead for Hope as the AD carry here.
They're
moving into the enemy jungle now. Kyle again just slams Owner into the wall, but now he's in danger. Tarzan and Kyle both so low, it's too dead on the AL.
Trời ơi, Faker chặn cái cục băng tự chặn đường của mình luôn. Ê, từ từ, chưa. Ê, từ từ. Hai. ADC không đốt, Ui. Hai. Chưa anh em ơi, Má, vừa chửi ADC đốt xong. Đây, cái miệng anti gớm thì có má vừa chửi ADC đốt xong cái bắt luôn.
Before this fight, but look at T1, they kite back through their jungle. Even though Kyle gets his ultimate off before he dies, Faker still has flash, and it buys time for the rest of T1 to join and punish the super deep invade from AL.
And Shanks is basically useless in this fight. He doesn't have the ultimate up and available. He's trying to get into the fight for a lot of the time, and even the recent of the poppy.
Thằng đặt răng lại là cái biểu hiện đó.
The follow through that they really wanted to.
Thằng đặt răng là cái biểu hiện chết mẹ lỗi rồi. Thằng đặt răng có biểu hiện mỗi lần mà nhóm tôi đi rừng phải không? Má, chó ngu này. Anh sẽ biết là nhị, anh sẽ phải nhét chữ vô miệng thằng đặt răng này. Chó ngu này. Nó xì no ball cho vậy rồi đó mà quăng được.
Exactly, getting more pedals for these kills as they exit.
Thua trận, thua BO3, thua BO5 này đi về.
It actually just fully funded the hex plate here for Guma as well. The bruisery, tanky, Draven build where we see him pop the ult really early on.
And crucially, they didn't actually have to burn a lot of Summoner's spells to make that one happen. So now with the Dragon in 25 seconds, you still have T1 in control of the area. They can fish for picks. They can make it awkward for this low-range composition to enter into River.
Hết ao tiền luôn rồi, nãy ao 3k giờ còn ao có 1k rồi.
If AL can keep space and and keep Hope auto-attacking, they do have a lot of damage potential. You know, Tarzan and Shanks here have to have a really good setup to the team fight, though.
Okay, it's T1 with control over the river. They're going to start up the Drake. They have the control ward inside the pit. They're going to step back, group up as a clump, as 5 towards the bottom side of the river. AL looking for the approach. Tarzan wants the flank and he flashes over the wall. Now Faker.
Hay, Gumasi chạy được, Gumasi vẫn thoát. Gumasi đang ném, Gumasi bị Wukong em. Nhưng mà Wukong vẫn tiêu diệt được, Gumasi vẫn đang ném 1 rìu, 2 rìu nhưng mà đã hồi máu lên rồi. Nhưng mà bây giờ Keria thì sao? Keria đang còn thấp máu. Gumasi không có nằm solo lại hop cả, nhưng mà đó là một pha nằm xuống đến vị trí của Gumasi rồi. Lộn má mới khen Gumasi xong.
The Baron is up and they're teleporting up to the top side of the map. Are AL gonna go for more?
It looks like they will. Understanding that this could be their moment to try and bring the game back in their favor.
Mới khen Gumasi xong kêu mới không ghét tiền nữa.
Faker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed to the wall, but he's far back enough that he cannot stay alive. Hope runs after Doran. The auto attacks cutting through the rumble. A little bit more is needed, and a little bit more will be found. Keria presents himself on a silver platter, and it's AL eating good. Ace for the LPL squad.
And AL find their moment to fight back. It looked like T1 had found that glimmer of hope, but the door is slammed in their face.
Má màn T1 này á.
For anyone's legend.
T1 were worried about the Baron, but they should have been worried about their lives. Teleporting in, AL will take from them everything. The gold lead has ping-ponged right back.
The gold lead returns to where it once stood for anyone's legend. Now 4,500 gold ahead again as we take a look at the fight that made it all happen. No, this is the teleport in from Faker afterwards.
It was so aggressive from Faker. Could have gone towards his own
chó gì vậy trời.
Not having any sort of ability to get out of here means that AL pounce immediately. And even Hope here, having the support of Kyle, means that Doran can't really go aggressive on the play and hope that he can trade something back. And even Keria, trying to again support a dying teammate, ends up giving over his life on the back of this.
Okay. Look at these guys. All right, AL with the gold lead back in hand and the Baron buff, so they can take a lot more. That little dip there is just a blink in the radar now. AL looking to siege.
AL with their Red Bull Baron power play want to get as much of a lead with it as they can. This is the 6th turret that they will take this game, which means the only targets left are inside the enemy base.
They are also a heavily Baron reliant team. You are very short range, but they're looking for Doran.
Immediately though, it's T1 ready for their counterattack, but the counterattack doesn't hit hard. The Redemption's going to heal off pretty much everything from the equalizer. Tarzan's clone's the only thing that took meaningful damage, so T1's going to clear the wave away, but the cannon minion is still alive. The tier 3 turret's below half HP. Everybody on AL is feeling confident, and without the equalizer, that's a big team fight tool that T1 no longer has.
Both lanes being pressured by AL. Gumayushi has to step forward to clear.
Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ là còn Nvidia khó push lắm. Kiểu nó chặn cái tường á, không vô push được. Đó, nó chặn gì khó vô push. Một cái đủ mấy cái xe kia bắn ngoài vậy. Cái xe kia bắn ngoài khó chịu vậy. Má lính không vô nhưng mà con tướng không vô được mà lính nó bắn.
Top lane about to be the next target. Flandre wants to crash the wave. Still 1/3 of the cooldown left on the equalizer. Tarzan takes a little bit of damage here, but again, it's nothing super serious. Shanks leads the charge. Tier 3 turret drops to a colossal smash from Shanks as AL has found their way into the enemy base. T1 scrambling, regrouping between the top and mid lanes as they do want to continue trying to defend the turret. AL's going to take their time, though. Now they focus on the top lane, tier 3. Flandra's already got the wave. Hope steps up. Second tier 3 turret eliminated as T1 continue to retreat. Anyone's Legend still playing it nice and slow. Inhibitor under siege top side first. Hope plus the cannon minion, more than enough to take that one down. Mid lane's already down. Those two inhibitors within 10 seconds of one another, nearly perfectly synced up as Anyone's Legend take their exit.
They look at that 40-second Drake timer and say, right, we've got enough pressure. Mid and top wave's going to be pushing in our favor. We can reset, pick up a completed item, a 4th item for Hope. And he should be able to carry through this next engagement. I think for T1, maybe you just have to let it slip. A third dragon, buy some time. Hope this Anivia can get to a position where she can be a massive threat in fights.
Yeah, AL here moving in 4 items now for Hope as well. The Sivir, the damage will be insane, bouncing back and forth, cutting the healing as well.
And look at the footwear of anyone's legend. 4 tier 3 Mercury treads purchased. The ability for the Anivia to try to do anything meaningful to so many of these champions is so restricted. And you can see T1 are making the call. We cannot go fight for this.
Má còn rồng đất nữa chứ.
AL with a 6.5
Anh nghe nó bú lên hộp rồng đất là thua chắc luôn ấy.
At Soul Point, the Whirling Death used to just try to maybe get the Miracle Steal. That cooldown's going to be available again.
Lên hộp rồng đất nó trâu điên á.
Would be a fight, and that fight is less than 2 minutes from now.
And that's why you're seeing them just try and give as much gold towards Faker. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard for protection. Would love him to try and finish off his magic pen item, but unfortunately for them, you're not getting that time as T1 tries to clear out the mid wave while the bot siege begins.
Yep, no more Baron though means considering Faker has the wave clear of an entire team as Anivia, he can take care of those super minions. Everybody else groups up to defend the only remaining tier 3 turret, but over the wall goes Tarzan. Faker's got to try to stay safe into the back line. Public execution onto Faker. Redemption's not there in time. The egg has already been procced, but he will not be reborn. A kill onto owner follows. AL's already found 2, and they want Gumayushi. Doran and Keria will be next to die as T1 are wiped off of Summoner's Rift. Anyone's legend with a clean ace to win game 2.
The Panda Warriors are coming alive in game 2 and showing that in Shanghai, this city will belong to them.
Beautiful counter from AL in game number 2 to even it up 1-1. Analysts, how are we feeling now?
Well, we are amazed and elated at anyone's legend taking a game off T1, fighting back after that first game, which is the first time that a team does it since 2019. Take a game off T1 in a
Vứt
quarterfinal.
mẹ Nivea ấy con Raven nhá.
That it spells more good coming out of AL.
Vứt xong đánh như kẹt.
And I love the adjustments that came out of AL, right? Like we talked
Quyết độ
about
Messi lấy
the
giờ.
preparation, starting in draft. There were some really good. I love the quirky Jin bands on 4-5 coming out of them. Even with this Anivia pick, they put a lot of thought into how they want to attack the early game with Tarzan's early gank onto the Draven to kind of try to set up the Sivir into a fairly good spot. It just seemed like outside of that
Cái gì trời?
the little
about it later.
We got a little dicey, but like other than that, I really thought a lot of thought into AL's game plan.
Yeah, I obviously being more accustomed to LCK, I was like, what are they doing? And I was like, it's fine. It's just an LPL gold graph. As we take a look, we go way back in the HyperX Reflex replay, because Flandre for me was a large reason of why the early game felt the way that it did, because his ability to turn around, this is the second play that was made upon him, ended up being huge.
Ủa sao không có từ nào vậy?
This was actually really huge for T1. They ended up getting Drake off the back half of that as well. But for me, Flandra actually did have a huge, Flandra and Tarzan both, had a huge impact in this early game with both of their ganks.
And it happens for Flandra, I think 2 games in a row now. And the reason why I don't want to go and scream it off the rooftops that they finished that game cleanly is because of a replay we need to look at. And Maurits was saying, oh my god, is this happening again?
I was very upset.
Đủ mà
because
không
this
có
is the
luôn.
point where this is too much plot armor, okay? This is not okay. T1 should be losing this game from this point. And AL really overstepped, fighting
Ủa sao kỳ vậy trời?
Feeling emboldened because they have Poppy, which can turn fights in their favor, but you're fighting in a choke point against
Thôi chịu rồi.
against Rumble.
1-1 đi.
Obviously, in the end, I want T1 to win, but I also like good League of Legends was up on this point AL was playing.
He said it, clip it, clip it.
It's true, right? And up until this point, I think that AL had firm grasp of the game. But what to me was the most impressive was that this was only a small setback, and they actually bounced back. And I was worried that it wasn't going to happen. And I think that
đẹp
they
đẽ không ai
deserve
hết
to
mọi
win this
người.
game for 95%
Đẹp đẽ chắc
of it. So the fact that they're able to close it
không có đối
out
thủ rồi anh
feels
em.
fitting.
Emily, talk
Welcome to the LPL.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, talk about the recovery, because as you say, right, in such a fight-heavy region, which it's not, I know people used to say, well, they don't just fight. That's not what I said. Obviously they didn't, because they know how to get the objectives as well as fight, but you do see a form of resilience often in
Thui lủi là cái chó gì vậy? Thui lủi là cái chó gì? Thổi gì? Mày thổi gì? Thằng kế tiếp.
And the biggest benefactor of this is actually Hope, who is going to get this kill onto Doran in the back half, and Sivir ended up taking over so many of these fights with her cleanup kills. This was the Baron. I'm glad you touched upon how important it was for them to get that Baron. And this, it isn't even a classic LPL gold graph. We have a few more of these in there, but you do see that little dip before that fight we just saw. And then
Mấy này gạo mấy ông ơi. Mấy này gạo quá à.
It feels like, bro, in game one, there was a moment for every member of T1. In this game, there was a moment for every member of AL, right? It was the early gank from Tarzan, diverting his pathing. It was the team fighting from KL. It was a couple of really clutch ults coming in from Galio as well. And the fact that we're going 1-1, and we are building towards what I hope will be a continued amazing series.
Trời ơi, mấy này gà thật ấy.
You land upon kind of T1 being on the front foot after winning that first game, yet coming with a strategy in which you have an Anivio, which we haven't seen, I think, since 2016 for Faker. A Gumayushi 2020 special in Draven. What do you make of that? Because Hope seemed to have been the benefactor.
Yeah, when the Draven does not get ahead in this composition, which again,
Tôi trả lời bùa mê nó mê hoặc là tôi chết luôn. Tôi định xài từ mê hoặc rồi đó.
The fact that Hope was able to pop off, if Draven is playing from behind,
cái chó gì vậy?
Draven is playing from even, he's also not
Tôi
playing.
đế được bé đần. Tôi đế được bé đần vậy?
Kind of, but the Anivia, even though it makes sense into the enemy comp, I think didn't really work together that well with the rest. And Faker, unfortunately, also didn't have the best game.
Okay, we'll see how it evolves. As said, the trepidation is in the air. It feels like we are staggering towards that, hopefully, 5-game series like we did at MSI.
Ê, cái này bị ngu à?
Down the gauntlet against T1 as we head into game 3.
A flash from Tarzan. The TPs though. Faker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed at the wall, but he's far back enough that he cannot stay alive. Hope runs after Doran. The auto attacks cutting through the rumble. A little bit more is needed, and a little bit more will be found. Carrier presents himself on a silver platter, and it's AL. Eaten good. Ace for the LPL squad.
Gì kỳ vậy trời, cái trò này nó bị khùng quá mấy ông. Ủa, thằng lồn nè, AL31 T1 vậy? Con chó nào? Con chó nào 3L AL T1? Thôi, cái trò này xàm chó quá. Vui tiếng Việt đi.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
cái này khó quá anh em. cái này khó quá anh em.
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가.
Bỏ qua nha, cái này khó quá anh em ơi. Là một người nhìn mặt thì chắc chắn phải là câu nhìn mặt rồi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Trời ơi. Mình nghĩ gì xàm quá. Đối thủ đầu tiên Dương. Tao biết nó sẽ xài từ Dương luôn. Cái trò lồ mình có thật sự là ở Việt Nam không vậy? Cái trò này có thật sự là ở Việt Nam không phải? Cả một cái danh từ riêng nổi tiếng nhưng mà còn đéo có nữa. Cái gì vậy? La hủ ó là cái gì? Ê, cái đủ cái gì vậy? Thật sự là có từ tên là La hủ ó luôn á hả? Cái gì vậy? Tụi bay giỡn mặt hả? Trời, cái gì vậy trời?
안녕하세요. 저는 AL 서포터 카일입니다. 이번이 첫 월즈입니다. 연습 과정에서도 잘 연습하고 밥 먹을 때도 잘 먹고 숙소도 되게 좋아서
Nam nhân.
것 같습니다.
Hai này sẽ trả lời là nhân loại.
첫 월즈에 기대되는 거는
Trời này ngu quá, nam nhân còn biết
붙어볼 수 있는 거랑 여러 대회를 많이 볼 수 있다는 게 좋은 것 같습니다. 충분히 성장할 기대치는 높다고 생각하고 아직 단판제랑 BO3밖에 안 해가지고 BO5 다전제 나오면은 그때 잘하는 게 진짜 잘하는 거라고 생각해가지고 그때 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 지금까지 계속 응원해주셔서 감사드리고 더 좋은 경기력으로 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ủa tại sao không có thoại lời vậy? Bao tượng.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in the last quarterfinal before we head to the semifinal matchups. It's tied 1-1 between AL and T1. After the second game had some pretty bloody battles. AL was ahead for 20 minutes. It looked like they might have thrown the game, but then they worked their way right back into it. T1 throws it themselves, and after AL get the Baron, they are just pushing straight to the heart of the Korean Nexus.
Friendly little game of catch flowers on the world stage here. Really action-packed though. It was definitely fun. I will say there were marked improvements here for AL. I really liked how the bottom lane played. Kyle had a lot
Dám trả lời mũ rơm không cho mày chết liền.
Plays for them to find picks and set them up a lot. Tarzan as well on the Wukong, exactly what you want. Not only the early level 3 gank, kind of throwing them off as far as the expected clear, but then also how he played these team fights. You remember back to that bottom side dragon one that got AL a big lead in the first place. It was him.
Sao tụi bay kêu đéo được xài tên riêng? Sao tụi bay kêu đến được xà tinh riêng? Ê, tụi bay xạo hả? Nó vừa xà tinh riêng kìa. Tụi bay xạo thật ấy.
Level 3 on the Wukong to set up anyone's legend for success, and I think that's where now you're looking going, okay, T1 have to find some way to fight back because anyone's legend looked like in game number 2 they've woken up.
And one thing that I noticed in
Chủ
particular
nhân,
in that second game,
chủ
Faker
nhà,
and Nivea,
nhà
a
báo,
huge part of the champion is getting
báo chí.
value out of the rebirth passive, out of punishing your opponents for not having a strong
Chỗ
enough
mấy này
play
gà
to try
thiệt
to go
luôn ấy.
after you.
Mẹ
I'm
gì cũng
pretty
là
sure
đời
that
chơi
egg
nữa,
was
nghĩ
sunny
gì đâu
side
đấy.
up every single time Faker was forced into it. So AL
Ninh-
knew the job and they passed the
Ninh-
assignment with flying
Ninh
colors.
Như.
Yeah, they certainly did. Props to Flandra as well. The Mbessa, not only did he get the better of Doran a couple of times with Doran trying to kill him under tower, but he also did that.
Đây thật sự là cái trò chơi dốt nhất tôi từng thấy.
Getting not only the kill plus the flash plus the egg. That was a
Cái
lot
từ này
of
còn đéo
cooldown
có nữa, sao
very
cứ
early
dốt
into
dữ
the
vậy?
game. And Flandra definitely doing some more
Thôi
work up
trò
there
này
as
ngu
well
quá
for
mấy anh em
AL.
ơi.
So going into the
Cái trò này
rest
những
of
cái
this
từ cơ
series
bản nó
as
còn
we
đéo
get
có
deeper
nữa
into
mà.
Fearless, it becomes
Dốt
a
thật
lot
sự
more
ấy.
difficult here for T1. I feel like, AL are a very creative team with super duper deep champion pools in every role.
And they're basically keeping these same bans coming through the Azir. We're going to get the Bard towards Kerry as well, making sure that they're not getting those comfort picks. And with the Orianna gone as well, it feels like a lot of those kind of picks that we started to see in the tournament with the Rise, the Talia now gone as well, are starting to be pinched massively in that mid lane role.
And over on the T1 side, Alistar's banned away. The Trundle first ban of the draft lets me know that T1's got to be looking at something tanky, probably up there in the top side, that they do not want subjugated in these team fights. Corki, third ban in the first half for T1.
I am curious what T1's first pick is going to be, because it feels like the Aurora is kind of the other big mid laner that we've seen go through, and Shank's more than happy to play it. I mean, you were
Chưa đủ
already
trình
talking
chơi với
about
tao
it
đâu.
being the best of times for Faker on that pick. So do they end up just trying to take it as a
Mấy này chưa đủ trình chơi với tao đâu.
will it be anyone's legends they have to get their hands on it?
But that Bard that you mentioned, Dagda,
Này
it's
quá
true.
gà.
Yunara is the final ban in the first 3 here for anyone's legend. Remember, Bard is banned against Keria pretty much every game. He's kind of a miracle worker on this champion. We'll see what kind of priority T1 want to place on it.
And the thing is, if you leave it up, Kyle definitely can play it as well. Definitely likes to play it, so it's also a weapon for AL.
There's the Cassante locked in for T1. First pick, 7-16 so far at the tournament. It is one of the most picked champions so far at Worlds 25, but very much not one of the most successful. T1 looking to hopefully change that a little bit for themselves here with Doran locking it in, but it does leave the Bard still on the table, and AL's hovering it.
This is what I'm saying. It is a big weapon for Kyle, too. Everybody knows, yes, carry a Bard is amazing. And quite probably the best in the world, but Kyle, big Bard player too, and they're going to snatch it right up.
And it felt like this was a plan from anyone's legend. This is the first time they were on red side, and this time they let it slip
Game này game
through,
bán
knowing
lệ
that
anh
you
em
don't
ơi.
really want to first pick that Bard. So instead now they get their hands on the Jarvan and the Bard, and already you're kind of looking at, well, what are the options that we have for trying to escape away from this Jarvan, where Ezreal's gone, Corki's banned, which means you have to go for something, I was going to say, like a Xayah or a Ziggs to try and keep yourself safe. But both of them relatively vulnerable to a potential pick on the Bard ahead of time before that Jarvan goes in.
Yeah, interesting, because if you grab the Ziggs, then you can, pick a counter roam champion for Keria as well, and just feel comfortable. If the Ziggs does end up going to Gumayusi in the bottom, of course they could flex this still as well if it ends up being a good matchup.
I think the hope as well is to open up the Yone in the mid lane for Faker as well, so then he has
Tại
another
sao lại
pick
không
that he
ưu tiên
can
ba
go
cho
for.
Keria
Because
vậy ta?
again, I think that Aurora is going to be the last pick coming through here. Jarvan Aurora is such a very strong
Tại
combo.
sao lại phết bích cây sinh tê cho Doran mà lại không phết bích con ba cho Keria nhỉ?
The problem is Bard can kind of counter that play if the Bard is in a good position and is, close enough. So looks like we are going to get that lock-in as well that you're looking for.
Yep, there it is. Dagda called it. The Aurora locked in. Assume it for Shanks here in the mid lane. And we'll see now what we want to ban. It's supports, it's mid laners that you're looking at on the Anyone's Legend side, and they'll ban away Leona first.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Just to try and make sure that you have a decent matchup on that bottom side. I am curious what they want to try and go for Hope here. The Xayah would be, I think, the best answer, just given what's on the opposite side. But a T1 can easily start to focus away those AD carries and just make this Ziggs Vi combo way more potent if you get rid of, like, Caitlyn Xayah.
Yeah, I'm also thinking like Jin or something like that, maybe for AL, for Hope. You know, that's a champion that can follow up on a lot of these plays.
Olaf là miễn nhiễm R3 nha mọi người. Anti thích 3-2 lắm hả? 3-2 nó căng đúng không?
Though. It looks like T1 not convinced that this Aurora is going to be going towards the mid lane to Shanks. I think it might be going in towards that top side to match up against Doran. It's something we used to see, but I think with the Rek'Sai gone as well, maybe they're a little bit more nervous, but I'd keep my eyes on more things like the Gwen and that. But there's that Pike, that other roaming support that you were talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, take away another one. T1 Pike won't show up in this game. What's it going to be the last one from T1's ban, though? Because I do feel like it is actually, you know, a good angle for Hope Jin. Even though you're looking at K'Sante, it does get very tanky, and maybe the Vi. They do have a lot of options.
He's messing with us a little bit. I'm not going to react to any of these because he's jumping around to quite a few different choices.
I mean, banning the Kaisa is good. That also is a big threat. It also has, you know, follow-up potential for some of those dive angles. So
Zig áp đường dưới đúng không? Zig này Zig ngoài UC phải Zig Taker đúng không?
Zeri, Caitlyn, Zaya, I think you're all perfectly fine with, but obviously it is just going to be the Jin for that long-range follow-up. So again, now it's kind of on Flandre, I feel like, to have a little bit more damage coming through from that top side. So I think I would be looking at things like the Gwen or a Jax, decent matchup into that top side, and can provide enough of that DPS in fights as well.
All right, T1. Let's see what we're going to get here from that support, from that mid lane. We mentioned earlier maybe wanting a Yone for Faker in the mid lane. We'll see if that comes through. Supports both targeted here in the second half of the bans, but no, it's carry a Blitzcrank.
Ghê vậy.
The blitz, the counter roam right here, gonna be looking to make
Khoan. Bên phía bằng T1 đang cực kỳ thiếu đam tay. T1 đang cực kỳ thiếu đam tay luôn nha.
Some early power, and so it looks like the Aurora is going to go trying to abuse the K'Sante up in the side lane, and it is going to be Shanks here.
Nhưng mà tôi không biết chơi Myrap chơi sao?
I really like this adaptation here if they go towards the Yone. It gives you a
Không
really
biết chơi
strong matchup
Myrap
in the
anh
mid
em.
lane that you can look to bully through, and you end up with the Aurora having this push on the top side as well. I love what anyone's legend have brought to the table here. Great dive, great safety for your AD carry, and it feels like T1 have to find creative ways to be disruptive in those fights.
And if you want to disrupt something, one of the most disruptive champions in the game can be a Blitzcrank. We know what this champion does. The old phrase, one pull, one game. If you're not hitting hooks, you're completely useless. You might as well be a cannon minion. But the hooks can warp the entirety of any fight that you land a big one in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to in this game, because to me, I think AL are going to have a lot of pushing power early in this game. Push out your lanes and let Tarzan get some room to work with on this Jarvan. I think AL's early game is going to be fearsome.
Yeah, Flandre, 10-1 on the Aurora. Incredible performances from him on this pick, and especially if he can get that better Adoran and continue to, you know, keep that pressure and push up, suddenly the opportunities for Blitzcrank to try and find those hooks and find those places where you can play off pocket of visions becomes a little bit more difficult. But for anyone's legend here in Shanghai, what a day it would be if they could finally take down the T1, or at least continue to push themselves forward in towards that game number 4.
Let's do it, man. So far, the series has delivered. We're tied up 1-1. Game number 3 as we head onto the Rift to see who moves on to match point. On these big stages, at this highest level of competition, momentum can be so very powerful. As we head out onto the river now, I always want to look out for level 1 shenanigans when Blitzcrank is in the game.
Standard opening so far, so no early invades just quite yet, but we're just getting started here.
Carry is spotted on the ward though, so anyone's legend at least aware of where the Blitzcrank is, which definitely alleviates a lot of the pressure.
Does have the sweeper once again as well.
Ông có tính làm offline không? Đầu tháng 1 tôi mở quán nước cũng bự, khai trương ông ghé là offline không? Ưu đãi lắm hả? Quán nước của ông ở đâu vậy Minh An ơi? Cho tôi xin thông tin của ông được không?
Tôi
xin cái thông tin của ông được không?
pretty chunked out. So
có gì ông inbox cho tôi nhé. Cái quán ông ở đâu ấy? Tôi cũng đang gọi là tìm quán để tổ chức offline cho mọi người á.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to try and get ahead in this mid lane, but I think again, as you're saying, like anyone's legend, hoping to try and abuse on this bottom side of the map, especially as Kael has the range advantage. If he can get some auto attacks onto Gumayushi, that's where he can start to put the pressure down.
Quận 7 hả? Ngon.
But we'll have to see if it's going to be possible.
Ngon ơi. Ông gửi ông inbox cho tôi đi. Ông inbox cho tôi bên Facebook Ti Nguyễn không ghi dấu nha. Ê, quận 7 thật sự là ngon đấy ông ơi, tôi cũng đang tìm một quán nấu quận 7 luôn ấy. Có rộng không? Có sân này nè.
And he's gonna need to use it because he has no more potions left. Pretty early on, had to use those. So gonna rely on the extra teleport. Maybe we can even things out. There's a deep ward up on top side too. You know,
nghe ok đó ông ơi, nghe ok đó ông ơi.
We can look for some lane assignments later on. They decide to alter them very quickly. Another
ghê vậy?
Ui! The turret, Kael has to flash away to avoid death.
The heal burned as well. Kael lucky to escape. It's a nice combo by T1 and nearly results in first blood.
Yeah, that one was exciting there. Lands it, gets the bounce back, the satchel charge into the tower shot, but is the flash, is the heal from Kael maybe a little bit more vulnerable? He's got his jungler pathing down towards bottom side though, so AL's bottom lane should feel fairly comfortable.
Ok ông ơi, nếu thắng 1 thì ok đấy. Cái tháng 1 từ đây tới đó cũng đủ chỉ tiêu rồi.
Looks like it will be pushing back in slowly towards Gumayushi, but might have given an opportunity for Tarzan to look for something on the bottom side. Still considering, but a nice ward spots him out, moving towards mid here.
Shanks continuing to lose out in these short trades with Faker, but it's not really affecting the farm very much. You can see both of them very close in that count as Owner is hanging out on the side of mid lane. Shanks in some danger. Vault Breaker charged up. Shanks with a flash away as Tarzan comes in for the counter attack there with the EQ combo. Kael right behind him looking for a binding, but it does not stun. Shanks losing the flash here from the gank. No summoner spell spent by T1.
A nice gank timing here from Owner. He goes for the gank before the Scuttle Crab.
Flash pull from Keria, but not quite close enough to get the lollipop on the hook.
Yeah, Shanks just able to step away from that one, and now that flash being burnt on Keria
ốp lại trong chùa. Ốp lại trong chùa để tu tâm dưỡng tánh hả?
Means that he has to be a little bit more honest when it comes towards the laning phase. Shanks though, I was gonna say with Kael should be able to have that help to pick up a lot of this wave underneath the tower before he looks for his first reset.
And we did get that swap that we're looking for towards the early stages here, where Guma uses teleport, goes up to the top side. They want to get this Aurora away from Cassante. That lane is a little bit painful, and they swap them over to the other side. Guma should be fine to push out, as you recommend Jarvan just keeps on re-clearing here. You don't want to be too inefficient. So get those camps respawning once again. Tarzan just clear on down to the bottom side of the map.
It's really the level 6 where I want to see AL come alive. Like Jarvan having 6, Shanks being able to use his ultimate alongside Flandre, those skirmishes become incredibly potent. So I'm curious how T1 want to try and alleviate that pressure. Like you could try and go for these early dragons and keep that pressure up. You can see Kael kind of placing wards already to make that very difficult. The push that you have on bot side going to make it difficult as well because T1 have opted to swap Gumayushi top. But Keria is still fishing.
Nói chạy lỗ ha. Cái kèo con salad với con kia chạy lỗ.
Out of the level 1 chunk damage onto Shanks.
Shanks though knocked up. Keria goes for the pull right after. No flash
không đủ
on Yone. They don't have enough damage to kill him, but with only 300 health to play with, he has to drink the potion, and Shanks is not in good shape.
It truly is providing a lot of value there. It's causing a response from AL. They've got control woods all the way through the river, so they can constantly roam up to mid lane as well. And Faker is getting dangerous.
Yeah, Faker walks too close to the brush. The deadly flourish right after the EQ coming in from Tarzan. Faker still on the run. AL thinking about going further. There's your fate sealed. Shanks goes.
Ủa, tiền Honor chết giùm vậy.
Anyone's legend collapsed onto the mid lane. T1 have put so much pressure onto Shanks, but the valve just popped in favor of AL.
Not only is it first blood, the jungler is the one killed. So
Chuyện
it
Honor đã
turns
chết
into
giùm bị
that,
trói.
plus the dragon right after.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is the one who wanders into the darkness of River, but
Cái đội hình của bên T1 rất khó triển khai bởi vì sao? Không có đam. Đam phụ thuộc vào con giết thôi. Bởi vì Honor V thì cũng đâu có đam nhiều. Rồi Doran cũng chơi con tăng mà. Mặc dù nó là assassin thiệt mà nó phải có đồ.
Hit level 6 off the wave that was in that mid lane to open up for the follow-up play. Doran, little dicey here.
Yeah, Doran's not loving this 1v2 situation. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit him, so he does manage to get back to safety with a little over half his HP remaining. But good stuff here for AL, pulling out to an early lead 7 minutes in.
Yeah, smart little brush camp there from Tarzan, waiting around for that little roam, and the rewards are big. Starting to sack dragons early is going to be very powerful then, trying to draw them into the next team fights. Regardless, Shanks will be moved down to the bottom side of the map to try and pick up the side waves.
And last game we talked about wanting to see a more active early game from Tarzan compared to game number 1, and we got the level 3 Wukong gang. This time around, it's not a surprise to see Jarvan wanting to make plays earlier on in the game, and Tarzan leading the way.
Nè, cho em coi cái bên phía của bên AL tụi nó có một nguồn đam giờ Hin, Yon đam, con kia cũng đam, con G4 đầu game cũng đam. Bên đây nguồn đam chỉ có đúng từ con Ziggs thôi đấy. Tại Faker đéo có xanh để gọi là dồn chết nữa. Hồi nãy 2v1 săn đéo giết được nó nữa.
Void grub spawn. They want to really hammer home how strong they are right now.
Grub started up, and it looks like topside Gumayushi forced back by Flandre here at the same time, chunking the Ziggs below half HP. AL still with total control over the Grub pit. They've brought everyone up here, so Doran's going to get some free firing time on the bottom lane turret, try to get some plates out of that one. We'll be able to secure the first, maybe even the second down here, but all 3 Grubs for AL.
Yep, T1 get a small consolation prize, as you say, with the plate there for Doran, but big power move again. AL, I like what I'm seeing. You know, Shanks over there isn't going to have too many problems. Meanwhile, just throwing out the ultimate combo from Flandre to get a big chunk onto Gumayushi as they're taking the grubs here, softens them up, makes sure there's not going to be any real counterplay from T1. Now we're going to see the stages where Tarzan and Kyle really work together, though. The Bard and the Jarvan. Yeah. These two, there's so much mobility, so much potential.
Con Ziggs thật ra tôi chỉ mới ấn tượng với một thằng nhất thôi, thằng Viper. Thằng Viper cái trận cầm Ziggs nó ném gớm đi.
Yeah, Carrier wants the pull and he finds it onto Hope, who immediately tries to get away with the bomb right over the top. They take him down.
Dồn đam cho Gumayushi tốt.
T1 sends more men.
Má, 3 chiêu cuối mới đủ đam giết được một đứa. 3 chiêu cuối mới đủ đam giết được một đứa.
They full send on it. Owner uses ult and flash to secure this kill.
And they should be able to get some of the plates on the mid wave as well. Although Tarzan is in position to try and hold on.
Doran versus Shanks down here in the bottom side. They're both just going to continue
trading
a little bit back and forth, but I don't expect a whole lot to happen from either one. You can see Doran does have the Negatron cloak for the laning against Flandre. That's not going to do a whole lot against Yone. There is still some magic damage in the kit, but most of it is physical. I also still going to keep my eyes very closely on the inventory of Shanks. We know how powerful Yone is when he hits Blade of the Ruined King, and I think that could be a big deal if he can get it before the next dragon fight.
Honestly, across the board, the one-on spikes for AL are terrifying. Sundered Sky for your Tarzan. Flandre going to have a ton of burst as well when he gets towards his Hex Protect Gunblade. And the fact that he's able to now, with these 3 Void Grubs, continue to put pressure on side lanes, makes these 1-3-1 threat significantly stronger for anyone's Legend. And now, looking in mid, they want to try and burn this flash on Gumayushi.
See what they can get. Kyle on the Bard, almost level 6. No Tempered Fate available. Is going to hang around here and try to get it, I would assume, from this minion wave. Very, very close. There it is. Okay, level 6 available for Kyle. Carrier also level 6 on the Blitzcrank. Of course, the Blitz ulti generally considered much less impactful than the Tempered Fate.
All right, let's see. I think this is kind of hard for AL to enter since Carrier's got the early teleport out here with the Spellbook, and the Blitzcrank is very threatening for a Jhin with no flash. Hope has to be so careful. You need to keep your range if they even thinking about going towards this dragon, because a Jin with no summoner spells is exactly what T1 want to try and attack.
Anyone's Legend do have some early ward setups though. You can see one at the back of Dragon Pit and one that just died in that picks up rush on bottom side. So having some idea as to where T1 are, they will spot that T1 have started this up, but reset for Tarzan doesn't look like they will be here in time, although Owner taking this one kind of slow.
Okay, both of our junglers have their Sundered Skies available. Proto Belt also completed for Faker.
Đánh nhau to rồi anh em, đánh nhau to rồi, đánh nhau to rồi. Một pha dồn đáp, ui, chết mẹ rồi, mất nhịp dồn rồi. Hay, Doran, hay. Dồn luôn. Má con bà nó cao to cái nhịp dồn đam quá anh em. Con bà nó cao to cái nhịp dồn đam của con Vi quá. Mày cũng xem giải à, trời ơi. Tao chơi lon từ 2013 luôn.
Kyle on the approach, but no, the smite is there for Owner, and T1 take the Drake.
Maybe just hoping he could fish for stun off the back of the dragon and find a kill, but it will be T1 securing that second dragon. And as you say, Kobe, well played on Faker with that second Bard ultimate to just lock everyone in place, and AL just couldn't quite find the engage they wanted with Flandre in the flank. And even now, it looks like they're moving top side. Shanks will have to be careful, but we'll see it here. Tarzan approaches blind, doesn't have the support.
Má đúng kiểu con ba nó cao tơ luôn á, chết mẹ sao chạy kịp đây.
Already used the satchel, sidesteps the deadly flourish. Tarzan steps forward and Hope's got the killing bullet. AL with their second kill.
I tell you, mid lane is a dangerous place in this series. It is a dangerous place, especially for the carries. The walk down here, even with the fancy feet from Guma. AL, they find the kill to bring this gold lead ever so slightly back in their favor. And once again, we have such a close game state here with Dragon split as well.
The kills that were giving AL the chance to get back into the map and push the waves in their favor ahead of a minute 20 or minute 30 until that Rift Herald, and that's really, you know, what that difference maker was in that last dragon fight. It was T1 setting up the dragon, AL having to force blind. But if anyone's Legend can find picks and find the push on side lanes with both Shanks and Flandre, it is easier for them to move in towards these objectives first and not have to just brute force their way past the Blitzcrank.
I'm loving this series, man.
It's so
This is a fun series. All of these early games feel like we're getting such a close matchup. As the turret plating falls, 3-2, gold lead only a couple hundred, less than 60 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns, and you can see T1 setting up in the area first, and it's so scary to be second to the objective when the enemy team has Blitz.
100% agree, especially when they've got all the follow-up of a Ziggs ultimate. We have seen how much damage Ziggs can do at this tournament. Owner as well on the Vi is ready to pounce, and they have the early positioning inside the pit. Control ward goes down as well to make sure that they have the possibilities of looking for these picks.
L kind of needs to make his way back up towards his top side pretty quickly. Shanks using that solo bound to try and farm up the wave, but you can see they're very scared of a potential dive up towards his top side. And I think at this stage, it may be difficult to
Vien này mà Faker lấy được cái rỡ Aurora là ngon.
Leaves his spirit underneath the turret and then goes up and stabs the melee minions. You know he thinks something's got to be going on. So Shanks will try to clear that out as well as he can. Biggest individual gold lead for either side is Hope for the side of AL. Doran on the Cassante for the side of T1. Doran does have his Jack show completed, so does have some resistance against both types of damage. Flandre's coming in here on the flank, jumps in, but he doesn't find the opportunity here just yet. Tempered Fate, no target. Gumayushi getting away. Caught up here with a deadly flourish. The shots fire out. The curtain is called, and Gumayushi is cold as T1 lose their bottom lane carry, and anyone's Legend are moving forward towards the Herald.
The target selection from AL was beautiful. Gumayushi's flash was down, and they rotate Flandre early to make sure they can get the pick, and they will answer for tower pressure and the Rift Herald.
And anyone's Legend gets the first turret. They've got the 3 grubs. They had the opportunity to force that down to the top lane before Doran can get the first turret down in the bottom lane at the same time, and that means it's feats earned for anyone's Legend as well.
the pressure out of Kyle's bard
Lôi lại
is
biết tắt của
huge.
Lee
The
Skin up
ultimate
Lee.
forces Guma to dodge backwards
Lee giờ chắc
into
30
the rest
skin.
of the team. And AL, they find the pick, they find the objective. As you say, upgrading their sneakers once again.
But this is why Flandre has been so fun to watch on anyone's legend, and honestly in the LPL in general. His understanding of where he needs to be on the map. He's the one that rotates in towards mid. He's the one that forces Gumayusi into this awkward position on which Tarzan and Kyle can capitalize. It's this old man experience that is so difficult to come by. It is, and Flandre has it in heaps.
Sao cái trận này thấy cũng ru ngủ quá ta. Nhưng mà mọi người thấy gì không? 3 mạng trên người thằng hớp hết luôn. Má thằng hớp đúng kiểu game này hớp trọn luôn á.
Stacking towards a soul point condition for the rest of the game or anything here just yet, but it does look like T1 will once more be first to the area. As you can see Doran moving around, trying to make sure they maintain control. You can see all the vision set up by T1 in this enemy blue side jungle, just trying to have this solid ward line to see wherever AL is going to approach from.
Yep, trying to attack the side lane at the moment. Owner kind of trailing here. But Shanks is playing fairly cautiously, has a control ward there by the Gromp and just backs up as the minion wave coming to him. So nobody exposed just quite yet. All right, Rift Herald goes down in mid and we get the teleports.
All right, it's the classic summon the Herald right before the Drake, create a second point of pressure that the enemy team has to respond to. Herald trying to make its way over there as Tarzan jumps in. Doran sliding away, Deadly Flourish not going to lock anybody up, and the Herald eliminated before it can charge. And now AL heading down into the bot side river. T1 on the approach, they have stolen the Tempered Fate yet again.
AL got what they wanted though.
Chiêu cứu của ba tốt này, chiêu cứu của ba tốt này.
Now T1 need to try and break AL.
Okay, keep your eyes on Keria, keep your eyes on either one of the Bard ultis that could fly out here. Flandre hanging back near the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for the side of AL as the Dragon is already down to half HP. T1 trying to decide where they want to go. They're staying nearby for now as Faker throws out the
đang câu giờ lấy trụ 1, đang câu giờ lấy trụ 1.
AL secures the Drake. They try to defend the tier 1 over in the mid lane here at the same time.
Trời má không lấy trụ 1 luôn, giết quăng cái đúp đi.
The structure standing, but Gumayusi has the satchel to complete the trade. Dragon for AL, tier 1 turret for T1.
Yeah, T1, wait a second.
Nice Tempered Fate there, flies out from Kyle, and now they're looking to go in after Keria. The Mega Inferno bomb's not gonna matter, and AL get the free pick.
Kyle finds another one, another pick. And T1 thought they were gonna get the better of the money exchange here. They decide, okay, fine, you've got the Drake, we're gonna delay you by using the stolen Bard ult, and we'll take mid. But then AL still get paid a little bit on the back half here with a good ultimate from Kyle.
And it's difficult for them to really use the fact that this mid lane tower is down because
giờ Hin kiếm ma du mu à. Nó làm tôi nhớ cái con giờ Hin ở trên ở trên tốc chiến mùa không không mấy không? Ở đây có bạn nào chơi từ cái lúc mà con giờ Hin có cái ngọc tướng không? Cái ngọc mà tăng 10% đam ấy, xong rồi lên giáp hồi sinh trước á. Em biết cái meta đó không? Mới hồi xưa đúng khó chịu cái meta lồ nó luôn ấy.
Alright, let's see if Guma can stay safe here in mid lane as we see so much pressure. The flash very important as well, and Keria doing his work to try and create at least one side of that mid lane where you can lean to, where you can stay safe. But the wards are hard to keep up. As soon as you put them down, either Tarzan or Kyle move in, and it feels like they're clearing out a lot of this vision, opening up avenues for AL to try and create these picks.
And we're getting closer to those second item power spikes. The first man there is Hope on the Jhin. It's one advantage that Jhin has over a lot of other AD carries. His itemization is cheaper early on, and it makes it so he hits these spots faster. So Hope with a rapid fire plus the Yumu's Ghostblade, he could go for the upgraded tier 3 boots now if he wants to as well, but we'll see how they want to navigate that. Otacon has made its way onto the Rift, and it's bottom side this game.
AL would like a little bit of time though before that Otacon is started up, because you've almost got the Immortal Shield Bow completed towards Shanks. Flandre's very close to his second item as well, so I think if they can wait for that spike, it should be significantly stronger for them. And the only worry obviously is that Faker will have completed his has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Actually, I thought he was going for the full Sonya's Hourglass, but he's going to stop off for a pit stop. So looks like, at least I think that 2 item spike is what AL can play for.
Okay, Keria and Gumayushi trying to maintain some control over the Otacon pit. There's nothing else on the Rift to fight for another 2.5 minutes, and even then, that's the Drake. It's right next door to Otacon's house. Everybody's still going to be on the same part of the map. As AL decide to make their way forward, Tarzan will use the flag just to try to get some vision as they clear out some of these wards from T1.
And everybody knows Otacon throws the best house parties.
Oh, he really does. Everybody shows up.
Yeah, Kyle gonna try and look for the reset though, because he's completely out of wards. Kerry's been doing a great job of keeping that pressure there, and off the back of a T1 looking to invade, knowing that Kyle is going to be lacking on the vision.
Doran going in, wants the 1v1 against Shanks. The Cassante is all out. Shanks fighting back, sidesteps the third and Tofo strike. Got a little dicey there at the end, gives him the Team Liquid thumbs up and walks away.
Shanks barely surviving there. Still though, putting out this extra
T1 nó
pressure.
thiếu đam kiểu đéo gì ấy mọi người.
Shanks is now gonna have ultimate advantage because he just used his flash and his E to survive. And so if AL can actually create a fight where Cassante has no ult, maybe they can actually set up a big Yone ult and find something there. As you see though, a lot of the vision over towards Otacon's house is T1 blue. So they're the ones with the setup over towards the big objective.
Still though, I think this is a Mortal Shield Bow on reset here for Shanks.
Mặc dù hai team ngang tiền nhau có một cách biệt, nhưng mà cảm giác là T1 nó thiếu đam cái gì.
So if I'm AL, this is kind of the window that I want to try and play off of as we just pressed into that position with item spikes and also that ult advantage.
Yeah, it's the 2-item power spike on everybody that's not a support, for everybody except for Faker. Tempered Fate, no target connection there, but AL is going all the way in. They want Gumayushi, who already gets away, so they're going to switch over to Keria now instead. Owner trying to fight back as Shanks is in the middle of everybody. He snaps back. Keria dies first. Immortal Shield Bow keeps Shanks alive as AL are now continuing to retreat. Kyle and Shanks very low. T1 goes forward. Tarzan with a dunk.
Hey, chạy, C3.
Faker with a kill on Tarzan. Owner
Oh no!
The Chien getting away for now as T1 have lost their bottom lane, but they've killed 3 in response. Faker after Flandra, who has to flash away. Owner flashes to try to catch him with a ball breaker. Flandra needs more distance, but he cannot.
Okay, that's all.
Abduct. Goodbye to the Aurora, and it's a 4-for-2 trade favoring T1.
Great flash from Owner to secure this last kill to chase down the Aurora and ensure that T1 will claim the objectives in the aftermath. Here's a look at how it started.
Kyle uses that ultimate but doesn't actually catch Keria, who's able to sidestep. And as everyone in AL comes in, watch the hook. Keria denies Flandre that instant
Gumayushi né hết chiều của con Aurora luôn.
Can't snap back to the soul, and T1 keep the carry safe.
Faker lấy ngay cái R Aurora xong bye bye múa. Faker lấy ngay cái R Aurora anh em.
Barely able to waddle away from that Yone ult, and that was key. Keria is looking as they take Dragon.
Mày chê T1 nhiều vào. Đúng anti phải chê, phải làm phép thì T1 mới win anh em ơi. Chứ anti mà khen cái team lùn mà nó thua liền. Anti phải chê đấy. Má mỗi lần chê là thắng. Mà khen là thua à, thôi không khen nữa nha. Team lùn. Team lùn.
It also shows though for anyone's legend, like they have a very strong wombo combo, but the pieces kind of need to be put into place correctly for it to work. Like you want that slow from the Aurora, or you want that lock up from the Jarvan to enable Shanks to hit his ultimate, but you're not really seeing that setup, especially as Kyle had also burnt that Bard ult early. So ult economy, incredibly important for anyone's legend in these upcoming fights, because if they can get a mountain soul for themselves, it makes things so much easier in these upcoming fights.
It certainly does. Adds so much durability to your team, allowing them to actually finally get on to Gumayushi. Guma though so far has been able to
cho tôi hỏi sao lúc con Baron nó tách đường thì lúc Baron nó không tách vậy? Tôi nhớ bình thường con Baron nó sẽ tách hai cái đường kia ra, sao lúc nó tách lúc nó không tách vậy anh em? Là mình phải có điều kiện gì để tách hay sao?
Dragon souls are worth about 4,000 gold's worth of stats, so if you then manage to take that after winning a fight, all of a sudden things feel largely catapulted the other direction. So T1 is going to try to continue building this gold lead as much as they can for the next 3.5 minutes. They'll take down the tier 1 there in the top lane. That is the final tier 1 turret that was left standing for AL, and honestly, AL, yes, they got first turret of the game. That earned them feats. It was that top lane tier 1. they have not taken another turret for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so much is riding on this Dragon Soul fight that is going to come very quickly. We've already got 3 minutes on the clock. T1 immediately getting some super deep vision down. Keria here trying to find some sort of pocket of fog of war to find
Baron có 3 dạng địa hình.
Maybe get an early summoner spell.
Mới biết luôn ấy.
Hey, knocks Tarzan up into the air. Tempered fate on to
Rồi,
Tarzan to try
bóp
to
rồi,
keep him
bóp rồi,
safe a
bóp
little
rồi.
bit longer here.
Ôi,
He does
má
manage
vẫn
to
câu
buffer
tơ
through
được
the
kìa.
CC. Now Flandra putting some
Rồi
pain
khỏi
on the
chạy,
T1 lines, but
khỏi
no,
chạy,
it's Owner
khỏi
coming in,
khỏi
lock up
khỏi
Flandra,
chạy.
him down. Owner's on a killing
Flandre hấp lực
spree,
Flandre.
and that's -1 for AL. T1 find the pick, and then they immediately evacuate.
That Vizik
cái combo Vizik mạnh ha.
deadly,
Chứ không
man.
né được ấy.
Owner sees his target, locks him up. Guma throws the ultimate, and T1 once again with the pressure.
Kiểu combo Vizik không né được anh em.
Tarzan that ends up getting him caught. Didn't need to invest the ultimate. Could have just escaped because KL had bought enough time for the Demacian standard to be used to escape. But now T1 another tower, more pressure to push AL back as Faker just looking to clear this wave and reset as well.
After shooting that stolen Chien ulti back at Hope, Tarzan goes in after the T1 mid laner, but again, just not a ton of threat. Faker, very solid here on the Silas, does have the Proto Belt and Riftmaker both fully completed alongside that arm guard, the Dagda, you mentioned it getting completed 10 minutes ago. He's still not had to break it.
He's had no need to. There has been little pressure towards him. I wasn't sure if you were just going to commit the Cataclysm there with the flash to Silas, where we get to see this play again.
I feel like this is how you got to play Blitzcrank. You got to go just create plays out of very little. You know, Tarzan is on his wolves, and Keria gets in there. Yeah, he gets away. But, as you say, since Flandra's over here watching and trying to help slash peel, he gets caught. Owner says, you're not getting away from me. And they immediately turn it into way more than it really should have been.
Tarzan had already escaped. So, and again, I think, coming back to the play in the mid lane, I thought Tarzan was actually going to commit with the Cataclysm because you could see the TP from Shanks had come in as well. They wanted that pick to turn in towards Baron, and then you'd have that opportunity with Baron buff to try and fight for this Mountain Dragon, but not willing to commit. And it means that now T1 back on the map at less than a minute until the next objective, and anyone's legend are just hoping that they can push out these waves.
Bây giờ thì T1 bắt đầu có đam rồi đấy. Giết 3 món là có đam rồi anh em. Giết 3 món là ném đau rồi đấy.
When they get you certain specific items. How about a fully completed Hourglass on Faker? How about Guardian Angel on Owner? These one-shot items that can do so much in a single fight. You're seeing no such thing over there on the side of AL, and it means that getting this Dragon Soul is starting to feel pretty far away.
And that's why we see so little variation in jungler builds, Flowers, because this spike of a Guardian Angel, having this in the mid-game, when you've got giant objectives, as Faker now has to run, does provide a lot of value when the soul fight is coming, but if Faker can't get away, this could be very problematic.
Yeah, Flash immediately
Hay.
into the binding, tempered fate right after.
Hay, ui quá câu quá nhiều thời gian anh em ơi.
Through the wall they go, tempered fate.
Trời ơi, cái gì mà 5 cái đồng hồ cát chứ.
Hope is under pressure. Faker's still alive for now. Hope gonna be cut down. Doran going in and Faker's already cut down first. Hope next.
Hay.
It's a 1-for-1. AL's in the middle of everybody.
Trời ơi, đánh cái gì mà loạn xạ đéo thấy gì hết vậy. Hết hay rồi anh em ơi, hết hay rồi, hết hay rồi.
Gumayushi over the wall with another satchel as Tarzan wants to find a little bit more.
Hay. Ôi trời ơi. Cái gì vậy?
Owner wants another. Flandra needs to get away, and he hops between worlds. The Abyss can't chase him down. Flandra gets back over the wall, and Shanks is ready to flash. Owner.
Trời ơi, cái combat nhưng mà thật sự là đéo thấy gì luôn ấy.
Is the only one left alive, and that Guardian Angel.
Siba. Cho đủ combat mỗi chỗ một nơi đéo thấy gì luôn anh em. Nè, 1 đồng hồ cát, 2 đồng hồ cát, 3 đồng hồ cát đủ mới đứng yên gần 10 giây. Combat thật sự là không thấy cái gì luôn ấy. Bên này đánh rồi bên kia chạy rồi bên kia lướt rồi bên này kéo rồi đéo thấy gì thôi anh em ạ.
as this fight moves on. Anyone's Legend barely managed to scrap their way around, and that's
trời ơi, chết mẹ rồi, bên kia xài đồng đất hơi mệt nha. À không, đồng đất không ngon. Bên AL đồng đất nó cũng không có búp quá nhiều á, có mỗi G4 tăng này, nhưng mà nó sẽ có linh hồn để đỡ được cái đam bốc của con Zik ấy. Trời ơi, thật sự combat nó điên thì các anh em đéo thấy gì luôn á. Cái combat nó điên.
For AL to be in a position now where they can push themselves to 2 game advantage or a game up would be absolutely insane.
And the way that AL did it, they set their sights on the man who has caused them so many problems, the thorn in their side, on Faker. They attack him in the side lane, they find the pick. Yes, it took a long time with all those stasis, but they eventually are able to make the pick that turns into the team fight that gives them soul. Now though, T1 looking at the Baron.
We still have a very, very close game state. It's still a 2,000 gold lead plus the Otacon power for the side of T1 compared to the Mountain Soul of AL. Doran is the only person AL could try to attack right now. They know that that is not the way you start a fight, so they will not continue their chase.
When you were talking about those spikes though, for T1, look at it for similar for AL, right? Now in Mountain Soul, the ability to actually try and burst you out, which is what T1 want to do, is significantly more difficult. You've Redemption and Locus on towards Kyle, which makes it even more difficult to focus down just one member. For anyone's Legends, they now have the safety nets they need, and with T1, they're looking for picks.
Yeah, Doran eats about 1,000 damage as he tries to approach that brush, and now Tarzan jumps over the wall. Tempered Fate fired out. It's the stolen one there from Faker, but the real from Kyle does not hit either. Doran continuing to try to get away. Shanks on the Yone also has his Infinity Edge now. If he can find that Fate Seal that we were talking about earlier, combo it with the rest of the team, it could seriously end the team fight right there. Doran has lost half his HP, but he's still feeling confident enough right now. As you can see, T1 moving over to the Baron.
It's a real ultimate used by anyone's Legend, but Faker still has the opportunity to steal away another one. So T1 starting to move in towards this Baron. Looks like they don't want to fully commit. Just seeing what they can do is Flandre, at least pushing on the side now, going to be able to get finally another tower for anyone's Legend.
Turret of the game for AL. 33 minutes in. They got those 3 Void Grubs early, but just have not been able to find a way to effectively use them thus far. Flandra has his teleport to join the rest of the team whenever he needs to. I would have to think that he's very close to his 3rd fully completed item here as well. And you can see he recalls to base now and purchases the Crypt Bloom.
And honestly, the longer this game goes, I feel like it is good for AL. They've got this permanent power of the Dragon Soul that they will retain, and they have so many damage sources that they can scale on their team with so many threats that they can apply to T1.
They also now have the tier 3 boots purchased on everybody that is not Kyle. Probably once the Bard has enough money, he'll be upgrading those as well, but a little bit hard to do that with a support budget right now. T1 starting up the Baron. It will be spotted out by the Scryer Trinket from anyone's Legend. Gumayushi
cái linh hồn rồng đất nó giúp cho bên phía AL nó đỡ được một cái lần bơm nảy của con Zik ấy.
You can see it there. They've been on it for a while, only half HP now.
Yep, but they are not backing off just yet. Kyle fires out the Tempered Fate, but he won't find a target. Carrier wanted to pull, but he misses everybody. T1 backs away from the objective now as the tier 1 turret also dies here in the mid lane. That's all 3 outer turrets now dead on the T1 side. AL going to be happy about that as they continue. Wait, not that turret. That one in the bottom lane didn't actually die. Flandra had to back off before it could. Owner looking for an opportunity. Shanks jumps in, finds the Q3, immediately resets. Doran's nearly killed at the very start of the fight. Owner having to get away now as well.
Trời ơi, phát cơ làm gì vậy?
Faker sidesteps deadly flourish. Doran and Owner seriously injured as AL.
Chết mẹ mất Baron rồi anh em ơi.
Some good defense. AL got exactly what they want. They stall the Baron. They get you off. They then get the mid tower, and now they're gonna force T1 to come to them.
And T1 are ready to answer the challenge. Faker with a teleport, ready to join up as immediately the engage comes out from Tarzan. The target is carried.
Ui, R4.
Everybody, thanks to the back line. As Gumayushi tries to get away, he's scattered, but he's knocked down by Tarzan. Faker scrambling as Kyle and Hope chase after him. Doran's going to be the next target, and anyone's legend have forced the
Trời đủ má ăn xăng nó rơi 4 người á.
An engage from anyone's legend. Tarzan does not hesitate. He pulls the trigger onto Keria as he approaches the pit, and it is barren for anyone's legend.
AL no, T1 are feeling the pressure. The entire stadium has erupted here in Shanghai.
And the gold lead now back under the command of AL. They've got the Dragon Soul, the Elder spawning in less than 1 minute. The binding into the wall does not connect to Kyle, but now T1 is overextended. Owner's in the middle of everyone. That's your jungler right before Elder, but the TP is a mistake from Flandra. He's shut down already. Owner's Guardian Angel will not save him. It's a 1-for-1. Tempered Fate collides onto Doran, but he's unstoppable because of Pathmaker, so he gets away. It's 4v4 on the map for the next 50 seconds, but one team doesn't have a jungler.
And one team doesn't have the GA. Tarzan just bought his off the reset, and Kyle makes T1 overextend as they manage to get this pick. The TP from Flandre was way too deep, ends up getting caught. But your life for the junglers with Elder Dragon arriving so soon is huge.
It certainly is. AL, they will be holding all of the cards in this game. It comes down to clutch moments.
Yeah.
Guardian Angels, though, are up for Tarzan. They're up for Shanks. AL, such an advantage.
T1 trying to approach. Doran's going to be the point man, trying to make his way in there as Gumayusi continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis is going to lock everybody up. Tarzan's going to be your focus. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain Call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayusi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
And they will head towards that T1 Nexus, taking this game, getting themselves to just 1 game away from what no other LPL team has ever been able to do. They will put T1 to series points here.
All right, the inhibitor falls. It's Owner and Keria versus AL. They have to try to distract. Owner jumps into the middle of everyone, but the Elder Dragon will roar with the might of China as anyone's legend forces T1 to match point and takes game 3.
The second seed from the LPL stands on the precipice of doing what has never been done before. 1 game away from beating T1.
It is an incredible showing so far from both teams. Analysts, do we think that AL has what it takes?
They've gotten further than any LPL team has in 12 years, so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely monstrous play out of AL to try and push aside this T1 legacy in front of our eyes.
And it's another Tabe masterclass, because we're going to talk a lot about that game, but I want to highlight which champions have just been taken away from T1. Jin, Bard, and Jarvan, all champions which, if you see any of them on a T1 composition, make you go, whew, it's going to be a tough game for the opponents. Winning with those champs, taking all of them out of the pool, sets you up perfectly.
It did, and then we got to talk about those fights. If you remember Battle of the Bands, actually our viewers won't, but this is Battle of the Telestrators. We're going to start, Maurits, by a good fight by T1 where they do try and take the advantage.
Are we getting pitted against one another?
Wait, what?
This
We're not
friction?
I will score. No,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Let's start it off here. What I want to highlight was a great early game fight, or mid-game fight, because this game did quite go on for a long amount of time of T1, right? Because T1, they are, more than any other team I've seen, always looking for these side lane plays. So, as we are, believe me, are going to take a look here. This setup from T1 looks very dire, right? Obviously, we have 2 teleports coming in over here. The entirety of AL is already on its way, trying to cut off Guma and Keria. So as we roll the clip, I want to show how T1, in an ideal scenario for them, stalls the game out. Guma is able to actually make it out, and while Keria gets taken down, look at the actual damage dealers of T1. Guma's completely fine. Flandre, unfortunately, is unable to really make an impact, and because both Owner and Doran are continuously pushing towards the backline of AL, there really isn't anything they can do. This leads to the Otacon in the long run as the rest of T1 chase, and it's these type of turn plays that T1 have relied on for as long as this four-man core has been together.
Yeah, and that's why I guess we give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt in that, but when you look at kind of the state of the game and the way AL was playing and the way they were getting objectives, right, you need to be able to repeat that over and over and over. And Emily, can you now explain why it becomes so difficult for T1 to repeat that against this AL comp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go through another team fight on the top side where they're looking to get a pick onto Faker, right? And you and I were like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. So Faker is up here. He was pushing up. AL see what they think is a good opportunity to come in and collapse, right? The big thing to take note here is we are going to have TPs coming in from the bot side, but I really, really want to highlight where Guma is because he is not going to be able to join this fight as quickly. So as we run through, they're going to try to get this catch onto Faker. We are going to see both Bard ults come out. First from Kyle. The next is going to be Faker Bard ulting himself. But again, the big thing is that Guma is still not here. So while we already have the TP coming out of the Cassante as we play through, and the Aurora, they're going to join the fight. But yeah, we then have Faker ulting himself. And the other big thing on the back half of this is that Doran is on to Hope, but that leaves so much room for Tarzan and Shanks, who are the two main focal points that you should be watching in this fight, especially with how they're able to get onto Guma at the very end of this. Tarzan blast planting himself over, and then really going on to Guma, and Shanks cleans him up at the end. And with very drawn out.
And with that, AL do bring themselves to match point first. And we need to talk a little bit about the historical implications here. Not a little bit, a lot. Because this is, no matter the state that T1 finds them in, this is still a hard thing to do because of the clutch factor they have specifically at Worlds, specifically in quarterfinals, specifically versus the LPL.
I mean, we saw T1 get pushed to the very brink last year at Worlds when BLG brought them to that Game 5 in finals. That finals was an insane back and forth, but coming into this series, we did feel like, and we keep falling for it, but it looks like this time it might actually be real. T1, this draft to me was also something that just didn't make too much sense. I think we saw it a little bit in the previous draft, but the lack of a mixed damage profile, plus the fact that we saw Guma not being as comfortable on the Ziggs as he's been, and Ziggs has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a long time.
I think in that context, it's so important for AL to have gotten to match point first, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw already, as you mentioned, that they took away a lot of comfort picks for T1. I'm not saying they don't have any other, but the ones like the Bard that you usually equate with Carrier and equate with a win for T1. And the fact that you're giving yourselves a 2-game possibility to close it out with that might and with the Tabe tabulations, Emily, that does instill me with some hope.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to me is what is Tabe going to prepare going forward, right? I do think he's done a really good job, and this is the depth of AL. When they were able to punch up against teams that you think maybe they have better players, it's their drafting and their coordination that would bring them on top.
And it's not just a draft prep, it's they know T1 in and out. You can see it in the way they catch them in these side lane plays.
They don't seem as burdened as the other LPL teams that have been taking on T1 in that long storied history. They get to match point first. And wouldn't it be so beautiful to do it right here in Shanghai in front of the home crowd? But T1 might have something to say about it. Please get us to Silver Scrapes.
Continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis gonna lock everybody up. Tarzan's gonna be your focus. Mega Inferno bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayushi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
Cứu cái chó gì trời. Dẫn vua tiếng Việt hả? Dẫn vua tiếng Việt hả? Không có từ thượng nhân nữa. Ủa má, cái từ này nó ngu dữ gì trời. Thật sự là cái trò này nó ngu thiệt luôn á. Có binh nào mới không má? Trò nó ngu quá.
Going to see them like you've never seen them before. It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence since they try to take me down with their violence? Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in and down goes Knights.
lẻo nhạt là cái chó. Thằng này gà quá anh em. Thằng này gà quá. Không có xứng đáng làm đối thủ của tôi.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Mẹ, có cái đó là nhiều người chơi nhất rồi hả? Trong này nó ngu quá. Code này nhấn sao?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Đủ nó quên muối buồn. muối buồn. Nó điện đọc TikTok riết mới quên từ đó luôn. Chơi quick anh độ Messi là gì vậy? Trời, mấy này gà quá mấy anh em ơi. Cần một đối thủ mạnh ấy. Mấy này gặp tôi nhiều từ quá. Ai quờ. Không có từ già gân vậy. À. Hậu anh em. Hậu anh em. Không biết. Biết gì? Gì là gì? Gì là gì? Không biết. Biết gì? Ai biết? Chết mày liền. Chết mày liền.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in the quarterfinals. It's a best of 5 between AL and T1 to determine who gets that last coveted semi-final spot. It's 2-1
Quá
as
ghê.
AL have moved on to match point against the reigning world champions. And
Ti chức là cái gì vậy?
is now in a must-win situation.
All right, super excited for Deep Fearless Flowers. This is where you really put the pressure on. What champions are T1 going to have left here? You have to start digging very deep. Faker's not going to have access to Azir or Orianna the whole series. I can guarantee that. Those will
Lúa xả là cái chó gì nữa
They
vậy?
have no reason to change any of these bans. And so we're looking, once again, it's down to like, you know, the Cassios and Akali and LeBlanc's sort of tier of champions.
Well, there's also the
Ray Nguyễn 2002.
aggressive support champion with so
Đu
much
Giang là cái
unique
gì vậy?
opportunity. The engages from stealth, the clone and the vision that it gives, the ability to tank turrets with the cannon minion.
Khổng là
These
cái
are
gì nữa
so
vậy?
other champions cannot do. T1's gonna draft that first. They ban out Alistar, Trundle, and Smolder. Yunara banned out next to those two mid laners that you already said, Kobe.
Ben biết
And
này, Ben
Skarner
biết
and
này.
Corki drafted by AL.
I like the Corki pick
Trời
up
ơi,
early
làm
here,
ơn hai
making
đều
sure
giùm
that
cái.
you have that safety tool for your AD carry when it comes to these fights, plus something that can help to neutralize a strong bot lane. And with the Skarner already taken, T1 hovering the Nocturne, I don't know if you, like, going further into dive is exactly what you want to do here.
I mean, better than going halfway, I feel
That
like,
is true.
maybe.
That is true.
Because looking like some full dive here. Yeah, they lock it in. They're going to get the Kaisa. So I would assume they want to get Nocturne before the next round of bans come in, because Nocturne just pairs so well with a Nico. The engage just becomes insane. Yeah, Corki does have Valkyrie, but if you turn out the lights and you allow Nico an easier time to get in there, then the dive can just be devastating.
That combo is a nasty one. The Nico ulti can already be so hard to react to from stealth, but when that vision is so restricted, it gives you such an insane engage. And speaking of engage, it looks like the final pick of the first half of the draft is going to be some engage in the bottom lane. Leona for Kael.
Yeah, I'm curious now what they want to try and finish things out with, because when you know the T1 are already going to be playing
Để
heavily
ban bit
towards
xong
this
rồi tôi mới
dive,
phân tích
things
được anh
like the
em.
Renekton for Flandre, things that are enabled when you play into them suddenly become very strong, which is why the Skarner, I think, is already in a fairly strong spot coming into this. We'll have to see, though, as the bans start to come through, what is the priority for anyone's legend?
Again, I'm really wondering what the mid lane is going to look like between these two, because it is getting fairly shallow there. And you know that you need something that's going to be able to survive some of this onslaught, because both sides have pretty good engages. You know, obviously T1's going deep dive, but Skarner and Leona as well is going to put a lot of pressure there.
I do like the Cassiopeia brought up early, though. Like, that could definitely be something for Shanks in the mid lane, but taken
T1
away.
does too.
Yeah, I was going to say, also the pick he kind of made his name on coming up from the LDL, but now going to be taken away. But Hui, still a very strong pick that we haven't really seen come up too much in this draft phase, but also something that is very susceptible to the dive.
Okay, so Cassio, Twisted Fate, mid lane, the focus for both teams, but two very different types of mid laners. Obviously, the Twisted Fate can work well with things like the Nocturne, catching you by surprise, and the Hui is exactly the type of read that AL has, but not for themselves. They're looking at it for the other side, just removing one of those strong, stalling control mages.
Exactly, the big damage, the big AoE. What's going to be the response here from T1? Because I'm assuming that mid lane is actually going to be the one getting the counter pick rather than the top lane. There are some extra utility picks here still left up.
I was wondering if they're going to try and ban the Victor, something that can kind of play off that zone of control and opt in towards an early Zhonya's and try and keep yourself safe, but not going to be the case. Going to ban away the Aatrox instead, which to me says they would like to try and bait Flandre into an early Renekton pick, but you still have things like Doran that can go back towards the Gnar, so I think they'd rather keep that Aura 5 for Flandre.
These are all the ones that we're talking about.
hả?
Sifting through the options here.
I'm just waiting.
So it's funny because he started out with a Vex hover, and Vex is a viable counter pick into LeBlanc. You also think about
tỷ lệ win 100% á.
Sandra as far as these deep dive combinations.
Well, it's the 4-0 LeBlanc so far at Worlds, locked in for Shanks here. And instead, they're just going to pick a very standard control mage of Victor into this. There could be some serious potential there for
cái đội hình của T1 nhìn nó cơ bản nha anh em.
As Ornn will be the last pick of the draft for T1.
Yeah, you're setting up T1 basically to have a very strong
T1 nhìn nó cơ bản quá vậy anh em.
Honestly, like yes, you have some dive components that are in it, but the ability to just try and keep your backline safe while putting a lot of threat down with the Ornn, having that zone control with the Victor, then actually opens up for the utility of the ultimate of the Nocturne to shine more so, as you were talking about, to enable the Nico in fights.
All right, we are in an elimination game for T1 at Worlds. They're putting Gumayusi on the controversial Kai'Sa pick for him. They have a lot of dive to set him up. Ornn ult with Nocturne, with the Nico, lots of aggressive opportunities there. For Faker's pick, as you say, with the Victor, it is something that definitely can be attacked, especially if you get roams from the Leona to go up to this LeBlanc lane and put some extra pressure there. So very interesting stuff, and with Flandre getting that counter pick, I do like the Mordekaiser into Ornn having priority up there. AL, it just feels like they are on the attack.
Even when you get in towards fights, Doran trying to call in the Ornn horn gets brought into the Shadow Realm. Yeah. Same when you look at the Nocturne as he tries to dive onto people. There's a lot of ways to disrupt the game plan from T1, which I really like from anyone's Legends composition.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is a great combo breaker, taking someone to the death realm.
I'm excited for this, man. We get to see the Mordekaiser slammed in response to the big team fight meatball. We get to see Faker saying that he's got the confidence to play Victor into LeBlanc, which can be a very, very scary situation. You're already talking about the dive potential on the T1 side, but with Skarner and Leona also drafted for AL, there's some serious engage there too. With how the first 3 games in this series have gone, I'm expecting nothing less here in this 4th one.
Ooh, the tension could not be higher here. AL are 1 game away from making history. Faker is undefeated for 12 years at Worlds versus the LPL.
12 year, 12 năm T1 chưa bao giờ thua một đội LPL nào. 12 năm á.
Let's take a look here. On your screen, you can see the history of what we're talking about with Faker against the LPL. All of these best of 5s, 11 of them as of the IG series this year in play-ins. Of those 11, 5 were 3-0s, 4 were 3-1s. Only 2 went the distance of 3-2, and AL is demanding that at the minimum.
And I want to highlight the very first one that it showed there, all the way back in 2013, when Faker won his world championship. That was over the coach of AL. It was over Tabe when Tabe was still a player.
And when Tabe became a coach, BLG was up 2-1 last year in the final. Didn't quite work out. RNG was up 2-1 in 2017. Tabe played for them. And now AL up 2-1. Having to hope that Tabe can actually finally get a team that can take down T1.
T1 have a lot of good stats at Worlds, by the way. They're also 5-1 when they're in this situation, down in a series. Have been very successful, so we'll see about the actual gameplay, because it all comes down to these big moments when all of the pressure is on. Can they survive? Can they pull it out and push us to a 5th game, to a Silver Scrapes? AL, I do like the attack that they have gone on in draft. The attack, the entire series here where they're whittling away at T1 champions. But Keria did get his hands on the Nico, a very dangerous one.
Yeah, Nico is such a powerful champion in the meta. I feel like this champion has just been all over everywhere the entire year long for the playmaking, for the utility that it provides. Both junglers now on to their 2nd buffs. Both did start into the top side, so we'll see if they want to try to get involved with this bottom lane.
I think for Tarzan, he's just going for more of a defensive clear here, trying to clear out the camps that are at the front, knowing that T1 have that push on the bottom side, and making sure that no sort of made. But Guma!
Yeah, immediately Guma under some pressure as Kyle and Hope trying to push back against the T1 duo who have been shoving them in so far in this lane.
And that's meaningful with both junglers pathing down there. Skarner now is actually wrapping back to Wolves and looking towards, most probably, the topside Scuttle Crab. So Owner is here. Ward does go down in Tribrush from AL, though. They know they are at risk, and so they're going to play safe, or at least try to, under tower.
Exactly. This is so dangerous, though. Hope only at 150 HP. He doesn't have any potions left in inventory. The heal was already used by Kyle. As Owner now paths through the mid lane, he already secured the bottom lane Scuttle Crab for himself, and Faker has priority and control over the mid lane with the topside Scuttle not yet claimed. Tarzan has to use Ishtal's impact to just dig through the wall backwards towards his own side of the map, and it means Owner should have total control over both Scuttle Crabs.
Nice adaptation from T1,
Hey,
even
cool
though
top.
the trade looked decent for anyone's legend on the bottom side, but Tarzan snuck his way back in. Can he manage to get on towards Faker here?
Let's see. Wants to move towards him there with the Ishtal's impact, forces the flash. Faker stays safe, but now Summoner Spell down.
Patience there from Tarzan and a sneaky play. We talked about how vulnerable this Victor can be. Now no flash in the early game. You constantly have to respect each distortion from the LeBlanc, looking for these trades. Faker now gonna need some extra vision. You have to call your support sometimes or your jungler to come get you at least one side to ward. Maybe Owner's gonna have to go find this Skarner, try and mark Tarzan to make sure the extra threat's not there, because neither T1 carry has their flash to evade the next gank.
And honestly, the early laning phase is feeling really good for T1, despite losing those flashes on the carries. Bottom lane, it's been pressure all lane long for Gumayushi and Keria because of the advantage that you have with Nico against a melee support. Top side, Doran's been doing great with the Ornn into the Mordekaiser pick, and he's got a CS lead for himself as well. So for AL, you're feeling the pressure to want to make some kind of a play even more than normal.
But I think when you're Tarzan, that's perfectly fine. You're on the Skarner, you've got an opportunity to take really good fights, and you've got setup now, because don't forget, Shanks can distortion in, set up for the chain, follow up then from the Skarner, tear Victor away from the safety of his turret and try and set up plays there. Even on the bottom side as well, you've got the setup from Kyle, and Cleanse will be back up shortly, but you've got so many different routes that this Skarner can take into the bottom side. That Owner, you can see here, needs to babysit as this wave starts to push in and make sure his bot lane doesn't get caught out.
And look at the EXP difference between Owner and Tarzan. Look at the farm difference between Owner and Tarzan. Owner only needs one, maybe two more camps to get level 6 in the Nocturne and have that massive playmaking of the Paranoia. Tarzan, a lot longer to go.
And even though the AL bottom lane, with their attempt at Guma's life, they got both of those summoner spells, Guma still kept up his farm. Good farm for the Kaisa, especially with that Nocturne providing the jungle pressure and securing the bottom side Scuttle Crab. And Owner once again patrolling between mid and bottom. Those two T1 carries relying on the extra presence there, and it has rewarded them.
Yeah, Doran also level 6 was teetering down towards the mid lane in case anything kicked off, but going to make his way back up towards that top side. So T1 trying to shift to control Tarzan, which was the big focal point for the game wins that anyone legend were able to take.
I like what Guma did there, you know, going through, grouping up the minions to try and focus fire and deny one of them during the recall. It is going to be a reset after that recall, by the way. Hope going for the swap first into the top side.
Lantra with his level 6 on Mordekaiser comes down into the river, and that means that Owner does not have the chance to try to contest this Scuttle Crab at all. So Tarzan's going to claim that one, and now the EXP advantage that Owner had in the jungle pretty much entirely alleviated, as Tarzan will also hit level 6 as soon as he clears these Crocs.
They also lost the wave on bot lane as Flandre had late reset, now TP'd into the bottom wave. So this was in the hopes that they could actually set up their Corki for success in anyone's legend, but there's so many members on the top side of the map for T1, and they don't know Doran's here.
Yeah, Doran's still there, the call of the Forge God, the Paranoia over the top. Hope tries to get away with the flash, but he's still caught up in the fear. He waits to use the cleanse. Hope locked up by the Ornn, but he gets enough distance. AL stay alive
vẫn
for
sống
now.
kìa.
Hope both get away. T1 goes in. Gumayushi with a killer instinct, but Hope still lives underneath the turret. Doran's going in with a bellows breath, and it's first blood over to Keria. Kyle tries to counter with Zenith Blade, but he does not have what he needs. Doran now the target. Shanks doesn't hit him with a chain. He's got to try to get away as Tarzan wants to kill Doran. Shanks still in the back part of the fight. Tarzan Van impale. T1 still trying to fight as Faker arrives in. Shanks down to 150, and the blooming burst from Keria gets him. It's a 4-2 game, 8 minutes in, and T1 take the fight.
And the only thing they have to pay for is the bottom side. Mordekaiser did get left alone with this tower, but it is so good for T1. It is Guma that does not give up on the play. Even though Hope was able to escape from the Ornn ultimate, Guma says nobody's getting out of this. He ults in, he continues to play for T1, and all of T1 commit to the top side.
And it nets them so much, the extra kills, the Void Grubs, and it's a great call from Doran to stick around to find this pick. Owner and managing to get the lockdown as well, and Kyle gets hit by Keria, so can't actually get underneath this tower to protect Hope. So they're so low, and Gumayusi shotguns himself into the back line, makes sure that they can finish off these kills. And Tarzan tries his best with Shanks to bring back this play, but there's just not enough consistent DPS. Tarzan doesn't have it. Shanks has to wait on his distortion cooldown, and despite the great ultimate, again, you only manage to get it barely enough.
Má cái R3 thấy ghê thiệt đó chứ.
Tarzan is able to set up for the 2 kills back for AL. Of course, T1 very happy with this still. They get the first 3 for the feats, they get a bunch of extra gold, and they got the 2 grubs out of the 3-pack.
And now we're right back into it though. Keria in some danger. Shanks misses the chain, so Keria will stay safe for now. Also did still have the flash, but the vast majority of the gold lead, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for T1, but 1.3 thousand of that is on Gumayusi's Kaisa.
Nếu mà Gumayusi được nuôi mấy ông hy vọng Guma bắn được. Team kia không có tăng ấy. À không, team kia có 2 tăng.
Hold on to 45 stacks as well, and on the other side, Shanks, the one to get those 2 kills that Tarzan set up with his Skarner ultimate. This LeBlanc is going to have to do a lot of work.
Especially if he can get on towards Guma again, that's going to be the main focus, but Kaisa is so slippery in these fights, it's going to make it incredibly difficult. And even still, having Keria move up towards his top side, protect Faker against the Fed member of AL.
All that early money for the side of T1 resulting in these item completions means that Owner is going to have a very low cooldown on that Nocturne ultimate with his Hex Plate rushed here. So he can start to spam out and really apply this pressure to AL across multiple lanes. Of course, the Mordekaiser lane's not the best one to go to because, of course, he has ultimate and can remain fairly safe. But it does put more pressure onto Hope here. You know, the Corki trying to remain safe in mid lane, but he still has no flash. Shanks has no flash as well for the LeBlanc, and if Owner can just ult and apply some pressure or even hover around, he can reduce the income of those carries on the side of AL.
And even no, Shanks does have a...
It's also just nice to be tanky against the LeBlanc. It means the one-shot potential isn't particularly high, so that's where, again, I think for the AL focus needs to be on finding some picks on towards vulnerable members like Keria and Gumayusi, but you can just see how much has been invested by T1 to keep them safe. Our Owner is hovering around in this mid lane, they're setting up a ton of vision, just making sure they can spot out whatever AL is up to.
And there's the Kanik Rookern for Doran as well. This is the most annoying item in the game for these AP top laners to have to deal with against a tank like Ornn. It makes his trades so much more effective into the Mordekaiser. So Flandra having to deal with that now makes it that much harder to find an opportunity to get anything against this guy. And we'll see if Flandra can get any big death rounds in the middle of a huge fight. Because not just taking out a carry or something like that, if you can remove Nico from having a Pop Blossom, if you can ult Ornn before he can use the second half of the Ornn Horn, there's a lot of playmaking opportunities there, and I think Flandra has been a core part of the wins so far for AL.
Yeah, definitely going to have to at least take out one of those big engaged components, because if you let T1 use them all, you will get destroyed. 2.4k the gold lead here. And they just have pressure in all of their lanes. You were talking about Doran. He's just going to keep on pushing with that Kanik Rookern. Gets the pressure on top side, bottom side as well here for Faker, shoving in on the LeBlanc. Even though the LeBlanc is this champion that can go in for some scary moments, it does not have great wave clear unless you are forced to use everything on the wave itself, and then that takes away from the attack mode that you're supposed to be in. So should allow Victor easier wave control as long as you've got a Nocturne to cover you.
Yeah,
Owner is just providing so much safety for the lanes, for the team.
Yeah, and you got 50 seconds until that dragon, so resets coming through for his items completed. Like T1 feeling in a good spot. They just continue that pressure to the lanes and then move that over into some vision control that's already been established and continue to make it difficult for AL to set up on the objective and look for plays with Shanks or Tarzan finding a good angle of attack, and making it easier to just find picks of your own for T1.
25 seconds until the next Drake spawns. I don't think since he's purchased the Koenig Rookern, I have seen the shield break on Doran's health bar. He just goes up, he gets bonked a little bit, but now Tarzan is looking to change that around. Nice use of the Bellows Breath, but he is pulled back by the claw from Flandra. He tries to get underneath the turret. Doran flashes away. Flandra does secure the kill, but now he's got to get away from the turret. His teammates coming up to guarantee he survives. It's AL overloading the top side, and T1 are bringing in backup, but they've already lost their top laner.
It's a nice timing window from AL. Right as Dragon spawns, they go for the play, they get the kill, and sure, Faker will get some damage on the bot tower, but now they can actually reset and get back out onto the map and look to contest the Dragon.
Well, I don't think it's just going to be damage on this bottom tower. It looks like it's going to be the entire turret, but that means they could try to have a teleport punish here. Flandra coming around. He did not have to use the Death Realm to get the kill onto Doran, so he still has it, but Faker backs away in time, and critically for AL, they keep that turret alive, so no feats of strength for T1.
Faker trying to now move in to recontest onto the position. Dragon was started by Flandra, but will end up just being pulled out for a little second. Still waiting to see now if they can move in with no Ornhorn and no Nocturne ultimate, though. It's a little spooky for T1 to contest onto the objective.
Well, looks like they are going to go ahead, seize control over the area, start this one up. AL is nearby, but the Dragon dropping down to half HP already, and AL looks to be saying that they have no interest in contesting this one. Flandra's just staying top. He has no teleport. So 1-1 now. Split Drakes between the two teams.
Yeah, T1, they've got the luxury of pushing in on bottom side, and they do have the ability to dive here. Be careful.
Yeah. Up, Tarzan's coming in. They want to try to stop this T1 force onto the first turret of the game. Keria over the wall is going to be pushed back as Tarzan throws a rock over there towards him. Meanwhile, topside is Flandra putting the work in on this turret to take the first one. Nice deny there on the feats of strength.
Yeah, and the fact that now you get to use this wave push to move over towards the Rift Herald is going to be super nice as well. So it means T1 will have to overforce on that bottom side again, whereas Shanks can look for his reset. He has the teleport to move into position, and there's some deep wards as well on anyone Legend side, which is perfect for Shanks if he wants to TP into the fight.
Okay, Rift Herald alive. This could also be feats of strength for T1 because they have already secured a single dragon and 2 out of 3 of the grubs. AL are going to get themselves at least the Scuttle Crab beforehand. Tarzan grabs that one, but T1 has multiple men in the area. Taking stock of everything on the map, you can see Faker and Shanks, both in the bottom lane, both have their teleports ready to join a Rift Herald fight. No teleport available on either one of the top laners on either team. And we're starting to hit level 11 in a lot of different roles. Owner critically still only level 10 here on his Nocturne. Faker still needs another 4 minutes before his Rod of Ages hits full stack, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tarzan over the wall here with the Blast Cone. Kyle and Hope approaching from mid. T1 forced back away from the Herald.
Yeah, I like that. You immediately just drop it. Just immediately leash the Herald for T1 because Faker can finish this bottom tower and then teleport in, and they do.
Yeah, Keria's going to be the target here from Kyle, but he's not going to go in any further. Blast Cone gets Kyle back away as Doran tries to escape. Tarzan punches him a couple times, but again, that's a very tanky Ornn. Herald's going to lose all patience. And we can see Faker using the teleport to make his way over to the fight now after claiming that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Shanks still has a TP, but he's held in mid by Faker because of the wave clear of the Victor. Faker winning the trade against Shanks as Tarzan trades with Keria and Gumayushi. T1 with control over the Herald as AL approach. Flandra's going to look for a target, potentially here for the Death Realm. Herald down to 4K. Claw hits 2, but Flandra can't get any closer. Owner wants to take the objective. Paranoia's already gone out. Herald secured by Owner as the Ornhorn comes in, but only finds one. Keria locks up Hope. Gumayushi into the back line of the AL AD. Carries already down. Owner tries to flash dash away. Doran in the middle of everybody, but Flandra barely stays alive. He should surely die right after the shield falls and Owner kills him. Kyle's on the run. T1's on the hunt. Everybody on AL's dropping. And T1 are absolutely demolishing the LPL team. Tarzan tries to dig through the wall. He'll barely escape, but it's Rift Herald plus 4 kills.
Donate ITB thì ông nhận được bao nhiêu? Tôi nhận 70 nha ông ơi.
Even Guma lived. Shanks tried to go back in to kill him, but he couldn't get the vision. He couldn't get the
mày xì
damage.
xành quá.
T1 have taken control of this game.
Tarzan wants to see if he can get Faker on the way out. May get the damage down, but AL are so far away.
Ông hãy donate bên player duo hoặc là Weekend thì tôi sẽ nhận được 90.
This composition from this position is so difficult to fight against this AL. And we see this they come in. So
má combat hay vãi luôn ấy.
Get access to the backline, but it doesn't really work. Doran ends up getting good value, but it's Carrier's ultimate here onto both the carries that sets up perfectly for the play. As Tarzan and Flandra just can't do enough with Shanks.
Kyria thật sự điếm luôn á mấy ông.
Exactly. The other side of the fight, the Mordekaiser that just ulted this Nocturne, Owner had already gotten the objective, and then Owner still lived as well. It's just T1.
Tôi nhìn Kyria pha này nè.
So from this position is so difficult to fight against this.
Nè bấm nhìn Kyria nha.
So you end up with Shanks trying to get access to the backline.
Nó đứng yên tới lúc mà má điếm thật sự luôn anh em. Đứng yên như là bóng thiệt nhưng mà đủ má. Mấy anh em nhìn này. Trời ơi, thật sự là quá điếm cái pha này luôn ấy. Má đừng tưởng cái bóng đứng nhìn mấy ông. Kia ra điếm vãi lồn.
Exactly. This is so much larger of a lead than we've seen at this point in the game in any of the previous 3. Nearly 6,000.
Trời đứng yên rồi 3-4 giây luôn ấy. Cứ nhìn là tưởng cái bóng không đúng không?
And now Otacon's gonna spawn here in 20 seconds. Remember what I said about that Rod of Ages? Faker's at 9.
Đợi hai thằng kia tiến vô rồi mới rồi gì đủ mấy cái pha thật sự điếm luôn á.
Larger problem. T1 just continuing to build this advantage. Keep this pressure on. They're going to try to take the tier 1 turret, but not quite enough damage thus far. But you can see everybody's up here. They've got Doran down in the bottom lane. He's the one answering Flandra. He has his teleport to join up for this Otacon fight whenever they need it.
It's just so difficult if you're AL. Those item creation points just aren't there. And now with the push on top side, how do you try and enter in towards River? How do you try and spot that Otacon has already been started by T1?
AL charged with a nearly impossible task. They are going to walk forward. They are going to see the Otacon started. They're bringing in the teleport. AL have to send some sort of a Hail Mary play here. Tarzan jumps in, only finds Doran. Carrier looking for the Pop Blossom. He only finds it onto Kyle. The Ornhorn is already down. T1 have found their
Guma free, Guma vẫn đang bắn, Guma vẫn đang bắn. Guma bắn được. Guma, chết mẹ rồi.
They may have overstayed. AL find their way back into the game. Flandra chasing after the lone survivor as the Otacon will be taken by anyone's legend.
AL, they deleted Carrier and then they set their sights on Owner. They chunk him so low that Flandra is then able to follow, and Mordekaiser ult does kill the jungler this time around. Here's another look at how it all started. Carrier tried to get in here, but he got locked up by Kyle. It was just so good peeling there from Kyle. He basically nullified that ultimate from Carrier, and then Owner, you see him in the pit, completely trapped here. So AL, they did a very good job dealing with this engage of the Nocturne plus the Nico, and they did it at the most critical moment. The Otacon that they claim in the aftermath.
The Otacon is so dangerous. The shred that it applies to everybody on the team creates the opportunity for AL to come back into the game. 33 flowers to 8 now is about 2,000 gold's worth of adaptive force that AL has over T1. The lead that T1 had, that 5,500 gold, may as well be nullified now because of the Otacon throw. The big deal in this game is still Gumayushi with a personal 3,000 gold lead over Hope. If T1 wants to win this one, it's all Guma all the time.
But that's what we just saw in that last fight, was Guma wasn't able to get into positions to do what he needed to, and then eventually it was Faker who fell with the dive in the back line. and Shanks was able to finish off Guma. Like, there is so much damage, even from the beefcakes now on anyone legend, that you need to deal with everyone. I mean, only really Tarzan isn't going to deal much damage in these fights. And for Gumayusi, that is a terrifying prospect.
What a game. This one, the one where we finally thought that we were having a game that felt one-sided instead of close the whole time. And you can see there on the stats, that plummet of the gold difference so far here in the game 4.
Just such a critical fight to play out like that. And so many eyes been on Kyle here. Such a young player and performing that well in a critical moment. They have to win that fight. And they peel the Nico, they kill the Nocturne, they push back. The beefcakes, as you said, looking good, Dagda.
I have to see if they can continue it, because still, even though AL won the fight, T1 still finding their pressure in the lane, still pushing the waves in.
Yeah.
And it's anyone's legend trying to hold and bunker down in towards these choke points to deny T1 any sort of deeper access in towards the vision that control that they need. Also, flashes starting to come up crucially for people like Keria, making him a little bit more vulnerable in these upcoming fights.
Taking a stock of where we are with levels, Flandra about a level up over Doran, Tarzan 2 levels up over Owner, about to just be 1 because Owner nearly level 13. Faker 1 level up over Shanks because of that Rod of Ages we were already talking about. Hope almost has his Muramana fully stacked up here on the Corki. 24 minutes in, that feels very, very late, and it has been a very tough game for Hope. 0-3-2 on the Corki. Gumayusi has been going after him nonstop.
Yeah, certainly has. All right, let's take another look at this, though. Top tower is so low. Ale trying to use it.
Okay, they go in. The solar flare from Kyle. Tarzan wants to swoop around, but the Impale misses. AL threw a lot out there. The Arcane Storm from Faker going to fully push back anyone's legend. Shanks all the way down in the bottom lane. Not going to teleport up for this. AL wanted to defend their tier 1, but when they swing and miss, it's easy for T1 to finish the job.
AL ever so slightly desynced on the play. The stun lands, but Tarzan not there to follow up. It means that T1 able to step away, don't have to burn any of those crucial summoner spells. And now T1 going to continue, reset, move back out onto the map. Especially when I look at, like, Faker being a target is so hard with this build that he's gone for. He is so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, most of this game, he has been just standing and trading with the LeBlanc. He's not flinching at all, and he has been able to trade quite effectively. We'll see if they're able to create another pick, because T1 still have the cover of darkness here with this Nocturne ultimate, and that with all of the engaged threat that they do have, should basically guarantee applying plasma to somebody for Guma to come in and kill. He's 3-item Kaisa, 3-item plus some to only the 2 of Hope at the moment. So this Kaisa really should be able to shred, and they do have the Baron in their sights. They're trying to draw AL to them. This is going to be a turn from T1. Watch out for the engage.
Yup, keep your eyes on Keria specifically here with the Nico. Teleport coming in from the AL side. Also T1 ready to reinforce. Ornhorn sounds off. Doran goes in. They're going to knock up Kyle here at the very start, but into the back line. T1, Faker under pressure. The burst over the mid laner. They found him, but Hope is also over the gap. Shanks next to die. The Arcane Storm is a Typhoon, but AL is fighting back. More damage to Gumayusi. Flandra wants him. Flandra can't find him. The mace will not connect over the wall. And now Tarzan goes on a killing spree. AL are winning another fight. Doran locked up. He gets away with a teleport to stay alive. 3 for 3. A bloodbath at Baron.
Flandra and Tarzan survive. Flandra's doing so much on this Mordekaiser.
The one of 3
Flandra nó mạnh vậy.
to ever win worlds, and Tarzan and Flandra are doing so much work in this fight. They turn on towards Faker, and even though Keria goes for the Pop Blossom, it only hits onto Flandra, it hits nobody. And Gumayusi goes into the backline, but the lockup and Flandra holding on to this ultimate for so long to focus onto Gumayusi to make sure he can't continue in the fight. And again, it's this front line from AL that stays alive and deals the damage, and just when you think Hope is gone, it is still there for the LPL.
Yeah, it's actually crazy because this fight, we just watched Hope get deleted, and Guma also then killed off Shanks right at the beginning. Those are the 2 main carries for this team. You thought, nope, the main carry is the Mordekaiser, and Tarzan got a triple ultimate with the Skarner to buy the necessary time for the Mordekaiser to destroy them.
Hope did 100 more damage than Kyle did in that team fight, and full tank Skarner did over 4,000. The Mordekaiser cracking 5,000 damage as AL now moving into this topside river yet again. Solar Flare used by Kyle does not find anything meaningful here. Taking a look at summoner spells, there are no flashes available on T1. There are none available on AL except for Kyle on this Leona, so keep your eyes on him.
AL are trying desperately to pull T1 away from the dragon, but T1 just going to walk down the mid lane, keep this pressure up, and AL, they're looking at a little split.
Yeah, Gumayushi's going to take down the tier 2 turret. Keep your eyes open for the paranoia. That's the sign that T1's going to look for something, but they don't want to use it here. Instead, it's Gumayushi off on a solo mission looking to take the Drake. It's not soul point just yet, but if he can secure this one, it's going to put AL in a very difficult spot. The Kaisa clears this very effectively, just as a lone unit, and it looks like they're going to grab it here. The Scryer's Trinket used to see what T1 is doing. Shanks goes after Keria, chunks him out, but doesn't chunk him super low. T1 takes the Drake, and now they're ready for the 5v5. Doran summons up the Ornhorn. They're going in after Flandra. They want to focus the Mordekaiser. They've got him locked up in the
Hey!
and Faker strikes him down. AL have lost their strongest player. Tarzan whips the Impale, and Owner continues moving forward. AL in a 4v5 have got to be mindful now. T1 may try to go for the Baron as they clear out mid-wave. Flandra's still dead for 35 seconds.
T1 found the thorn on their side and they yanked it out immediately. Now anyone's legend have to defend the Baron. 4 versus 5.
T1 going after the big objective. Tarzan wants to step forward here, try to find a little bit of poke. Kyle and Hope now. A nice catch from Doran. Hope is already down. Tarzan has to retreat. Ishtal's impact through the wall. They can't slow him down. They can't lock him up. T1 back onto the Baron yet again. Owner down to 25% HP. AL, they're going to have their top laner back up here in 5 seconds. So it may have cost them hope, but it buys them enough time to stop the Baron.
Ooh, Doran gets the double knock up there to grab another kill for T1, but as you say, the Baron goes unkilled here, still on the map, so we have to get the reset and the return to the objective. T1 though, they did such a good job at the beginning keeping this Mordekaiser at distance and actually chunking him down, then going for the full commit there. Owner goes in, they remove the biggest threat from them in the previous fights. See about round 2 though.
That was the thing, as long as they remove Flandre before he gets that ultimate off, they're in a good spot. And even there, you can see Flandre didn't want to pull the trigger on the ultimate, thought he could maybe survive and then find a higher value target. But if T1 continue to focus Flandre, it becomes a little bit more difficult for anyone's legend.
And good lord, Gumayushi, man, 5,000 gold ahead. He has almost 2 fully completed items up over Hope. He only has 1 slot left to build into, while Hope doesn't even have 3 fully finished big items. You can see Seeker's Arm Guard also fully completed now for Faker, in case he is the one who's attempted to be focused down with the big burst like we saw in the previous big team fight. This one is way closer than I thought it was ever going to be when we saw a 5,000 gold lead at 19 minutes.
And we are also at soul point, 2.5 minutes here for T1. T1 returning to the Baron though once again. They're looking to draw AL in.
All right, AL ready to try to stop him, but Gumayushi kills this objective very, very quickly. TP coming in from AL. Keria on the flank, off to the right, ready for the pincer attack. T1 gonna pull off the Baron. They do not want to allow it to get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after Keria, wants to stop him. Ornhorn through the middle of the fight, and once again, Flandra's gonna get focused, but he is not dead. Big impale from Tarzan. A lot of damage comes through. Keria dies before the Pop Blossom. Flandra in a little bit of trouble now, but he's still fighting. The shield keeps him alive, but T1 is too strong. AL running now. They've lost 2. T1 have only lost their support. It's both supports down. Flandra, the extra man dead, means T1 win the fight.
Yeah, they melt the front line. Shanks is actually creeping around, but there's not much he can get. He's looking for an angle onto Guma.
If he can find Gumayushi, that's the angle. That's the only way to win it, and there he goes! Shanks with the hero play as Hope tries to escape from Doran, but the Bellows breath takes him down. Tarzan wants to get away from Owner, from Faker. He can't quite get there. He's feared up. Shanks nearly kills off Owner, but a beautiful spell shield keeps him alive. Shanks is trapped inside the gravity field, and Faker takes him down. Tarzan on the run. He's the only one left alive from the original fight. Kael has finally respawned. Faker and Doran are going to continue the chase now. If they can get a delayed kill on this jungler, they can almost guarantee themselves either a soul or a Baron, and that's exactly what they're doing. Tarzan will not be allowed to dig through the wall. The Arcane Storm silences him as he tries. Faker's gonna recall, and T1, the enemy jungler, dead for 45. The Drake spawning in 30. Take another look.
Let's take a look, Flowers. Indeed, Guma, he's over here, and Shank sees him, goes right up into his face, bursts him for the shutdown, but they are able to turn it around. Faker here is so tanky with this tanky Victor build, under no threat from Hope, and Doran is able to finish the job, take down the Corki.
And we're back to live. It's Baron that it started for T1. They're trying to burst it down. Kael has the smite, but there is nothing that he can do to get into the pit.
Exactly. It's free Baron for the side of T1. It's still 10 seconds before Tarzan is back on the rift. And look at Faker's position. He's already in the bottom side river, making sure that AL isn't trying to sneak the Drake early. Baron plus Soul plus 7,000 gold lead for T1 has to spell victory, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. The Mountain Soul belongs to T1 34 minutes in.
The MasterCard price this moment is T1. Pick up the Mountain Soul, and that mountain feels insurmountable.
Thằng Flandre giờ phế rồi anh em. Thằng Flandre bây giờ là phế rồi anh em. Bây giờ T1 cứ dồn đam nó trước là phế.
But now T1 will march on the Nexus and march towards a potential Game 5 here.
Yeah, honestly, I think a Mountain Dragon does seal it for T1. How is a LeBlanc supposed to burst through all this extra durability on these T1 members? It's going to be very, very difficult. There is also a Skarner flanking on Vision. Tarzan's just going to keep going, though, because hell no, they don't have a lot of good angles to go for in the first place.
Owner level 16, maximum range paranoia, so he knows he can join any bottom lane fight from the mid lane. Tarzan still looking for a chance to make some kind of a move here. Owner just guaranteeing that he keeps two separate waves of minions enchanted at the same time. T1 continues to push here in the bottom lane. Cannon minion doing most of the damage under the tier 3 turret as Tarzan is stunned up inside the gravity field, but again, not a ton of damage either way. Shanks wants to try to get some poke, but he won't find a lot. Hope on this Corki still hopelessly behind this entire game. Nearly 6,000 gold lead for Gumayushi as AL try to keep defending, but it is the health bars of the tier 3 turrets slowly whittling away to the Baron empowered minions. Kael on the side of the terrain here in bottom lane, looking for what might be AL's final desperate chance to stay in this game. Doran continues playing the point man here for the T1 side as another wave crashes into the tier 3 turret. A little bit more damage onto Tarzan, but it's not a lot. They don't need a lot, they just need time to chip away at these tier 3s. Doran with a bellows breath to get through the claw. Flandre loses half his HP. The Mordekaiser's gonna be your target. Here goes the Ornhorn. They knock Flandre up into the air, but again, nobody under serious threat. Tarzan with an impale onto one, but he's about to die. He flashes away. Guma flashes in. Carry Pop Blossom will seal the fate of anyone's legend. Guma with a triple. Only Flandre stands. Gumayushi finally dies, but AL will die with him. T1 will not go quietly. They will force down the Nexus turrets. They will move to the Nexus, and they will take us to Silver Scrapes.
Leave it to T1 at Worlds to deliver us a Silver Scrapes. Analysts, are you ready?
Yes, we are so ready for Game 5. This series has been absolutely delivering, and may I say, perhaps through an unlikely hero, because I have a man on my desk who had no faith in the Kaisa from Gumayushi, but he damn well wins the game.
Yeah, I'm not nervous at all. I have zero emotional investment. I'm feeling great. When your back's against the wall for T... I can't believe it, the risk that they took with this, because as the cast highlighted, obviously for 4 out of 5 members, this is pure comfort. But it needs to be repeated. The fact that they are still willing, everything on the line, to trust the teammates, go for Guma on the Kaisa, and it ends up working.
And I gotta say, I gotta put you on the spot,
Lồ
but
má
you came
rung
and
quá
saying,
nè.
okay, I've got my 2 LCK teams on the other side. You know, T1, they're not going to do it. Maybe I have to give them the benefit of a doubt, but my heart's not really in it. How do you feel now?
No, that's too soon. Oh yeah, I'm, as it turns out, a little bit more emotionally invested than I thought. And then they threw an Otacon! I didn't know I was invested, and then they did that!
I was thinking we're gonna get a repeat of the Genji.
Trời ơi, kênh này hồi nãy gần 400.000 view. Bên Việt Nam mình cũng 200 mấy, gần 300.000, 700.000 view. Bên Trung là tầm 500 triệu view rồi đấy. Bên Trung có thể là 500 triệu view đang xem luôn anh em.
Deadly this Nocturne Nico combo can be. Here we see, just watch Guma as okay, Kyle and Hope, they're able to stave off the initial play, but then Guma goes in. The only redeeming thing for AL in this entire exchange is that on the backside of this fight, Shanks is able to get a few kills, but this sets Guma ahead, and he ended this game 11-4-10, 7.4k gold above his lane opponent in Hope. And that was massive because, like, you had reason not to necessarily believe in the Guma Kaisa.
And credit where credit is due. To me, this was not just about Guma, it was about him and Keria. They took control of the lane starting level 1. It was Keria that set it up, but in the past, I think Guma has had issue knocking it down. His teams has had issue actually setting up for him as well. And in this game, with elimination on the line for T1, it finally came together, because I can guarantee you every T1 fan was right there with me when that got locked in.
Yeah, and when Nico does get locked in, I did think this is a good sign if Keria is having a good game, and I think that was possibly a bit of a question mark, but he has an unbelievable instinct here in this fight.
Yeah, and he sets up this fight beautifully with feigning the Nocturne, then going in under cover of darkness for this sick Pop Blossom, then the Guma follow-up. That's perfect execution of how you want this comp to go.
And it's specifically that Nico Nocturne combo that you can't, like, it's basically impossible to play against this. There is Fog of War, and credit to AL, they actually pivoted really well after this. Kyle, the next time he tried that, he got him.
Yeah.
He didn't let him make the play, and that was what set up the Otacon throw, which is that gold dip that you see there right at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan was trying his hardest as well. A lot of great impales there. But what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Tarzan's damage graph. It was 25k.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mordekaiser was also doing well, but they took him out of the fight. And it's, how did we get here? I think we maybe saw it written in the stars that we might get here. But do you believe in the fight on the side of AL after this momentous swing?
You have to, it's pure 50-50. We're going down to we're going down to 1 best of 1, right? And the draft is obviously going to be a big deal, but both teams have had amazing moments. Both teams had throws. We had Tarzan KL going too deep in the jungle, then we had T1 at the Otacon repeatedly. Like, it is so evenly matched, and this quarterfinals is delivering.
It's delivering. We'll talk a little bit more about how either team could do it at the other side of the break. But now it is time to listen to the most beautiful song in the world, Silver Scrapes, to close out our last quarterfinal. Isn't it poetic?
To get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after Keria, wants to stop him. Horn through the middle of the fight, and once again, Flandra's going to get focused, but he is not dead. Big impale from Tarzan. A lot of damage comes through. Keria dies before the Pop Blossom. Flandra in a little bit of trouble now, but he's still
Hai điều.
Keeps him alive, but T1 is too strong.
15 rồi mắc đâu hả? Chưa má ơi.
Not at all said and done, because everything's going to culminate in one last battle of an AL that has to do it in front of their home crowd, do the unthinkable in terms of an LPL team at Worlds versus T1, and T1 who just say, you can't count us out, ever.
And as we talked about, the Nico Nocturne composition, they ran incredibly well, something they're super comfortable on. Previously, we'd seen Nico banned out. I want to take a look at the support picks throughout this series, because I feel like we talked going into this about Keiria's performance, how he has really, really stepped it up in this matchup. As we look at the supports each of these guys have played, I am curious to see if we might start seeing maybe hyper carries, maybe like an Aphelios Lulu angle, something like that coming out of these teams.
And there are two picks I'm looking towards if they're not banned away. That's Alistar and Rel. There are still these really big, high-profile, wombo combo engage supports, because in Game 5, in a fearless format, I think a lot will come down to the draft as the crowd goes crazy, because there isn't as much goes into everything, easy pickings for picks. You need to figure out a way to get an upper hand in this game.
You need the better drafting. You need to lock in whatever the pick may be, as Silver Scrapes also hits Shanghai. Let's talk about the bigger picture here, the history of Faker versus the LPL. But let's also talk about T1's Game 5 win rate at Worlds. They are 6-2. That combined with the fact that T1 still has that moniker as LPL killers above them. Do you think that is in the heads of AL right now?
And right there, I don't know if you caught it, but it was Tarzan and Owner giving each other a little fist bump.
Love to see it. That's so great.
As you make a great point, there is so much on the line here for both teams. For AL, the opportunity to do something that many teams have come close. Many teams at MSI have been able to do it countless times, but at Worlds, this is their moment. And I think that when it comes to the picks they've taken away from T1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, by contrast, right, AL Game 5 win rate across this year, LPL and MSI at 3-3.
Quá gàn anh ơi.
One of those losses did come against T1 at MSI, right? In another great best of 5
Lầu là cái chó gì?
So, yeah, I'm super curious to see what Tabe has cooked up for this draft.
Oh, me too. And I'm just thinking of all these moments that Faker has sat on the world stage hearing this song being played. I wonder if it invigorates him in some way when he hears it and he says, you thought I locked in before? I'm about to lock in for real now. And it would be, as we expect from him because these are the placements of his world's runs every single time. It's just a lot to break. How do AL do it?
It's trusting themselves. They've shown the level of gameplay necessary today. Already for me, Tarzan today has found his revenge in many ways for that disaster with LNG back in 2023. I think he's been performing out of his mind today, and if he can keep down Owner, if he's able to get Faker behind early on, because T1 Mobile Leader hard to deal with CNAL with their resilience, can get it done.
We did have a lot to talk about Gumayushi in that last match, but I do also need to mention that Faker had a great game up versus a LeBlanc that was getting really dangerous out of Shanks, right? How much is going to come down to a single person here? Because I can see identifiable things, especially in Fearless, when it comes to that support, when it comes to that mid lane. But is there anything we haven't mentioned in terms of what could really be a backbreaker for either?
I want to look towards the top lane, where we really, I think, have seen Flanders had a wonderful game today. I mean, that's Emily's fault. I'm going to blame her for that one. Because he has been, to me, a standout today when it comes to his performance. I want to see him on something that with impact, because that Mordekaiser was always enough. On the flip side, I think that Doran has actually had a much better day today at Worlds. This is still not domestic Doran. This is not MSI Doran. We're not seeing the Krug Lord, but we are seeing him be solid enough where Owner and Carrier can take over. And I do think, based on very recent evidence, that when everything comes down, there is literally no player in the history of League of Legends you'd rather have sitting beside you than Faker himself.
Yeah, and for me, in these drafts, like I said previously, I think the big thing is, do we see a pivot to hyper carries, right? Like you did mention, the Alistar and the Rel are both potential picks in the bot lane. However, with the way that we constantly also want to team fight, one of these teams could pivot, and that does usually give you not only a pushing bot lane, especially if you lock in something like the Lulu, but insane 5v5 potential in these mid to late game fights. And a lot of times, despite what we've seen from both of these teams being very scrappy, right? A lot of times in game 5s, things slow down, and it really, really comes down to who is going to be better in those 5v5.
Yeah, it's true.
Bấm vô chỗ chơi nối từ là
like this,
có.
Moritz, I know it becomes stressful to watch if you have any type of investment, but the way these games have been playing out, we haven't seen a game-winning early game fight. There has always been a throw. There has always been a rebuttal, and that's where the presence of mind really comes into play.
It's the tenacity of both these teams, right? No matter what the game state is, both in a positive sense, because sometimes they should be a little bit more respectful, particularly towards Otacon, because again, a reminder, teams, your resistances are going to be gone. You need to be a little more mindful, because neither team has gotten, I think, in any of these games to a point where a deficit is so big that you can't contest. And for me, going into this final draft, I'm looking at jungle, I'm looking at support. I think Tarzan and KL, as well as Owner and Carrier, have been what have mostly been the game deciders to me, because this series has come down to team fights. We've seen so many of them, but when it comes to actually setting up your team fight, we saw it in the Bard game from KL, we saw it with the Nico in this game. That is what, for me, has been one of the big deciding factors, and what I think is going to decide this game 5.
Amazing. I love we see team fights from start to finish. You can't be allowed to make any mistakes, because the other team will slam you down. We will see if Faker has it in the tank, if it's Shanks who can take over from him and bring LPL to the semifinal to give us a guaranteed LPL LCK final.
We just moved away from him, but that man on your screen, Tabe, is who I'm looking at also, because I know Kobe called it out in cast, but during Faker's first Worlds, right? It was against this man playing support for Royal Club. So it'd be incredibly poetic if he was the one to finally step up coaching this AL team and potentially move on past T1 in this bracket.
We've been going to a Zenith a couple of times, but I just got the word we still have a little delay before getting to the stage. Obviously, you want to make sure that the teams are in their best capabilities going into that game 5 indeed. I'm wondering, Maurits, if the doubts that you had coming into this best of 5 being right, can they attack that early game? Can Carrier have a standout performance? Can the top lane have a stable performance? How many of that has been shored up?
Well, I mean, we've gotten to game 5, right? I want to echo what I said earlier. It really does feel like these teams are insanely evenly matched. A lot of the questions that we had for T1, I think for me were answered after game 1 already, because I knew that if, and that was by no means a guarantee, but if T1 played the way they have done at MSI, they have played domestically for a large part of the year, particularly towards the main part of summer, I knew this was going to be a close series. And the fact that we're actually getting to 5 again, the only quarterfinal that actually go the distance is a beauty to watch as
watch party back home for you.
Well,
đi. Đợi gì nữa? Đợi gì nữa Minh Phương? Minh Phương đi. Lớp 10 chưa đủ tuổi với anh Ti không?
Anyone's legend jumping up as an unexpected hope for the LPL from Rogue Warriors to today.
And I feel like so many.
Oh wow. Wow.
Oh, I just want to give it to the crowd.
Ủa sao không quân tướng vậy?
Absolutely colossal energy out of the crowd.
AL and T1 chance. I almost said A1. The big thing for me is every single player on this team kind of was seeking to make their name or kind of strike out and get revenge for being passed over, right? Like Hope replaced for Viper, replaced for Ruler, Kyle trying to make a name for himself on a different team, Tarzan seeking redemption from some of his international performances, as we talked about, Shanks being on WE for so long, being stuck there, coming to this team.
Mày chết liền.
I feel like Flandra's always just kind of vibing, but he's proving still that he is a top LPL top laner.
Oh my gosh, the energy is absolutely electric. You know, this is the thing that when you get to World Championship, these are the unquantifiables. When you step into an arena like this, and I'm so glad that we had hoped that it would come to this for this specific matchup between the hope of the LPL and the LPL killers on the side of T1. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm trying to see if we get an update on when we're going to the stage. I think we still have a small delay. So let us ask the casters a question. We've been talking so much. Is there anything we missed? What are you looking out for in Game 5?
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am looking for this game to be the best one yet. Game number 4 looked like it might have been more one-sided than our first 3, but even then, we had the hero moment from Flandra up in that topside river to turn a fight that looked like it should have been the end of the game back to a pretty close game state, but ultimately it was Gumayushi having probably the biggest individual player gap so far in the series that carried it home for T1. We've had an amazing series, and I want Game 5 to be the best game yet.
I tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Game 5 jinx. That's what we got at MSI. And Taba has gone on record talking about the power of Game 5 jinx for AL as well, and them being able to pick it and find, you know, wins in those must-win games. You know, Deep Fearless is where a lot of people have doubted this T1 team. Not thinking that they'll be able to survive in this world where we're constantly in Fearless, but pushing them to game number 5 in the first place is such a big feat. I mean, Hope is looking for revenge, got eliminated by T1 in 2022. Of course, Tarzan is, because him and Scout had a really, really embarrassing 2023 elimination at the hands of T1, so it would mean so much to return the favor here in 2025.
Đủ hơn nó không xài độ Missy.
A lot of revenge is on the table for the taking, but it's not easy. There's a reason no one else has been able to do it to T1 at Worlds.
I mean, it's been 12 years since the LPL has ever been able to take down T1 in a best of 5. They haven't been able to do it 11-0. And now anyone's legend has an opportunity to finally put one on the board for the LPL. And I mean, Emily started into it a little bit, like, what was a roster that was just a band of rookies. When you look back at like ZDZ and Xiaohao, they're on anyone's legend, a team that would essentially would finish at the bottom of the pack for so long. And then they add in Tabe, and suddenly they start to pick it up. Where they have Hope, they have Shanks, and they have this core with Kyle that they can build around. Adding in Tarzan and Flandre this year. Finally, not only did they make playoffs for the first time, they didn't drop out of top 3 all year long. Thanks to the play that they had, thanks to the coaching staff that they have, and now they stand on the precipice of finally being able to do what no LPL team has done. But they're not the first LPL team to ever stood in this position. But we have to believe that maybe, just maybe, the LPL can get one.
And then There's T1 and Faker at Worlds. The aura is strong. When they walked back into this arena, the crowd was deafening. You heard it, we heard it. Let's get into Champion Select for our final and deciding game.
I am so ready for this, and Azir and Orianna throughout the entire series.
Quá gàn anh ơi. Mày không có đủ trình đâu anh ơi.
The Trundle remains banned as well. AL having lost game 4
Okay.
are choosing to play
Game
from the
cuối mọi
blue
người ơi.
side here in our 5th and final game. Caitlyn and Misfortune, double marksman bans in the first half of the draft from AL. When you're already on game 5 and Fearless, that AD carry pool is shrinking to a puddle.
Also, potentially setting up for something like a Lucian first pick, which is the other AD carry that we've seen at in this meta that is still rising up in priority. Something that you can have that flexibility with, especially as the desk was already talking about, like both the Alistair and the Rel still up and available if they want to try and go for it. Annie, also a mid laner that you have to keep your eyes on, has drifted out of the meta, but certainly still a very strong pick. But it's the Jinx immediately, Kobe.
You called it. You gotta feel that it is
Zin
coming
á.
because AL, they know, they remember.
Zin Lulu á.
Last time, T1, they got the Jinx, and they beat them in the 5th game at MSI. And you know how much success AL have had in their
Vãi lồn, Zin luôn ấy.
game Jinxes.
Má,
They get
ác
it.
quỷ
First
vậy.
pick, it's worthy. Now you have to protect it though, okay? Jinx in itself is not a team comp. You have to be able to keep that Jinx up. You have to be able to get the first kill, to get excited, and stay alive.
Meanwhile, the response from T1, a tried and true evergreen top laner that has made it all the way through Fearless up until now. It'll be Doran piloting the Renekton in the deciding game.
But it was the Renekton and the Lee Sin that in that game 3, I believe, at MSI was able to get T1 that very early lead where they played through that Renekton on the top side, got the kills.
Giờ còn AD vậy anh em, má tới game 5 mà tụi đấy biết đánh AD luôn á.
Wonder if Owner wants to fall back towards that.
Giờ AD là còn chơi được vậy.
This would be crazy though.
Skewmond, is that you?
Owner đánh Mundo á. Con bài tủ của Skillmood à.
Looking pretty beefy so far.
Má tởm vậy trời.
Alright, let's see the response from AL though immediately. You're thinking like percentage health damage. What are they going to use to melt
Skillmood,
through it?
is that you? Skillmood, is that you?
Picking through a couple of different options. It will be another tank. So tank versus tank in the jungle here.
Sejuani into Mundo is not a great one-on-one matchup, but they're, I don't know.
I really like this early pickup of the Lulu though, because essentially what you've realized is, hang on, there's very little dive threat on the side of T1. Sure, you can have like the Alistair or the Rel come through for carry it, but unless they lock that in now, you're still going to be playing this front to back. You still got an enabler for the Jinx, and there's very few responses that can actually come through for T1.
The Sejuani also very, very effective at just being that big brick wall to keep Jinx safe. And I have been informed by our producers, hold on 1 second. Is that really? Okay! Faker Mel, potentially, could also be a support Mel. Here, the first one in the tournament so far. This is also Owner's first Mundo in his career.
And this Mel can reflect so many different objects here. You've got the Sejuani yield, you've got the Super Mega Death Rocket that it can send back as well. These things that, in particular for the Jinx, where she wants to try and get a reset, can be devastating if she doesn't actually set that up. So,
cái gì đây?
If this Mel can manage to step in the
Mèo
front
á,
line,
mèo là
cause
sub
a
hay
bit
là
of
gì vậy anh em?
disruption, that could be huge. But now, Jack's going to be banned away. Renekton counters like the Gnar are going to be taken away as well, I feel like, by T1.
Mèo là sub hay là gì vậy anh em?
Focus on the AD carries, or at least on the supports, has to be the call.
Oh man, we are getting into game 5 and we are getting
Không,
the
tôi
dark
nhìn con Jin là tôi biết chỉ có con Lulu thôi à.
See what the response
Tôi nhìn
is
con Jin
here.
là tôi biết
How
chỉ
do
có
you
con Lulu thôi anh
further
em.
protect towards this Jinx? Take away the Pike. Okay, playmaking support there. No T1 Pike in this entire series.
Yep, they're going to get rid of the Pike. He can also do the X marks the spot for the execution through things like the Lulu Shield or a Locket of the Iron Solari, so they'll take away that execution potential. Over on the other side, you're going to see Jax and Akali banned out, looking
Ủa
at
con
the
mèo đi
solo
mid hay
lanes,
đi
looking
sub
at
vậy?
these big potential threats, these massive damage sources that could come in from those two roles. As AL have one ban left.
AF.
Further pinch the marksman role.
AF lót AC.
They're going to go with that Alistar.
Hết rồi.
Already mentioned earlier.
Còn 2 con AD, AF lót AC.
So you got to think about other things to pick into this Mel as well. At least by solo queue standards, Syndra is fairly successful. Xerath, Cassiopeia, And of those, I would kind of lean towards Cassiopeia or the Syndra as possibilities. They provide a lot of structure to 5-on-5 team fights.
I don't like this Ash hover from Gumayushi. You're fairly low damage in that regard because Mel doesn't have the highest DPS in the game either.
Hết rồi.
I would have preferred the
Hai
Aphelios
con rồi,
maybe
AC với
up
lại
in terms of like
AP
the
hết rồi.
progression, trying to play your game through that. But there you go, Kobe. The Syndra hovered, and honestly, if AL sticking out Tanky Boy for Flandre in the top lane, I think they're in a
Chừa sub
relatively
cho
okay spot with the way this draft has gone.
chừa sub cho Keria.
Oh man, the tension, you can feel it here in the
Má,
arena.
Keria bích sub cuối, bích phải cao to nha. Thật sự là chừa slot cuối cùng cho Keria. Là Keria phải một con bài đó thật sự là khủng khiếp anh em. Thật sự là phải là một con bài đó khủng khiếp cao to bích luôn ấy. Tại cho Keria bích cuối mà.
He does have a history with it. Ooh, Ash plus Seraphine, the goated combo. Ash slows into Seraphine, immediately upgrading into the root, into the stun.
Lồng lóc luôn.
And what a terrifying bot lane that is
Trời
to
ơi,
try
lóc
and play
luôn.
against, because if anything lands onto that
Vãi
Jin, she's going to be
lòng.
locked down immediately. And Ash so strong at those early levels where
Cái
Jinx
cặp Ash
struggles
với lại Vien là nó siêu silo nha anh em.
it is definitely a hope that you can get
Con
your
Ash nó
Jinx
bắn
online
silo
and
xong rồi con
play
Seraphine chói một lần thôi là thành chói chân luôn. Sau đó con Ash bắn thêm cái RCC nữa và Keria R thêm một lần nữa. Trời ơi, cặp này là cặp siêu CC nha. Cặp này là cặp siêu CC luôn nha.
Control mage mid, hyper carry bottom with a pocket Lulu for support. But over on the other side, you've got the first non-Skewmon Mundo in the tournament, owner's first pro play Mundo ever. You've got Faker on Mel. He's only played this champion once before.
Nhưng mà con Jin bắn chừng nào mới chết con Mundo anh em. Con Jin bắn chừng nào mới chết con Mundo.
So oppressive, so powerful, so much synergy, and it was Gumayushi in game 4 that was the X factor for T1.
Vui ha.
But it is a different
Vui ha, hung đồ ha.
what T1 found
Vui
themselves
dữ
here
vậy đó.
with. It was owner stepping up for T1 so regularly to carry the early game. Now on the Mundo, he doesn't have that pressure. So instead, T1 have gone back to their roots. These hyper
Để
pushy
coi
bot
win.
lanes that
Ví
made
dụ
the
win thì
way
tao vui quá, tao cũng đéo
2023
muốn like, mà thua thì tao buồn, tao cũng đéo muốn like luôn.
from
Nói
the
chung là
rest
cửa
of
nào
the
tao cũng không muốn like
LPL,
á.
and they started that play in quarterfinals,
Những
and the
nào tao cũng không muốn like
LPL
bay.
could not find an answer.
Má hôm nay tao like 5 tiếng rồi còn gì. Tao like từ 2 giờ tới giờ là 5 tiếng rồi.
To see if they can take down a T1 that no one else could.
I want everyone to soak in this moment. This is what esports is all about. We are in China with LPL looking to try and for the first time ever eliminate T1 from Worlds. The fifth and final game here between AL and T1. Everything on the table.
And once more, just a reminder to everyone here, so far, Faker has faced the LPL in a best of 5 11 times, counting the play-in match against IG earlier this tournament. They have not lost a single time. They 3-0'd their opponents 5 times.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cặp trận và chưa bao giờ T1 thua một đội. Chưa bao giờ T1 thua một đội chung nào nha anh em. 14 lần.
Alright, looks like we're going to get opposite side jungle clears. Mundo going to be clearing towards the Ash Seraphine lane.
Trời ơi, đè điên chưa, đè điên chưa, đè điên chưa. Đè điên chưa.
Can upgrade the Seraphine, and the poke damage is also very substantial.
Definitely going to make it tough, especially because you have to go for a cleanse in this lane with the slow and that setup then. So it means you don't have access to the barrier. So when you hit that level 6, the combo.
Ê, nhìn con rêu mạnh quá vậy. Ôi nhìn con rêu mạnh vậy anh em. Con rêu kiểu đam chụt xong rồi còn có chiêu của con Nico nữa. Nhìn mạnh vậy. Em nhìn nó giống như con Vien á ha. Có một cái skin Vien mà nó cũng mặc cái áo choàng này mấy anh em biết không? Ui cướp được. Cướp được 3 con chim luôn.
Yeah, denies the level 3, which is crucial for Tarzan.
Yeah, gets them execute. I mean, Mel, the passive, is the bane of so many junglers. And Faker goes.
Cướp được mấy con chim đó là lỗ nha. Rừng nó không lên level 5 được anh em.
So small things that do end up adding up, and
Faker đè ghê vậy. con này mạnh vậy? Lần đầu tiên thấy con mèo luôn á. Chưa bao giờ tôi được thấy con mèo ở tất cả các mọi giải đấu luôn anh em.
The little ones are enough to slow down that Sejuani clear and just try to set up a good situation for owner here.
Tôi có biết cái con mèo có một cái chiêu gì mà phản lại đòn của đối phương thì tôi có coi video thôi chứ tôi cũng chưa bao giờ thấy á. Kiểu tôi coi mấy cái video thôi à.
Going to now walk towards mid lane, could just walk through here and try to contest the top side scuttle first.
But that's why I like the pathing from Tarzan. He did his front two camps, went back to Wolves, and now is completely wrapped around. So when owner goes to the top side, Tarzan is actually going to be able to show in on this bottom side, avoiding all that vision as well. You can see owner now realizing, trying to run back through mid to deny Tarzan the smite, but it's bot lane that might be in trouble.
Yeah, Gumayusi and Keria having to back away. The zap does not connect on Gumayusi. Tarzan down here with the bottom lane.
Hey. Bóp lút bú rồi, lời rồi.
But Hope gets the money critically for AL.
Tarzan with the wrap around the first move here on the Sejuani. He doesn't even get an assist, but him approaching applies the pressure and forces the all-in. That is going to be a lot of summoner spells blown for the bot side of the map. It's going to be
cá sấu xuống đẩy một cái đợt big quay vô trụ luôn. Xong rồi top bên kia xuống bú hết. Ê, sao tôi nhìn con mẹ thấy nó mạnh quá vậy, chiêu nó nhìn nó kiểu khó chịu mấy.
An offensive Lulu trying to crack down on Gumayusi on the Ashe. Hope flashing forward to set up the play in for KL. Gumayusi in these early stages has so much damage on the Ashe, is able to take him down. But look at that big wave there at the end. Like Hope resets because the TP from Doran. And look at the CS at the bottom of your screen. That's how much he's now behind because of it. So even though you get the kill, it's still Gumayusi with the gold lead.
Exactly. The farm matters so much down there in the bottom lane. As we see Hope and Kyle, Gumayusi and Keria, both bottom lane duos, swapped up to the top lane now. As Flandra and Doran will head down to the bottom side.
Mặc dù Keria nhưng mà Gumayusi bắn có hỗ trợ cho nên là lời á.
For the T1 side of things, and again, there's that powerful burst. If Keria ever catches you, the follow-up.
Nếu như một mạng mà mọi người ăn không á, mà không hỗ trợ mọi người sẽ ít tiền hơn. Là một mạng mà có hỗ trợ mọi người hiểu không? Thí dụ mọi người đánh gần chết con đó mà mọi người kết liễu luôn thì mọi người ăn được có 300 vàng. Mà mọi người đánh gần chết mà thằng khác KS á, thì nó được 300 vàng mạng và mọi người được tiền nhiều dựa trên cái đó nữa. Cho nên là nếu mà mạng ăn được mà có hỗ trợ thì nó sẽ lời hơn là cái người ăn một mình, hiểu không? Nhưng mà nó sẽ bị một cái là chia kinh nghiệm.
With the hawk shot, and it means that then Tarzan has to run away. Now on the bottom side, because they spotted the Sejuani top.
Cái tính chất của việc ăn mạng là mọi người sẽ lời vàng nhưng mà lỗ kinh nghiệm. Đúng không? Ví dụ thay vì ăn một cái set down 500 vàng mỗi một đứa ăn đúng không? Nhưng nếu mà có đứa hỗ trợ mà mọi người sẽ được tới 750 lần. Đó, kiểu vậy á. Cho nên nếu như một đứa mà full dam vô xong mà thằng kia KS được á thì nó sẽ lời tiền hơn rất là nhiều so với một đứa ăn không.
They're the ones with the jinx and they even added a Lulu on top of it. If they can get some money into Hope, then they can look to take over the team fights that way.
And that's what T1 did at MSI, was gank for Gumayusi, get him ahead on the Jinx, and make sure that he was able to be a major threat. And that's what Tarzan's trying to do, but Keria spots him out.
Yeah, Keria sees him right there, walking into the tri-brush with the sweeper. Yes, Tarzan can tag him with a W, but it doesn't matter.
And the thing is that it's very difficult to continue to play for Hope in this scenario. You're getting spotted out consistently by the hawk shot by Keria. Also then, you would like to go for some sort of swap here with a minute until the Void Grubs, so then you can trade Void Grubs for some pressure on the bottom side for plates on towards Jinx. But with the pushing lanes, it's so hard to get that moment to reset. You see they've even had to cancel the reset in the top side again, and it's constantly putting AL under pressure.
T1 just maintaining this massive farm advantage here in the 2v2 top side as Gumayusi 20 CS ahead of Hope.
So nice for Mundo.
Jin bên kia lên cái đồ farm mà. Đồ farm dừng ở 69 số.
Push. It works on towers. It works with your lanes as well. If they're going to do it for you, the farm here looking good for him, and the timers on those dragons are going to be very quick. It's actually good that the second one is a Chem Tech dragon here. We'll see though. Shank's going for his
đổ loạn
as
xạ.
well.
Nhưng mà đổi lên loạn xạ hết vậy anh em. Nó đổi nhức đầu luôn á. Đi ra mid ra top rồi bot lên hết trơn á.
Into getting some turret plates for them, but look at the vision that's already been set up by T1 on this bottom side, right? They know if Tarzan ever tries to make a play on the bottom side, and Gumayushi and Keria clear out mid, get a farm advantage, now rotate bot, can match that push, and are constantly matching anyone's legend in those plays.
Yeah, and they're going to have a big advantage for the Void Grubs. Guma at the moment on Ashe is walking away. He can throw a long-range Ashe ultimate up there, but he's actually throwing it to stop the bottom lane recall. Very, very, very high value here. Two of them interrupted. They have vision. T1 no.
Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ là cái đội hình của bên phía bên đây á, đứa làm lên giảm heal anh em. Con nào tôi lên giảm heal? Ai chóc hả? Jin đéo lên giảm heal được rồi đấy. Jin giảm heal là tù điên. Tôi nghĩ là chỉ có một đứa lên được giảm heal là con ai chóc thôi đấy. Tại vì trên PC tụi nó không có lên giảm heal như trên tốc chiến mình, không có lên đời hiệu ứng. Xin ra lên giảm heal là đéo có đam luôn. Con xin ra lên giảm heal là đéo có điểm luôn.
The next couple of objectives kind of feel like they're T1 favored, and at that stage it's T1 pretty much out of control before AL can really get online. Like Hope is so far away from completing his items, completing the cull. You're heavily reliant on can Shanks and Flandre do enough, but Flandre slowly starting to fall behind to Doran as well, not having the best of times.
AL's early game off to a bit of a struggle here in the 5th and final game of this series. You'd have to think that MSI is in the back of their minds, getting to this same point against T1, nearly qualifying for that MSI final, but missing out. Owner looking maybe to try to set up for a dive down here, but Tarzan reads the play. He's ready to defend here in a 3v3, but it's still going to be another turret plate going the way of Gumayushi and Keria. The Ashe Seraphine so strong.
And Owner kind of losing some health. He misses every briefcase. He lost his passive already as well.
Okay, Tarzan still moving forward, and Owner and the rest of T1 push back a little.
But the triple Void Grubs are doing so much value. Guma with the ultimate, trying to see if they could go for Kael, don't get anything. But even if they don't, I mean, the Ashe and, well, Kalista, I mean, Caitlyn, I mean, Seraphine, like, this looks like we've seen it so many times before from T1. And as long as they can continue to chip away at this turret, they're getting the goal they want. Hope is being denied some of that CS, and you're even sharing some of that experience with Tarzan.
Tarzan's not done. Yeah, Tarzan wants to make the play here yet again. Gumayushi and Keria trying to get away. Once more, the zap doesn't connect. Gumayushi sidestepping that the same way he did in the last time Tarzan came to the bottom lane. Gumayushi and Keria, again, reinforced by Owner here. They can't just throw out the Glacial Prison on Gumayushi because he has the cleanse.
Exactly. He can just hover on that side. He's not scared of the Sejuani at all. They complete the push, and they do get the early rotation over to the Dragon that we were talking about, and the stacking should continue.
Topside, Doran continues putting that pressure onto Flandre, who immediately pops the World Ender. Q1, Q2, both not going to find a lot, and Doran has more than half a bar of Fury, so he has an enchanted spell if he wants to try to make a move.
Doran's going to have ult advantage. That is actually pretty big for the one-on-one. Owner.
Yeah. Tarzan wants to try to steal away this Drake. Keria and Owner, though, they don't care about that at all. They will smite it down, and that is 3 neutral objectives to 0 for T1.
And what you start to think about in moments like this on the big stage is how people will deal with pressure when all of the eyes are on you and you have to perform, and it just comes down to a single game. And sometimes even in that game, a single moment. AL right now are losing so much on the map. T1 constantly just pushing in, gaining little advantages, objective after objective going their way.
And in these sorts of situations, you like to fall back to your basics of guys like Tarzan and Kael, who AL played through for so much of this split. Oh, Tarzan though.
Tarzan with the Arctic Assault trying to get back into the now. Shanks could be the one under pressure, wants to fire back into the T1 lines. Owner flashing away, staying alive, but there's the Glacial Prison. Only connects under the tank, but Flandre's arrived into the fight. Anyone's legend got exactly what they were looking for. Faker at least gets one back, but he falls as well.
Hình như là con rêu vừa mới phản là cái chiêu cuối vô người sinh ra đúng không anh em?
Anyone's legends found the TP spot where T1 had overextended and managed to finally get something back in their favor. Even Hope picking up a kill on the back end.
And who is it in the big moments we're talking about? Flandra, he finds the teleport, and he is able to make this flank. Look at him go straight for Keria. He's able to lock him down, even with the Seraphine ultimate only hitting one. It just hits Tarzan. Flandra's able to get him. They get the first 3 kills. They get even more than that. And AL, they are back.
There is a reason that this man is one of 3 non-Korean top laners to ever win Worlds. There's a reason why the LPL has relied on him before, and just now, anyone's legend once more find themselves being carried in the back of Flandre.
It's not just Europe that has nightmares of Aatrox at Worlds this time. The LPL Aatrox is
nhưng mà phía bên đây cũng đâu có ai có giảm heal ai chóc đâu anh em. À, có Doran lên giảm heal sớm rồi kìa. Ngon. Doran lên giảm heal sớm cho team luôn anh em. Đủ má mà thằng Jin 20 anh em. Jin luôn luôn 20 là mệt đấy.
And that is incredible with the way that this game started. Anyone's legend getting the perfect gold in the places they needed. Flandre started to fall behind. He's now up. Hope has started to find. He's now going to be up as soon as this call pops. And now, when it comes towards the Rift Herald, when it comes towards Dragons, anyone's legend have a fighting chance to contest T1.
Flandre, he did so much work on the Mordekaiser in the previous game.
Yeah.
But in the end, it wasn't enough. This time around, setting up for the team as well and trying to put as many resources into the Jinx as they possibly can. Jinx as well with a nice little interrupt here onto Doran, which is going to give Flandre a little bit of extra tempo. They continue to interrupt again, I believe. That was the redemption used to interrupt the second recall from Doran.
It's a 1-to-1 game for the snipes from the AD carries to interrupt these recalls. Now Doran popping the Dominus to make sure that he can clear the wave and stay healthy enough to avoid the dive that he knows is coming. If they're using Super Mega Death Rocket and the redemption, you know they've got to have some kind of a follow-up. So that'll force the ulti of the Renekton, and it forces it right as the Rift Herald spawns.
And that's what I was going to say. Hope's ultimate will be back up sooner than the Dominus. Same when you look at that redemption. But the timing for AL, it feels like, is not about the Rift Herald. It's about going for this bot lane turret instead.
Exactly. This is the first turret of the game. That's going to win them defeats as well. There's already the monster slaying for the side of T1. There's already warfare for the side of AL. They're saying, fine, take the Herald. That'll get you a turret later. We've already got a turret now alongside feats of warfare.
And how far do you want to push? Is T1, you see Faker trying to clear out that top wave, but you have to be so careful. And excited Jinx starting to rip through that play on the bottom side. T1 don't overcommit for the top lane, instead respecting it, and they will just back away.
AL coming to life here, putting pressure back on
Lại con
T1
Jin với con luôn nó bắn sao mà chịu
There's a
nổi
dangerous
trời.
extended lane here that T1 are going to have to deal with. Doran trying his best to get some defensive vision for himself. This is also a map with the Hex Gates, so you have to worry about some of those very quick plays, getting right back out and trying to take advantage of those small timing windows. At the moment, the side lane, the long lane, is actually the Syndra. Shanks is all the way down there for AL, so he's got to be very cautious about pushing that one out. He bides his time in the brush before deleting the minion wave and then can rotate over to the rest of the team.
And even though they did throw the lead that they had when AL was able to punish with Flandra's TP to join the fight in the last big engage that we saw in that topside river. T1 still has the first 2 Drakes to their name. If they can secure this third one that has just now spawned, they'll be on Soul Point on a Hex Tech Rift. A very scary situation for AL to then have to deal with. AL knows it, and they've brought everybody to the party nice and early to control the bottom side river. Now Doran is still up on the top side of the map, taking down that tier 1 turret, but he's going to go ahead and decide to teleport now to join up with the rest of the team. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid. Flandra separated from the rest of AL, and there's chunks of the AL health bars. T1.
Ê, trụ đường trên không bể luôn.
Over the wall. The arrow collides, but it's only onto Shanks, and he's at a safe distance, so no real value there. Redemption coming in. Seraphine ulti. No value. Owner's going to be in some danger as immediately Tarzan jumps in the middle of everyone and has to try to flash away. Flandra on the flank. Drake owned now by T1. They will force AL.
Trời, cái rờ nó mà dính một cái là 4 đứa luôn anh em. Cái rờ đó mà dính một cái là dính 4 đứa luôn ấy. Cái rờ nối mà.
Everybody very antsy with some of these abilities being thrown out. In the end though, T1, they win out. They get the dragon. They're going to get the tower as well. This is going to chop down on the gold lead.
Yeah, and they're basically getting top tower as well because that so much damage went through before Doran TP'd. That'll go down with a stiff breeze. So at this stage, anyone's legend, they really needed to try and find something there. But again, like your Jinx hasn't come online. You're sitting on one item on Shanks. You did get one hero play, but in the straight front to back,
nhưng mà nói chung con Mundo không có sợ ông Jin lắm ấy. Mundo nó không có sợ ông Jin lắm.
So Tarzan had to play the mind game with Mel, and he goes in with the Q, and then Faker's going to go for the reflection, so then he holds the ultimate, but then they've already taken enough damage, so then as he's going out, he throws his ultimate back, and there's no engage there. But we also saw, you know, T1 themselves just throwing out Ashe ultimates, not having anyone in place to follow up there, and then Keria trying to snipe over the wall, but that one also not finding the engage. And then if all of that is down, then T1 are just going to win out with the pure brute force on the dragon and set themselves up with a dragon soul point.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Keria failed to flash over the wall or was trying to flash to reposition to catch Hope as he stepped backwards, but either way, he wasn't quite able to connect, and still, T1 get the objective. They're going to continue to push out waves, and now we just wait 3 minutes until 3:30 until that dragon is up, that potential dragon soul for T1. And as long as they don't end up over-forcing out Atacon and anyone's legend find a fight, it feels like T1 should be able to brute force their way in once more.
Total gold, 7,000 for both of the AD carries in this game. Hope with 2 fully completed items, Kraken Slayer plus the Phantom Dancer. The Jinx having a pop-off moment in the team fight is exactly what AL needs if they want to find a huge win. He still only has the brown boots.
Sao có 2 trụ mà không có một cái sự chênh lệch nào luôn vậy?
So once he upgrades to Berserker's Greaves, he can upgrade even further. Hope is going to have to step up for AL.
And it's going to be hard for him to get the first kill
because tôi không thấy một cái chênh lệch nào luôn á mọi người. Bộ mới căng vậy sao?
As long as Keria's positioning is good, Owner can walk on the front line, and they start out with a little bit of poke here.
Yeah, they wanted to at least get the cleanse out of Hope there with the arrow, but fortunately for AL, Tarzan recognizes what might be happening. He steps in front of Hope, throws out the glacial prison, not going to find anybody. Keria was going to be the potential target. Chompers are used. Owner with the flash over the wall, trying to stay alive. Scatter the weak from Shanks, does find the Mundo, but he's healing up an awful lot.
Chết mẹ, mất tele rồi.
Steps back away from the Seraphine. Gumayushi looking for the opportunity to find some more slows, but it's only a volley. Redemption for AL, heals up Kyle and Hope. Pings coming out from T1 towards that top side, looking at the Otacon.
Hope takes so much.
Ủa khoan, mất tele của bên Flandre chứ. Tele mất Flandre rồi. Ê lộn, Flandre mất tele rồi.
From the bottom side, he's going to do it though. Pincer on Doran.
But I'm sure T1 have it in their minds what happened at the Otacon in the previous game. They do not want to overstay. They do not want to force on this objective that can shred that tanky front line that you're talking about and let Hope start to get some resets. Now AL moving in. They're going to start up the Otacon. TP ready to arrive from the T1 side. Otacon loses his patience. AL have to be a bit careful. Flandre here on the side. He's going to find Doran, who finds him. As now the Solar Snare finds Tarzan, and T1 are moving forward. They charm up the enemy.
Hey!
Tarzan's already down.
Ê chết mẹ. Ai chóc nó dữ quá vậy?
Where's the rest of the fight? Keria tries to get away. Gumayushi right beside him.
Ai chóc nó quẩy quá vậy anh em? Chết mẹ, Mundo chết rồi. Ok. Ê vẫn còn. Mất rừng. Cố lên, mất rừng. Bỏ.
The Otacon, it's impatient, but it's so close to dead. It is stolen away by Faker himself.
Mel wins those every time.
I can't believe what this series is turning into. Anyone's Legend looked like they found the fight where they pull the Atacon away. They turn onto Doran as Flandre gets access to the backline here. But with the charm onto Tarzan, you can see the ultimate from Shanks gets them set up. Gumayushi Keria to move into towards this top side. And at that stage, Anyone's Legend try to group onto Owner, saying kill the jungler. We have a chance at the smite. But Faker gets the kill onto Flandre, and then the follow-up onto the Atacon as well.
Oh, now they're on the hunt once again. Wow, these big moments. I mean,
rồng công nghệ là win nha, rồng công nghệ là win nha.
Is looking. Wait a second, Faker draws the dragon out. Are we actually going to get the engage here? Tarzan and Kyle wrapping around the outside.
This is massive. If T1 gets it, it's a Hex Soul. 23 minutes into the game. AL knows They cannot afford to give that away. Hope looking for a little bit of poke, only finds Owner. AL with Shanks off to the side, looking to try to get some important burst there with the Syndra. One quick stun on the Doran isn't a whole lot. Faker 3-1 and 0 on the Mel. Rebuttal timing is also going to be huge in any of these fights. Flandra off to the side is going to be seen there by the ward. Jumps over the wall there with the Umbral dash. T1 taking a little bit of poke here. Scatter the weak, no target found. Shanks still looking for a little bit more opportunity there. Owner losing about 1,000 HP here so far, but he is the Mundo, has plenty to work with. More zaps fired through. T1, they have the Dragon down to 2/3 HP. AL continuing to step forward. Gumayushi trying to stay very far back. Goes for the arrow. He finds it on Shanks. AL's mid laner is under pressure, but he gets away for now. Doran creating space. Dragon at 40%. Tarzan still nearby, but so is Owner. Dragon losing patience. Flandra's World Ender is about to expire. Doran still here on the front line. Hit with the Q1 of Flandra. Owner at about half HP. Shanks looking for a little bit more. Dragon at 2K. Glacial Prison.
Hey!
But it's claimed the soul for T1, but Owner has already died. AL have got to find more unless they want to lose the game here. Doran takes a ton of burst. Skin of the week, the damage from the unleashed power. Shanks has another kill, and Tarzan is chasing after Faker. He gets the smite for the slow. They're gonna find another kill.
Không sao, có rồng công nghệ anh em ơi, có rồng không sao.
T1, 3 kills to AL, a 2,000 gold lead, but Baron's not on the map.
It's not quite up yet, but
Còn cơ
anyone's
hội anh em ơi,
legend
còn cơ
getting more
hội. Có
gold
rồng ok
into their
rồi.
pockets. T1 getting the Hextech Soul. It all comes down to this next couple of fights at the Baron, but we get to see this again.
This standoff was so intense, and it comes down to the smite fight, and it is Owner who finds the smite to get the soul. Then, as you said, AL, they just have to chase down as many kills as they possibly can because they need money now. This is going to be such a powerful soul for the entire duration of the game now. Hextech slows are so annoying for AL. The Ash poke, the Mel poke. T1 can utilize this so effectively.
And you can see there, Hope.
Trời ơi, con Jin 304 nữa chứ, địt mẹ nó. Mấy mà có rồng công nghệ không thua được ấy, phải win ấy.
And now Baron on the cards and an early third item for Hope. It feels like T1 have the advantage, but this could still break in AL's favor.
This is so big. 3K gold lead for AL, but all of the power of the Otacon and the soul for the side of T1. Hope really wants to get that third item fully completed to break through that front line and get excited as fast as possible.
Clutch moments, Flowers. Faker secured the Otacon. Owner secures the Dragon Soul. But AL...
Oh, Gumayushi hit by the Scout of the Week, but there is enough distance and the shielding from Keria to make sure that there's no follow-up from AL after.
Still, I like this from AL. See if they can find those picks. See if they can play off a vision. That's some damage onto Owner.
Yeah, they're going to commit onto the Doctor. Move.
Oh, bye.
Shanks has killed him. Owner is dead. You want to talk about clutch moments? There you go. Tarzan and Flandra going forward.
Man.
Faker's going to be caught. So much damage from AL. Faker about to die. Shanks in a rampage. Anyone's legend. 2 huge kills.
The soul is not enough. When the heart of the LPL is with anyone's legend, they will move over towards the Baron as Shanghai erupts.
Doran, Keria, and Gumayushi, 3v5 if nothing else. They need to stop the Baron from going over to AL right now. Shanks on the side, no ulti available for the Syndra here just yet. Tarzan over the wall wants to go in after Keria. Infernal Chains are going to connect. This Seraphine is down. Tarzan is traded, but Doran has died too. It's Gumayushi against anyone's legend as he tries to kite and fight, but he's stunned. Good night, but kill for Shanks. AL delayed ace.
Oh my god! AL are still in this! They increased the gold lead, it's almost 5,000! T1, they stopped the Baron though, critically! AL just delete Dr. Mundo!
And they managed to end up turning this, but there were so many clutch plays. Shanks with the stun onto Doran, Tarzan with the lockup onto Keria, Hope able to kite back, and Flandre setting up for another stun to barely clip onto Gumayushi and set up for the play.
Má thằng lùn sang đánh con Syndra ghê quá.
It was Hope who had Tarzan jump in front of Gumayushi's arrow that denied the follow-up from T1, that kept the Jinx alive, that kept the LPL alive in this game.
Oh, it is the Dragon Soul, it is the Otacon versus the gold lead in this one. And Game 5 Jinx Flowers, can Hope carry this one? He has double summoner spells available for the next fight.
And he's got the Executioners calling now for when he hits that Mundo. This is a 5,000 gold lead versus a Dragon Soul and Otacon. And gentlemen, we are now less than 2 minutes away from an Elder Dragon entering the Rift as well.
And you're still a ways away from the main late game of T1 coming online in Owner. He's only level 13, won't be able to hit that level 16 before he gets to this next dragon. Whereas when you look at Hope, should be able to reset and pick up his his third item in this game, have that opportunity to cut through some of these beefy front lines. And oh my god, Flandre's performance in this game has been insane.
What a hero.
Shanks as well has hit the execution threshold on Syndra. He's over 100 splinters. He has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. That will be pain.
That execution is so big too against something like Mundo that wants to get low and then regen all of the health. A little bit of miscalculations could be doom for T1. It was Owner getting picked. You don't see Dr. Mundo and you think, man, this guy should be scared of getting picked. But that's what happened in the last fight. That's how AL found their moment. And now, less than 60 seconds on the Dragon spawn, the Elder Drake, the great equalizer, the objective to end the game. We're not even 30 minutes in, and this thing is about to spawn. Pings coming out from both sides. As you can see, AL take to the bot side, River first.
All eyes on Hope. Kael is sticking with him. The Pocket Lulu to keep him safe. Cleanse at the ready, Flash at the ready.
You think of the teams that have stood in this position before. Billy, Top Esports, LNG, so many teams that have fallen at the hands of T1, and it's this band of misfits that are taking T1 the distance that may just find their chances this Elder Dragon.
Okay, Tarzan eating a little bit of damage there, will lose the Arctic armor. Hope does not want to suffer any poke here as T1 will strut into the bot side River. Shanks taking the Hex Gate, making sure he doesn't get caught out. Does not want to try to stay there.
Trời, con rồng này mất cái là thua chắc luôn á mọi người. Con rồng này thật sự là thấy ghê luôn á, đuổi đứng đi.
Just a little bit of damage over the wall to make sure that AL are not going to begin that one themselves. Elder aggroed by T1 here, as now it's going to reset. AL, they send Flandre into the mid lane to answer the wave, clear that one out. The rest of AL remaining by the Drake.
You have to be so careful as AL. One of these spells lands and that Hextech Soul slows you. It can give T1 the opportunity to chase you down. As Flandre on the reset picked up his GA.
Okay, T1, they're moving into the river. They're taking total control now. Hope wants to grab the red buff, and Flandre needs to get back out and join up with the rest of AL here for the fight. Red buff secured. Elder Drake started, but so slowly. Flandre gonna move forward, try to clear away the control ward. They're going in after the Aatrox. They set him up with the arrow. Flandre has been caught at a critical moment. Over the wall goes Tarzan. Wild Growth coming in from Kael. Guardian Angel will blink Flandre back, but where is the damage on AL's side? Doran into the back line. Kael is already down. Doran killed in response. T1 pushing forward. Shanks the next kill. Hope trying to kite. He needs to get away because T1 have won the fight 2-1.
Flandre's trying to reset and teleport back in. He's trying to link up with the team. The minions are here. They need to turn it. That's the teleport.
Okay, T1, they've got to understand this Aatrox is probably their target. Flandre arrives. Solar Snare looking to lock him up. Owner taking a ton of damage. Hope is excited. Flandre's got the kill. Solar Snare on Hope, but it's not going to do any more. Flandre's going to try to get away. Goes back in here for the Q1. Tarzan wants to engage on the Gumayushi, but he cannot find him. Flandre over the wall. Wants Faker. Can't get the damage. Hope can't do either. Gumayushi's still alive. T1 out team fighting to Legend for another delayed ace.
T1 kite into the alcove of death. They take down AL and they're going to reset. The Elder is still on the table and the Hex Gates are at the ready.
The Syndra is up. It's Kael that is up. But can they stand against so many members of T1? Doran going to start to push out this wave, and in just a moment, all 5 members of T1 will amass around the Elder.
There's no way to contest for AL right now. Everybody on T1 ready to go. Owner going to join up in just a moment. Kael and Shanks, even with the level 16 Syndra, there's just not an angle. And now, with the Elder in their possession, you would have to think that T1 is going to take a stroll up into the top side of the rift and add Baron to it.
This now becomes a game of delaying, of trying to deny T1 from taking down the Nexus. Having both of these buffs means that they can tear through anyone's legend.
With the power of the Elder, they've got to secure this one. AL, what are they even going to do? You have to try and turtle and wait out these super powerful endgame buffs now.
The Elder, the Baron, the Soul, the Otacon, every possible advantage you could have in League of Legends, T1 commands for the next 2 minutes.
While everyone else at Worlds are trying to earn their legacy, Faker knows his has already been cemented in history, and T1 will assault the base. Here comes the push. Baron empowered, Elder empowered. T1 are on the warpath.
T1 just going straight to the enemy base. Tier 3 turret doesn't stand a chance. Inhibitor knocked down right after. Tarzan and Hope meaning to join up with the rest of the team. The Tier 2 over in mid still standing for now. There's still half the duration left on the Elder Dragon.
That's all that anyone's Legend are trying to do. They will lose the top inhibitor, but they managed to take out the wave in mid. Flandre pushed in that bottom wave, and with just a little bit of time left on this Elder Dragon, how much more can T1 get?
Do you believe in the Game 5 jinx? The hope for LPL right now. The hope for AL.
Well, it's gonna need a lot more than just some hopes, some dreams, some prayers. They're gonna need this Elder timer to expire if they want to have a chance against T1, who now have nearly a 3,000 gold lead on top of all those buffs. Elder getting down very low, about 20 seconds or so left here on this buff. The next wave about to arrive, and you know T1 are going to force their way in from a second lane of super minions. Doran guiding the top lane minions up now as well as the second inhibitor falls, and T1 are looking for the end of the game. The Elder's got 15 seconds left on it. T1 guiding the Baroned up minions toward the Nexus turrets. Solar Snare not hitting a target. Flandre and the rest of AL scrambling to try to defend. Nexus turret's down to about half HP. Honor takes some burst. Tarzan takes more. T1 looking for the engage. They found Flandre, but he gets away. Half HP on the front line of AL.
Chủ đâu biết. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah thôi. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
History is written by the victors. And yet again, T1 turns the page of the LPL. They will once again earn their place in the semifinals.
Faker has never failed to make the semifinals at Worlds when he has attended, and today will be no different.
It's another chalk line on what has been a very one-sided scoreboard for T1 as they take to the stage in Shanghai, securing semifinals and one more date with an LPL squad.
12-0 in World's Best of Fives over 12 years for Faker. T1 remains the nightmare of LPL teams at the height of League of Legends competition.
But man, it was close. AL pushed them to the absolute limits. Respect.
And they will now take the stage to bow to the home crowd. It is heartbreaking for them. They
came
so
má hết hồn luôn em.
But once more again, T1 just
Oh, now they're on the hunt.
Carrier.
Rồi cái quả này đủ má hết hồn luôn anh em.
Make sure that there's no follow-up from AL after.
Still, I like this from AL. See if they can find those picks. See if they can play off a vision. That's some damage onto Owner.
Yeah, they're gonna commit onto the Doctor.
Phải luôn. Má quả nhìn hú hồn luôn anh em. Không, thật sự là thằng IL nó mạnh thật đó anh em ơi. Nhưng mà đụng mất T1 có quá nhiều bùa rồi ấy. Thật sự là trận này thằng IL nó khủng khiếp lắm rồi đấy thì cái. Nó khủng khiếp lắm rồi anh em ơi, thì cái
một đối thủ được đánh giá không phải là quá mạnh nữa. Nên đây là thời điểm các bạn hãy quét mã QR để hướng tới buổi VPT của chúng tôi. Buổi VPT
T1 gặp test đúng không? Chắc chắn win luôn. T1 nó đánh với AL mà đánh như vậy thì thật sự là test tuổi lồn. Thật sự là test tuổi lồn. Thật sự là trận này là absolutely cinema rồi anh em. Thật sự là trận này absolutely cinema rồi anh em ơi. Thật sự là trận này quá gớm rồi anh em. Tại vì trận này bên team kia, bên AL nó đánh mát binh luôn rồi, thiệt sự đéo còn cái gì để. Nhưng mà cái pha trừng phạt được cái con bùa rồng của thằng Honor quá hay. Cái bùa rồng của thằng Honor quá hay anh em. Cái bùa rồng cứu cái combat mấy lần luôn ấy. Thật sự là trận này cái bùa rồng ảnh hưởng cực kỳ lớn luôn. Tại vì cái bùa rồng ấy, chứ L nó combat quá hay rồi.
Man, absolutely crazy. I'm really happy I was here to see this and see all the emotions, because I think I saw a microcosm of the emotions on stage and in the arena in you too.
Thật sự là tim tao muốn rớt ra ngoài luôn á bay.
It's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're so back.
Yeah, and it's not just the teams, it's also the fans.
Thằng AL mà cút thì thật sự là thằng test tuổi lồn. Tôi nói thiệt như vậy luôn ấy. AL mà cút thì test tuổi lồn. Test đéo thế nào thắng được T1 cả. Trận chung kết sẽ là Genji và T1. Trận chung kết sẽ là Genji và T1.
In the next round, yeah, I wonder what the GOAT has to say. He must be feeling.
Bây giờ là Genji gặp KT đúng không? Genji gặp KT, Test gặp T1 đúng không? T1 đấm Test, Genji đấm thằng KT thêm một phát nữa. Rồi sao nữa ạ? Má, trận chung kết Genji và T1 absolutely cinema. Absolutely cinema. Và trận T1 win Genji y chang như năm trước tiếp. Trời ơi, má ơi, kịch bản đéo còn gì gọi là tuyệt vời hơn anh em. Ok thôi, off stream nha mọi người ơi, mà cũng stream 5 tiếng mệt quá. Chắc là tối nay tôi đéo stream đâu nhá. 5 tiếng là quá mệt rồi. Ok thôi, chào mọi người. Chúc mọi người một buổi chiều vui vẻ và